different vibes, classical, hip hop, metal, and jazz. They just got like, it's like a bag of like sounds, and they're like, do whatever you want. And I'm like, it was just difficult to go like, how do I find the balance between all these different worlds of music and to keep it, you know, in this traditional sense of how I would make a remix and make it feel like the Aoki soundtrack to the TFT world. You can't just mash it all together at the same time. There's an art to creating and building the web and the flow of the story, the emotion, the tension, the rise, the release. You want to have a strong theme, a strong melody that will carry you, that will become the track, what people remember. Through all the tracks that I got, the one that really stood out to me was the violin. With like electronic music, you start with a kick, and you're already pumped. With classical, I feel like I'm starting at a clean slate of zero, and I can grow and build from there. So with that violin, it kind of led me from a very touching, minimal place, and then I was able to build from there. And I want the violin to stay ever present on this journey. As we go, we're bringing on hip hop, we're bringing on metal, and then we're bringing on jazz, and the classical is riding all the way through. And when we get to the drop, this is when you get more of the EDM element. After the first drop, that's when I introduced hip hop and metal together. Two different genres. You wouldn't actually think about how that would work, but the 808 bass underneath the metal guitar riffs actually sounded really cool. The third breakdown is what I would call the solo bridge. And this is a perfect place for jazz to just be unencumbered and free. And you can, so here's like the solo of the sax. I really saved that last drop for the end to be a big, different sounding drop, going back to more like glitch hop and more the dance cultured sounds. More of this glitch hop kind of drop. Bring in the violins back in. And then coming up into the big counter melody right here. It's like the final boss moment, you know, just getting to that ending and that elation of beating the final boss and kind of basking in your glory and having these really big chords and big melody. And then, you know, I want to bring that violin sample back in here, which is where it all started. By far the most difficult remix I've ever done. And in the end, it makes me the most proud that I was able to find this balance between all the worlds and include all the genres. Before I found music, it was difficult to find where I could belong and build friendships and have a community. The gaming world has given so much voice and so much identity to the kids like me that didn't really fit in. They can go to gaming and like game with their friends, and it has a sense of community that is global. I'm really honored to actually produce this remix for Remix Rumble, to be a part of the community. Let's play, let's rock it.
everyone. Welcome to Heartsteel Cup. I'm your host, Lemon Kiwi. Joining me are my two dearest friends. Don't tell the casters. It's Crowan, it's Necra. The last time we've been together, we were destroying things in D&D, so I'm so glad to be back. How are you, Rose?
I'm so good. I'm so excited to be here with the two of you. Plus, of course, we also have Bupasaurus and Admirable, two other very dear friends to us on this broadcast. So I can only imagine it's going to be a great time all around. I saved you, Lemon Kiwi. Don't worry.
Totally. Crowan, you've been locked in. Crowan, you've been locked in since Vegas opened. So now you get to be the judge in this courtroom.
I will try my best since I've been so locked in to criticize these players and be ruthless. No, okay, we're here for Heartsteel Cup, you know. It's some intense action because it's the last cup before regionals, so maybe I do have to, you know, get a little bit of my scrutinizing eye out open and really be putting these players to the test because they're gonna be, you know, giving us some good stuff, I think. But you know, can't let them slide by for free.
Crowan, you're not about to judge people. You're about to break hearts. Is what we're here for, right?
That is what
he does that off screen too. Don't you worry. But
no.
I need a reminder about KDA Cup because he was also breaking hearts over in KDA Cup, and it's not dropping knowledge bombs too. So Rose, what did I miss for KDA Cup? I feel like I'm under a rock.
Well, if you missed it, KDA Cup was our very first event in North America for the competitive TFT circuit, and we were able to kick things off in a big way, especially right off the tails of the TFT Vegas Open. I feel like everybody coming into this event was so hungry, Crowan, to be able to get some of these big finishes for the first event of the year.
Oh, definitely. Everyone was super excited coming into set 10 with the Vegas Open being that kind of premier event, but then leading specifically to NATFT, KDA Cup did not miss. It was a lot of amazing action, and players had really felt the pressure right out of the gates because they know, hey, there's only a couple chances to qualify for regionals. It's either ladder or one of these two cups, right? KDA Cup is one of two chances. We had Malala taking yet another first place right after winning the Vegas Open. He's on an absolute tear this set, even getting third place in the TOC Chinese Invitational as well. Like, what can't Malala do at this point? He's been due for some wins for a long ass time, and it really does. It feels so good to see Malala get these wins.
Yeah, it really does. I feel like it is just Malala's time to shine, and it's sort of the first time I've ever seen a dominance like this happen in a game like TFT, where we all like to yap about variants and all of these different roles that could either go your way or not. Malala is here to prove that there is something to be said about having a super high skill ceiling and being able to showcase that through every single event that he's played in so far in Remix Rumble. Whether or not he can have that repeat performance is still up in the air, and I think there's a lot of players that can give him a run for his money, especially when you look down the leaderboard at some of those other players that had a top finish at KDA Cup. Pokygon was right on his tail, one crab rave death away from being able to actually win the event. Is that too soon to bring that up?
No, it's not too soon. It's, you know, it's still maybe we can meme on players for dying to the crab rave. It is really hard though, crab rave. If you don't have some healing in your cough, like, you're gonna die. But not only
you literally died to crabs the other day. What do you mean? Just do this.
I know. I'm the caster here, okay? I'm washed up, okay? You can't. No. You can't name me like this. But no, not only did Pocky at the top 4, but also Ripple Overdrive got third place in KDA Cup, and Kane Drew ended up getting that 4th place as well. So they're all locked into the regionals. But no, it feels really good to see players really who have been deserving of these big finishes get them and see their kind of success in their, you know, kind of competitive rise here in TFT.
You're not washed, you're dormant. We've talked about this. And Rose, you know, our science brains, you know, the deadliest of viruses are dormant, okay? So now we get to steal him from his stardom to be on the caster desk. But also, KDA Cup was in January. Crowan, do you feel like, you know, everyone was kind of shaking off the rust from the holidays? Is this tournament just going to be that much better?
Yeah, I think this tournament is going to be a lot more intense because it is the last chance for all these players to, you know, get their regional qualification spot. For KDA Cup, it's like, okay, yeah, it's only one out of 2 cups, but if you do really well in KDA, you have a bit more wiggle room to qualify from qualifier points, right? There are 10 slots available for that. But if you had bombed out in KDA Cup or you didn't play in it and you're here at the Heartsteel Cup, it is very much do or die time. So players are going to be feeling that pressure and that intensity a lot more.
You just got to keep on swimming because it's a grueling journey being as good as Crowan and many of our competitors joining us today. So take a look at the roadmap that we have for this set because it's an adventure. It started as soon as 2024 began, TFT was online, or at least this set began. We were now in February, where it's only natural that we make this about breaking hearts, cashing out to reach the regional finals and potentially represent your region at the Remix Rumble World Championship in March. And speaking of that, Crowan, 10 players have already qualified to the regionals for North America from KDA and from our ladder snapshot. So there's no surprises once we get the names up there of who we're going to be paying attention to. Even some of them who have already qualified are in this Heartsteel Cup as well. I think North America's looking stacked, Crowan.
Oh, 100%, especially with the KDA Cup qualifiers that we did mention, Malala, Pocky, Gom, Ripple, and Kane Drew as well, right? Kane Drew bringing the lab up to the forefront as well, right? We got to see the whole lab study group, especially the Vegas Open, really come into their element, come to fruition. So I absolutely love seeing them kind of pioneer that forward, but also looking at these ladder absolute beasts as well. It's the players that you're going to really know and love already. Dish Soap, Highway, Wasian, Precedent, Spencer, and Setsuko. And it's kind of weird to see Setsuko at 6th there on the ladder because usually he's like battling 1-2 with Dish Soap, but was able to have a really good ladder for the past few weeks and kind of sneak in right above Asa in the qualifications there. So yeah, a lot of very, very stacked players here, Necker. They look so fantastic.
I know, right? Like, it's so interesting because we always look at the dichotomy of what makes a great ladder player and what makes a great tournament player, because they kind of both play wildly different. On ladder, you can always kind of queue up another game. You could just spam games until you're able to actually climb up an LP. But in a tournament setting, you only have a small subset of games in order to prove that you are one of the best. And one of those games could be your absolute downfall, or it could be your rise to fame, Crowan.
Exactly. I love that you bring that up because we saw that kind of happen specifically with Dish Soap and Setsuko being ladder beasts, but then not be able to translate that into tournament success for a very, very long time. It's just really the past couple of sets where they've found these tournament wins, or at least these really good performances. And I think other players can definitely take a kind of page out of that book. A lot of it is, you know, your comfort zone. When you just play tournaments the first time, it's like, okay, this is different than ladder. How can I adjust? But a lot of players have had that time too, and now can be consistent both on ladder and in tournament play.
And which one of those consistent players can topple a player as good as Malala, who comes in and dominates the Vegas Open and wins the KDA Cup? It truly feels like the year of Malala. And there's big stakes on the line for this tournament because this is one of the last chances our players have to get to the regional finals. And, you know, there's a lot of shmoney on the line, too, so let's talk about it. $12,000, with $3,500 going for first, $2,500 for second, $1,750 for third and fourth, and everyone in top 12 gets some bread. But most importantly, Rose, top 4 of the Heartsteel Cup qualifies to regionals.
We're going to be talking about that a lot this tournament because so few chances to make it to the NA regional finals. So many of those spots are already locked in thanks to those snapshots, as well as the 4 players that qualified to the KDA Cup. So there's only a handful left for the players that can qualify from Heartsteel and from total qualifier points. Those chances are running out. We didn't have a mid-set anymore. We aren't going to have one for the foreseeable future when it comes to the competitive TFT circuit. So this is the time, Crowan. Everything is all out on the line here for our players to go after this weekend.
Oh, it really is. It's going to be so intense, so fascinating, especially going into the final day, right? Who's going to be able to get to that top 32? And then as we whittle it down further and further from there, it's going to be so intense.
And our players went through an intense gauntlet just to be here today. And the format, it's very similar to KDA Cup if you were watching that. But as a reminder, we started with 128 players last weekend for Heartsteel. It was chaos. Now there's only 64 of them left for this weekend to cash out. So we're technically here on day 3. And from those 64 players, we're joined by the top 32 of last weekend with the top 32 of our ladder snapshot. They will be playing 6 games that will be restated based on performance, and only half of them will make it to Championship Sunday tomorrow. But Rose, since there wasn't an official broadcast for last weekend's qualifiers, it was fun to kind of watch all of that chaos unfold on people's streams.
I know. One of the things I love most about TFT events is that you get a chance to root for your favorite player or your favorite personality by going and watching their own individual stream. And so last weekend, I was having a field day. There were some really amazing moments with a lot of players just enjoying competing in a tournament for their very first time. And then you also have the Ultra Sweats, Crow, and the 32, the players that actually made it to this weekend. I feel like you could tell that everybody was so focused and hungry for the opportunity, knowing that there was so much on the line.
Yeah, 100%, especially coming from, week one, playing all these games, right? It's not going to be the Giga Sweats who've already qualified from ladder, but still a lot of very heavy hitters in that pool. And a lot of players, didn't actually make it into this weekend of competition. There's a lot of standout names. I mean, for me, at least Upset Max, a player who lost just barely by tiebreakers, who I've been paying attention to for a little while now. I think it's really disappointing to not be able to make it here. Other players like Goobums, DQA did not advance into this weekend. Kangero as well, although he's already qualified for regionals, so can breathe a sigh of relief there, but still a player of that caliber who's already qualified, not making it to this weekend. It's just, again, super, super intense stuff as everyone is gunning for those top spots.
I think that's what's amazing though, right? Is that in especially the NA scene, I feel like every single event we have more and more of these upsets that we like to call out. These are players that we look at and expect to be at the final day of competition, the final lobby, and it's just because competition has gotten so tough and all the players in NA have gotten so good. We're gonna see this time and time again, but we still have amazing players to be able to root for in these final 2 days of Heartsteel.
Well, now we get to celebrate the top 32 players that did push through to this weekend, the ones that did hit, not the ones that missed. And I am so looking forward, Rose, to watching Kyun this weekend. He got #1 in points last weekend.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo holding hands with him in one of those top spots as well as the points lead on day #1. I think both of those players in particular are going to be players to look out for to see if they can make it into that final day and potentially even the final lobby. I feel like a top 16 definitely in their future with just how good they are and how consistent they can be. But there's so many other names on this list that stick out. I'm personally looking at Vanilla and David Ace, two players that really were on the come up in last set, looking at the NA regional finals and the mid-set finale, both really making names for themselves and continuing to have a shot to do that here today too.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of pedigree on this list. Just to call out another couple of names as well, like Ramkev is a previous Worlds representative, right? He's on this list. You got DK also representing the lab along with Vanilla amongst this player list. You even have players like Noster, Aegon, Pickle, Onion, who've been in the scene for a long time. David Ace, I love to bring that up as well. I think David Ace is really proving that he can contest very consistently with players of very large caliber. I think David Ace is putting himself in that conversation as well. Wilf as well, LCQ god, topping multiple LCQs and getting into regionals at just the final moments. I think most of these players can have that kind of clutch factor, and you need exactly that this weekend.
And I have I've been starting my own lab personally. I got Lemon VIP over in 40th. So if you want to join the Lemon Fruit Basket, hit me up. The team is growing. I'm completely joking, but let's actually look at the top 32 players from our ladder snapshot. These are the grinders. They're putting in the games, the hours, and there's a lot of recognizable faces here, Crowin. Warriors like Dish Soap and even some new faces.
Yeah, there is mostly recognizable names here. Even you could just go down the line and list every single player here. You're like, yes, I know who they are. They've had good tournament runs. They've been very dominant on the ladder. There are, a couple of ones that aren't exactly like super new, but I guess I'll call it like Beery. They've had a really good set so far. They're, at the Vegas Open. They've been grinding. Part of the lab, of course. Again, I keep calling it the lab members because I absolutely love their kind of story and their come up here. But there's a few names as well, Necro, who maybe we don't know that much of.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking at players like Gria, Jupsikid, and even looking at like Invictive, maybe a player that we haven't necessarily gotten a chance to see a lot of as of late, but this is their chance to show us what they have to offer to competitive TFT and what kind of player they are. So very excited for that.
Of course, and a new patch just hit a few days ago, patch 14.3, a lot of changes, and I'd love to hear from a player that's going to tell us all about what they think of the patch. We have Toronto Tokyo on the line that'll be saying hi in a second, but here are the patch notes that happened for 14.3 a few days ago, and I love tournaments like this because it really forces players to innovate and adapt on the fly and really put in the work. So before Toronto Tokyo joins us, what are your initial thoughts, Crowan, on the patch?
Oh, I think, I mean, there was already so many playable lines in the previous patch. Now this one just adds more to the table, right? Senna getting buffed, right? Senna reroll on the table, Lux even as well, Caitlyn and TF. There's just more opportunity, more composition. So I think the wide range that we can see this weekend just growing more and more. Even the comps that were nerfed, right? Twin Terrors and Executioners, we can still see them. Olaf as well with reroll, can still see that. So just so much opportunity, I think, coming into this week.
I think now we have Toronto Tokyo on the line, so I'm excited to hear from them. No social media, just a lol chess and good vibes.
Hello.
Joining us is Toronto Tokyo. Hey, how's it going? How you feeling about today?
I feel good. I feel well prepared and hope more dog has me.
What are you hoping for? Like, give us the secret recipe that you would love to be able to get from Mortdog this weekend.
Oh, probably just a bunch of Heartsteel openers. I think the person who wins this tournament will have a lot of good Heartsteel spots, for sure.
You know, fair enough. Toronto, I want to talk about your improvement as a player, especially from the beginning of the end of set 9 was absolute night and day. And that was reflected in you getting to World Championships. Do you think coming into set 10 that you are still improving at a similar rate?
Oh, I don't think I've made another big jump, because I think the next big jump I need to make is like in the top 5 players, or like, I don't know, top 10 players. And I don't think I've made that jump yet. I just need more consistency in terms of tournament results and just overall higher level of play. But I do think I've gotten better. So I'm pretty satisfied with how things have gone so far.
Nice.
And it's great to hear that you're happy with your progress and you're excited for today. I like that you're bashing the theme of Heartsteel Cup, Heartsteel openers. But a new patch just hit a few days ago. What are the most impactful changes from that patch in your opinion?
I think some other rerolls have gotten better, maybe like center reroll, stuff like that. But I think the biggest thing is that Heartsteel will win most lobbies. And then, you know, when you play other comps that aren't Heartsteel, you're just trying to get like top 3, top 4, which is really important because most games you're not going to have like a really good spot to play Heartsteel. So I think everybody knows Heartsteel is good, and you got to salvage the best that you can out of the games that you can't really play it, which is what the other lines are for. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, if you don't get a Heartsteel opener, maybe you are able to just kind of go for a different, hopefully, reroll composition. But my eyes are really on forecasts, specifically Caitlyn. Toronto Tokyo, do you feel like Caitlyn with the buff is actually viable now, or is she still bait?
Oh, she's viable, but I think almost all the Heartsteel AD, like Caitlyn specifically, you probably want to get off of her in at level 9. So you mostly buy it in stage 4, and then later on you try to get into Lucian and stuff like that, which will... So she just gives one more out. So I think that's the thing that this patch brought is it made 80 flex even stronger, the Heartsteel line even stronger, because now when you go to level on 4-2, you have one more unit that you can buy that you feel like good about having.
Yeah, definitely. Now, there's a lot of conversation around just this patch because it is so new. So I just want to pick your brain and ask you your thoughts about how does it feel for you as a competitor playing on a patch that has just dropped like a few days ago, right? We've done that for the past couple of cups now. Do you like that? Do you dislike that, and why?
I think this patch is not very impactful because it didn't really change much. It just brought a few things like a little bit better and a little bit worse. I think in general, I struggle with patches that just come out. I know a lot of other players are more innovative and like maybe more intuitive players. So when a patch drops, they can play on it immediately, but I'm not like that. I need a lot of practice. I think another factor is that because we're so late in the set, like we're only 1 month away from set 11, like a lot of the lines have been figured out. So it's not like that new. We kind of all know like what all the units do. So it's not as impactful at this point in the set.
Well, it's good that you don't have to stress too much to innovate and learn super quickly, and it'll just all be about execution. So we'll go and let you execute. So thank you for coming by, Toronto Tokyo. We're excited to watch you play, and best of luck this weekend.
Alrighty, thanks for having me, guys.
Bye. So, guys, we got the lowdown. Not a very impactful change, but Crow and Senna rerolls back on the menu.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of rerolls are on the menu. Senna especially getting those buffs. I think there was like some really huge like Reddit guy posted about Senna specifically, and I was like, let me look at this. Let me cook that up in some of my games. Did try it out, and it seemed pretty solid. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for even more to come out. Like, you know, Toronto Tokyo was saying, there's so much opportunity. The patch didn't change that much. There's just more options, right?
And we've been cooking. We've been in the lab ourselves. So, Chef Rose, what have you cooked up for us? Something we'd like to see. Maybe not something that's easy to hit.
Well, why you gotta like out me like that? First of all, hello?
You're cooking. I'm letting you cook.
Okay, maybe this is a cook, but it's a delicacy, right? It's KDA 10. If you hit KDA 10, that is the I win button. If you can go vertical KDA, get a couple spats in there. This board doesn't like fully make sense. I know that I gave this one, but like, listen, just go level 10. Just get 10 KDA in, get some spats, like you can make it work. But on a more serious note, what I really love about KDA, just as a generic trait, is that it has so much versatility. I know the talk of the town right now is AD compositions and how AD flex can be really impactful, but I think that KDA is a really great way to counter some of those comps. If you can get, like, you can go like Ari Akali carry, you could also just go for a more generic Spellweaver board, you could go Seraphine reroll, speaking of 2-cost reroll compositions, and even just go for just super fans and have a really strong front line with Lilia, Nico. Maybe even just slap a cannon in there, and that can also be a really great way to branch out and make this composition or this trait specifically really work for you.
Personally, I think Lulu could easily join the KDA band. I could see her with a mic,
So
little
true.
yordle, running up with the girls. This is the girly pop Exodia. If I had to give this a composition name, it's basically Exodia, but with the girls. But Crowan, enough of that K-pop stuff. I hear you're more into that rock and roll, the heavy metal.
Oh yeah, you know me. I'm a huge rock and roll heavy metal fan. That's, you know, my bread and butter, of course. Not really, but let's keep it a secret. But, you know, let's pretend for the sake of this conversation and for the composition, the reroll that everyone's talking about right now, it is going to be Kale. Such a strong unit. Don't even have to play it reroll, right? You can just play Kale as a tempo style, but specifically when you do reroll her, it is so strong, right? Rage Blade, Gunblade on her, Death Cap as well, is especially after the buffs, right? Death Cap is so fantastic. You can build double Rage Blade if you're feeling spicy, have the components as well. But no, this is such a good board. And the thing that I think is really good about this reroll specifically is when you're looking for other comps, you want maybe a specific headliner bonus, but with Kale, it doesn't really matter. You can click on Pentakill Kale, you can click on Edgelord Kale. They're both super good. Edgelord is nice, where you can just slot in Viego and have the 3 Edgelord for free. But you can also just go more vertical Pentakill as well, not worry about Edgelord at all. You still have the Rage Blade, a lot of good attack speed. Kale will dish out a lot of damage, and when you can't push to level 8 and things like that, you can stack a Karthus, stack a Viego to be your secondary damage dealer. And yeah, the data of this comp in EMEA, it was played about 50 games. The win rate is like 3.7. It has like a 30% win rate, or the average placement 3.7. Win rate is about 30%. And that's kind of crazy to think about this composition showing up and winning about a third of its games. Really, really good. We're going to be seeing it a lot this weekend.
I'm not gonna lie though, Crowan, I'm a little disappointed that I don't see Yorick on this board.
Oh, you know, it's okay. Maybe you can go 9, have one singular Rage Blade, then you can think about
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
You know why we don't have Yorick here. And it's called Pentakill.
Okay,
it's so contested though, because why this is called Pentakills? Because you have to kill 5 other players in order to play this board, because it is so contested, low key. So y'all might be into your K-pop and your heavy metal, but my heart's full of country. My favorite composition to be going into this tournament has to be reroll Katarina. It actually doesn't have anything to do with country, but she's got country in her, okay? Crowd Diver Katarina, one of my favorite, and I personally think one of the, well, we'll see what happens with Senna, strongest 2-cost rerolls. We heard some stats over in EMEA where it was winning like Let's see. Oh yeah, wins 13% of the time. Top 4 is 65% of the time. You really need to get Crowd Diver 6 online if you can even get your grubby little hands on Zed and Kiana, who are very hot commodity right now. And if you don't, enjoy 5th place. But we all have our different takes, including Toronto Tokyo telling us about Senna. But Rose, what do you think about my cooking? Is it good? Does it taste good?
I'm gonna have to say, I have what she's having.
Yeah.
Yeehaw. We're all on this not country Katarina trade here. But still a little country. She's country girl at heart. I already
You got
know.
that country in her.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
but are we worried about melee comps at all? Because we didn't get to dive too much into the patch, but Executioner 6, Twin Terror got nerfed, so maybe all of our comps are screwed and it's going to be mostly melee comps. What do you think, Crowan?
I think melee comps are still really good. Talking about executioners versus melee specifically, I think there is a lot of room for like some positioning nuance to kind of eke that edge out there. But definitely the data on things like Riven Reroll is looking pretty good. I'm sure NA players are going to be thinking about that a lot. So yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity there for melees, even still like Yone, maybe even Jax reroll as well, right? Talking about those buffs to the EDM and to Lux. You can itemize around Jax as well and have that still be maybe not a lobby winning composition a lot of the time, but a very, I would say, solid top 4.
I would love to see if somebody can make Lux reroll work. Like, I'm
Yeah.
so interested to see if we get to see this, like, wild, kooky, laser show EDM board that some people have been talking about. Because that's what these tournaments get me the most excited about, is what can these players find that really still can break open the meta. I know everybody's like, it's solved. We all know the lines. We all know the champions and what they do at this point. But even speaking of like Twin Terror, we can see Lulu Twin Terror reroll. That is on the menu. That is something I also really want to see. Get those bingo boards ready.
Yeah, you've heard of Attack on Titan. How about Attack on Yordles? Okay, once you get all these Lulus, everyone's coming at you. There's too much to handle. What is too much to handle too is probably the best unit in the game right now, Zed. Speaking of EDM, Crowan, his shadows got an interesting change. How do you think the patch affected Zed?
Yeah, I think Zed was already really good last patch. Got a little change, little buff, I suppose, with those clones. So he's going to be fitting into more compositions, I think, even if you're just like going, playing Heartsteel, even if you don't have Ezreal yet, you hit, level 8 on 4-2 like people want to be. You hit a EDM or even Crowd Diver, Zed Headliner, you're in a really good spot. And you can play other flexible carries around that, right? Even talk about Caitlyn getting buffed as well. If you find a Caitlyn, you can slot that onto the board. Play a kind of flex board, but around Zed specifically, I think is always going to do really, really well, especially in stage 4. If you hit that Headliner, you're in a really, really good spot. We're going to be seeing a lot of Zed this weekend.
If you're not going top 4 with a Zed Headliner, you're doing something incredibly wrong. But, and maybe some love to the Jax believers. Rose, I was hearing that Malala was a believer in Jax, like before it was cool, before it was buffed, and now EDM Lux got a buff. Like, do you expect to see the rise of those EDM carries?
I think so. I actually have been terrorized by 3-star Jaxes in some of my games recently. Maybe that's a skill issue on my part, or it's just that Jax is really broken. It's the tech before we knew it was the meta. So, well, I'll have to find out, but I'm definitely an EDM lover of the music and also of the, I guess, the trade variety, but can't wait to see what these players get going with.
And now, Crowan, you're not going to hate yourself from getting a Twisted Fate headliner.
I was like, wait, are you talking to me with this one? Why am I hating? No.
Maybe you have something to let out.
I've been in that spot in games, last patch. I was like, oh, TF, I'll click it. Why did I do this to myself? I actually do hate this spot in my game right now. But no, I think TF is still viable right now. It's not going to be winning lobbies that much, but there's still the tried and true disco composition of old, where if you're able to cap out with Ziggs like Sona, have your TF, Blitzcrank upgraded, you're still going to be able to get some top 4s, maybe lobby win some situations. But as Toronto was saying earlier, it's probably a lot going to be around either really capped reroll boards or Heartsteel, of course.
Of course, it's all about Heartsteel. It's all about the Heartsteel Cup. And our first lobby is ready to begin. And to bring you through all the action, let's send it over to your casters, Boop and Admirable.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the Heartsteel Cup. It's going to be our first lobby of the day. Just like Jen said, I am Boopasaurus here with the man, the myth, and sometimes the legend, Admirable. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling great about this one. To me, one of the biggest things about this tournament is that we're actually having less cups that are take place. We've had a lot more weight put on ladder and on an event like the Las Vegas LAN, and so because of that, the cups are becoming more meaningful. There's less of them. You have to perform even tougher right now. This is the last cup we're getting for the set right now, so it's do or die time for some of these players. If they're not qualifying here, they are not getting into regionals.
And I think that's setting up the stakes as good as Gordon Ramsay could have, right? You just have to know that every little bit of these decisions are going to be incredibly more impactful than they were just in the KDA Cup, for example. There is no more time for these players to potentially get into regionals. So what does that mean in terms of the type of play that is going to be the most successful that we're going to see potentially throughout the day? Not necessarily a particular comp, but what kind of play style do you think is going to be beneficial for this kind of weekend?
Well, right now it's step 1. It's get to day number 4, and what that's going to mean is consistent play. We're still cutting half the field in this one, which means top 4s are going to be one of your major goals. If you're finding yourself in first or 8 situations and you're on the bad side of the luck to start with, that's not going to be very successful right now. But that doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to go with. The important part here is going to be consistent play, I think, because you have 6 games in order to make that cut. In terms of who's winning, I think Toronto Tokyo said it best. It's who's finding themselves in those best positions to just absolutely rack up the wins. But right now, it's don't be in the bottom half. So play your game, play consistently. That's how you got here to begin with.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and talk about the comp. It's the name of the event, right? It's kind of the comp everyone, is talking about right now, but it doesn't mean that everyone who plays it will find success, right? So what does that mean when it comes to Heartsteel? When are you going to see these kind of give and take situations where, hey, this player is obviously going towards success, but this player is obviously maybe just not as familiar with the comp and is playing it because everyone says it's good, right?
Well, honestly, I think that's a lot of TFT is not understanding the nuance of when a composition is very good. And obviously this isn't a question I'm able to answer, in 45 seconds or what have you. But right now, in my opinion of Heartsteel, is that it's kind of overplayed, if you want my true opinion on it. I think there are times when this composition is fantastic to get played. I think sometimes your early cash outs for this, where you're able to raise the stakes and continue going, you press your life total, but your cash out is so big and you're so quick to fix your board that you're able to dominate the lobby. That can happen. It almost certainly will happen this weekend. Honestly, if you watch Setsuko on ladder, he pretty much goes Heartsteel every single game that he's ever played ever in his entire life, including back in set 6. But when we're talking about this set right here, one of the big benefits of that Heartsteel is that it doesn't stop improving your board. If you have 3 Heartsteel later on, every 4 rounds, you're getting something additional, something additional, something additional. And what that means is you're going to pick up extra components. You're going to have that little extra gold. It's really easy to, if you're on a relatively stable board, to push to level 9 and sometimes push to level 10. It's easier to find your units when you have extra gold. Your board just gets better and better. The hard part for me is getting to that late game spot where you're stable with 3 Heartsteel in play. It doesn't do anything. It's a trait that literally does nothing while it's in play. But what it does do is invest in future spots. So if you can invest, you probably should invest. That's honestly just a strong fundamental purpose of TFT, making the most of what you have available.
Yeah, and I think something that, I can kind of piggyback off of here too is what Heartsteel offers is access, right? Just like augments can, just like items can, right? But this particular combination of units makes it so these players will just have more access to economy, to units, to all of the above of all good things in TFT that other players who aren't going to have, right? They're going to have to try to find those advantages in other kinds of ways and arguably play even cleaner than they might have needed to coming into this because they're going up against multiple comps that are going to have top ends that are going to be pretty hard to hit if they are stabilized at that point.
Yeah, and honestly, that can come in all sorts of different forms as well. We were talking about with Necra mentioning KDA and how it can continue to build up and build up and build upwards. 10 KDA is one of the best things in the game that you can put together. Now, granted, it's very rare, and it probably should be. It's ridiculously powerful. We heard with Jen, she was talking about reroll Katarina. Like, this is a 2-cost reroll that frankly is pretty darn strong. The whole purpose of it is to put so much pressure on your opponents that they don't necessarily have the time to get to these super endgame capped boards. You spend a lot of HP getting extra gold. Now you're spending that gold building a team. If you don't have the HP to withstand a couple of rounds into, say, a 3-cost Riven that's rerolled and Katarina, once it's been rerolled, that's a lot of additional pressure you get placed on your HP. And so I think a lot of times that's something that players have to account for as well. Your HP is a resource, but sometimes it's a different kind of resource. If players are able to pressure that instead, that's one of the toughest things that can happen to you in the game.
All right, so we've talked about a lot of comps. So let's go ahead and just think about how we're going to get there, right? It's your first couple rounds, right? We're going to see the first lobby. Everyone's on even footing right now, right? What are you kind of coaching? What do you hope the players right now are coaching themselves as they're getting into it right now? We're going to talk about stats. We're going to talk about all things TFT, but right now, I think mindset is just hyper important on the first game.
I think that almost no matter who you are, it's going to affect you in some way. Tons of players like, oh, it doesn't really affect me. I'm not really nervous about it or anything like that. I think for some of them that can be true at times, but that requires so much experience to be the case on this one. I look at Setsuko, for instance. He was a player for years that was just so incredibly beyond the scope of what every other player was doing, but it just seemed like something was different in tournaments. Like he just wasn't connecting them. Could have been sample size, it could have been what have you. But then at some point he just turned the corner, and now it's just like, he is just ungodly when it comes to TFT and tournament play right now. You look at last year, it was him and Kurum were the only players that won tournaments for a while. In NA, it was ridiculous. Players have this sort of spot where it's really hard to identify. It's almost like it's something that's not tangible, where it's just you turn a corner and everything is suddenly the way it normally is when you're playing ladder. That's what it looks like. But for some players, it doesn't look that way. And honestly, I wish I could say what it was, but it really does come down to mindset. These mean a lot, and if that's going to be something that makes you nervous, that's another impact it's going to have on your tournament play. And it's a liability most of the time. As soon as you can get rid of that, I think you have an inherent advantage over something. But the minute it's there, even if it weighs on you for just a few seconds, that could be enough to change around, and that could change the whole game.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the players that we could potentially see in this lobby. So number one, let's go ahead and talk about even more of Setsuko, right? Because, Setsuko gets a lot of the conversation, the LeBron of TFT, or, Admirable, that's not enough for you.
How dare you,
right? I know, that's like a
Setsuko that
personal
way.
swipe at that point. But, you go to Setsuko's stream, not only are you going to be seeing a ton of games, it's like a jewelry store up there, right? It's just gold and silver and all of those, first and second places, right? And in a game with a lot of variance like this, what is something that you personally think Setsuko does do? Obviously, he wins a lot. He does it on ladder and in tournaments. Is there any specific thing that you think that he's just the best at that's leading him to these consistent performances, both on ladder and in tournament? Because even that is a moderately unique thing about Setsuko.
It just feels like everything. Like it's so hard to explain like how good he actually is. Like you go look at his statistics on like tactics.tools, for instance. It's just like first place on one of these bars, and then everything below it is just like second place, third. It's like everything else is like a tiny bar compared to the first place. You're like, how on earth can you win this much in a game that inherently has this much variance to it? And the answer is he's shooting for the stars on that. And when he can't shoot for the stars, honestly, he's kind of mitigating that impact at every single step of the way. Turning an 8th into a 6th, it doesn't feel like a lot, but in a tournament, that could be the difference in day 1 and day 2. That is an enormous difference. You're picking up 2 extra points. Doesn't matter where that 2 points is coming from. 3rd to 1st, if you could have changed that, that's 2 extra points. 5th to 3rd, if you could have changed that, that's 2 extra points. 8th to 6th, honestly, is really no different. It's making the most out of what you can possibly do in that spot. For Setsuko, a lot of times, it's understanding how you pick up first place finishes. That's really the difficult spot. Not necessarily picking them up. How do you pick them up? You have to find the angles that really make this happen. He's just the best at spotting that, in my opinion.
Yep, I've always said that Setsuko is the perfect example of opportunity meets preparation. He's just so prepared. Every opportunity that is given to him, he can see and then put the percentages on whether they're going to work or not, and then pick those specific lines to make sure that he's always capping out and competing not just for a top 4, but consistently a top 1 or 2 in that lobby. So we're going to go ahead and finally get in here. Let's see where we're going to be going. Let's see where the travel agent has taken us. So Admirable, look in here. Are there any preferences that you think are going to be pretty obvious throughout the day in terms of portals?
In terms of portals, I think players are going to take the ones that either give them the most economy or that make like some of the least impact on what's going to actually happen in the game. You mentioned preparation meeting opportunity here. If something goes awry and something's totally wild, all of a sudden that preparation can kind of get, tossed down the drain at that point. You're like, oh, well, wait a second. I have 3 extra spatulas that I didn't get to predict. Well, now what do you do? That being said, Wandering Trainer is something that players pick all the time. It's just one of those things that's fun to deal with, and it honestly kind of opens up opportunities of creativity. Now, at the same time, it can also mitigate impacts that a player like Setsuko can have on winning the game. If you think that you can't beat Setsuko strictly on playing like toe-to-toe and pound for pound, Wandering Trainer could suddenly be a great thing to take because of that, because it can even those things up. Now, we've talked a ton about Setsugo. It's going to continue to happen throughout the weekend, but I really want to touch on some of the players who I feel like are kind of the opposite of what he's doing as well, which two of the ones that come to mind for me are going to be Voidson and Ramkev. These are players that really try to make the most of just what's there and honestly play a lot for tempo. Ramkev kind of likes to put together some strange compositions at times. He likes to just beat to the tune of his own drum. And Voidson is a player that's just focused on tempo. Like if you could pick a player that's just, well, I don't know, I'm just going to go for tempo and really have those top fours get racked up, Voidson's going to be one of the players I pick out of a spot like this. However, Setsugo is competing against a number of players who have a lot of first place potential. Kiyun, Fortune Smurf account, which is known by Weird. They're going to be also pushing for those wins spots that are there. And Biri certainly no player you can scoff at either. This is a player that's been so good on ladder this set.
And has an insane, we'll go over it probably in post game, I think, but we'll talk to you about how Biri even got here, because it
go over
takes
now.
Well, we'll go ahead. We'll do it after the first augment. All right, so let's see what Biri is going to do. So
okay.
we've got a Hodge right now on the side. So we already have some good items that are going to give us some good direction. Exposed weakness. We know that executioners, well, nerfed a little bit, are still doing quite well. An econ augment to start out with, and now lucky streak as well. So Gambler's Blade, which actually is a little bit of a transition going forward into that story. So basically, folks, Biri is here because of two things that happened with another player called Bruce. So Biri was in the tournament, I believe, and Bruce needed to get a top 2, which we thought was going to be enough to pass Biri and get the 32nd spot in the tournament. Unfortunately, Bruce got second and was 1 point behind Biri, and there is about 20 to 30 minutes left, I think, of time left for the snapshot. Biri as well, the player that Bryce helped supported with that computer. So it's already pretty intense, right? But then Bruce had to go into a game, get a top 4, get 4th place, and then surrender in time for the snapshot. And you know what time he surrendered?
What's that?
It was 12:01 and 50 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
So because of 1 LP and about 2 minutes, we're seeing in a computer from Bryce, right? We're seeing Biri here, and right now. What an insane series of events. And to go to show, like, it's also really great to watch some of that last hour or two of those ladder snapshots. That stuff can get really, really intense, almost just like we see here. So it's another great time to support some of these smaller streamers as well.
It's kind of just a good summary of what TFT is, right? It's like making the most of every single spot, no matter what the case. It's a tough thing to see and really go over here. And kind of looking early on, we noticed that econ augments tend to be focused on a lot more in the early game. They tend to be a lot better in the early game is why. When you're investing in the econ augments, say in like 3-2 or 4-2, they're really not as impactful. You don't have as much time to really compound that interest. And so because of that, they tend to be a lot better early on and a lot weaker later on. And so that's, I think, one of the biggest things to point out with on augments is that doesn't mean econ augments are the best ones early on. It means they're a lot more impactful. So that's really the spot I think we're going to see them focused on if players choose to focus on them. And I'm a little bit worried if players are going to have to choose them later on. We're seeing Setsugo open up with Inspiring Epitaph here. This is when units die, you get a benefit from on the nearby units. Like, this is a perfect example of something that just really is beneficial throughout the game, but certainly has less impact early on. You have less units to die, so you have less things to benefit from it.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of Olaf tenderization, right? Going to throw down those hammers, get through that front line, and is able to be sticky. We also kind of went over the melee versus range type of situation that can come here, so we're already going to switch. And I know a lot of the players here are super high ranked, but I do want to mention, just for those of those players that are still kind of learning in TFT, how important it is to not get too attached to your headliners, right? A joke that I always say is don't develop a relationship with your headliners, because all of a sudden you get trapped with a tier 3-1 cost where that's potentially not the best option on the board for you.
Yeah, I think that's very common for it as well. It's just you have to make the most of your board so that you can find the strongest thing to do later on. Every single step of the game is something that you can do different to make the most of it. As we looked over at Biri's side, we noticed I was going to mention about exposed weakness and how this is, I think, a tougher one to take because the execution lines have been toned down quite a bit, but it's still a very powerful augment. This is not necessarily always an easy take as well because it really commits you into specific types of lines. If you don't have executioners on your board, you have thrown away an augment. Augments are like the central piece of what the game is right now. If you don't have good augments, you probably don't have a good team. Committing to expose weakness early on sends a big message to the rest of the lobby on what you could possibly be doing.
All right, let's see. Setsuko sending a message of, you know what? I'm just going to play strongest board right now, like you said, Admirable. And now we're getting to our first carousel. This is where like the first really consequential decisions of potentially picking an augment that initially wasn't going to be great for you in the early game, but now we can try to compensate for some of our weaknesses by getting a unit or item component that's going to bring us towards the mid game. And so this is going to be where we're going to start getting those items that are going to be a lot harder to potentially get later on. Our first units are probably going to be looking at those and slamming these items a little bit quickly and looking around too, Admirable. A lot of people slamming items so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's a key thing. You have to, this is, honestly, I think one of the toughest things in the game to learn is compensating for items. Like, you have to use these early on or you're going to get stomped by players who are, making strong boards and slamming items. The hard part about this is learning, like, which items, again, you can compensate across the board, where you're like, well, I read this comp or guide from Robin on Reddit, and he said to do this. And I'm like, yeah, well, he's listing the literal best things you can put on this unit, not necessarily just things that you can put on it. Sometimes you're going to have to go out of the way to try to make something, and just always going to like the best every single time. It's just not how the game works. At the same time where you're trying to pick up 6th places where instead you would have gotten 8th place, sometimes you have to make items that are just worse. It's a very natural part of the game, and honestly, if you can learn how to do that, it's probably one of the biggest improvements you can make.
Sometimes too, it's like fine to get a B. Right? Like, you can try to get the A+, but, if everyone else is also struggling, we've all been in those lobbies that hit 5-1 and, like, no one's really taken over yet, right? So to not take the, the little bit when you can to potentially in the late game take you down, then now we're kind of talking about how getting a 4th is just maybe the best possible situation for you and your comp, and there's not getting that 5th is totally worth making all of those pre-decisions, even though that doesn't necessarily mean that you've won. Let's go ahead and go over to Void at Sin side now. Level 5, 20 gold. We're this is pretty average, and we got that Urgot with that Bloodthirster there. So this is looking like a little bit of country.
I mean, he's got 5 country. This is average right now. Holy crap! What kind of boards are you getting? This is ridiculous right now. So you notice, I wanted to point out the contrast here. We got a glimpse at Berry's board, who was at level 5, but sold a unit off the board to get to 20 gold. They just didn't feel like they had a chance to really pull through and win. Now that it's 2-6 with the final fight of this round, it's different. They've now put units in play. The previous round, though, they had sold to 20 gold and just played 4 units on a level 5 board. Voidson, meanwhile, he has no streak going. He has 11 gold in play. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to buy everything and put all this stuff in play. It's like such an interesting contrast of strategies where players will try to pick up lost streaks and make the most of their gold. And Voidson, who is like, put the stuff in play because it's good. And despite that, Voidson has continued to be a strong player in tournaments forever. It's a very simple style of play, but a strong understanding of what's going on and just frankly what makes a good board.
Yeah, and that's why Voidson, like you said, that's why Voidson has been able to compete in multiple sets with very different types of set mechanics and still find that success, just like a lot of the names that you're going to be seeing today. So we're going to go over now to Greya, and this is a name that was pointed out at the beginning of the show as someone who, people might not be familiar with, but, that's great that we get these opportunities to become familiar with these players, because being here shows that, you belong here, and now is the time to prove it, right? Now is the time to actually get there. If you make it to the last day, more people are going to remember your name, and all of a sudden, it's not going to be you being talked about as being, the unknown at the beginning of the day. So what can Greya do right now to kind of change that narrative of, the unknown into becoming someone well-known in this lobby? Obviously, beating Setsuko would help, but throughout the day, what can you tell us about Greya?
I think this is one of the spots to really look at and understand that how much of an impact streaming can make into knowing who a player is. Like Greya qualified through this one by being top 32. Like this is not a joke for them. They didn't have to grind their way through week number 1 like the peasants who weren't able to get top 30, who were 33rd or lower. This is a pretty major thing that you're accomplishing here is getting top 32 out of the North American server. Like it's not easy to do something like this, and the consistency is ultimately what's going to make the most of this. But this is certainly like if you're not paying much attention, now's the time to kind of look up and raise an eyebrow to this one. This is a pretty strong thing to do. And we're going to find out whether or not this weekend they can keep that up. You only have 6 games to do it right now, and you'll have 6 games tomorrow to perhaps keep that up. 3-2 augment now. It's going to be gold. And again, if you're focusing on an econ augment right now, well, that's going to raise my eyebrow a little bit, because it's a really tough thing to do, especially if you took an econ augment on 2-1.
Ooh, and that almost is kind of telling everybody that, hey guys, I'm struggling, right? Like I just need stuff right now to just use and be okay for right now. I can't even think ahead right now because I just need to still develop this economy that, you know, in my opinion, hasn't quite gotten there just yet. We got the Warmogs now, the spats still there. So looking at these spats right now, I mean, obviously Heartsteel is one that a lot of people are looking at, but what other ones could potentially pop up there, Admirable?
Well, spatulas honestly are kind of like a really tough thing to use diversely. I feel like they really focused into a couple things. And I think Pentakill is going to be one of the most popular ones. But we also did see a Caitlyn buff coming into this patch right now, which really ticked up how strong that 8-bit was, and specifically like Riven Reroll, for instance. If you have Riven Reroll with a Caitlyn 2, you now have 2 pretty strong carries that are cranking out damage. So if you can slam an 8-bit spatula into that, suddenly you have some things that can be extremely powerful. You know, Riven's like one of the few champions I feel like that it's pretty necessary. It's not like necessary, but it's really important to have an 8-bit Riven if you're playing Riven Reroll than if you have an Edgelord Riven, which is considerably weaker. Something like that, an 8-bit spatula can make night and day difference into how powerful your composition is, despite the fact that, frankly, both sides are going to be pretty powerful between 4-bit and 8-bit. But I'd say spatula is pretty focused into a couple things, and the 2 biggest ones I would look at are probably going to be 8-bit and Pentakill.
All right, speaking of Pentakill, we still have that Gnar here hanging out with Setsuko. That headliner Gnar, again, you know, just going to be here just for now. We get the Superfan buff too. So if we're going to lose, a comp like this is most likely not going to lose by all of the units. So this is another really great way to use your health as a means of economy, right? You're going to need to use a lot of it. The Heartsteel comps are like, that's the definition, using health as your economy at the beginning. But this is another kind of version to make sure that you're not losing by wipes every single round, or potentially even competing for the wins for these rounds. Lost that last one, but let's see how this Yasuo is going to deal with the rest of this comp. It's looking pretty good so far, but like I said before, this is a 3-unit loss, so Setsuko actually probably feeling pretty all right about this.
Yeah, I'm never really like happy about losses per se, but that's, you know, I'm like I hate lose streaking. I'm like
I don't have.
I don't care about the gold. Give me the wins.
My anxiety is too bad to be like a consistent lose streaker, to be honest with you. Like it's just like too much for me. You know what I mean?
Oh, I just can't stand losing. It's just, I don't know, seemingly annoying to me. I don't really, I mean, I didn't.
You learn the most in life through your losses, dude. Be more open to the experience of losing so you can also be even more open to the experience of growth and winning. How about that?
Sounds like a weird pitch for a company that you're running.
Yeah, I read it. It's an MLM, and we actually are looking for... I'm just kidding. So let's go ahead and go back to Kiyun right now. We're going to go back to some of these edgelords. 8-bits, not, you know, a lot... The Heartsteel's not actually all over the place just yet, but we have some item carries in the front line. It looks like we are investing to roll down. We are on an 8-game loss streak, 42 HP before Wolves. We finally get these upgrades going, and we do see some intention when it comes to this comp so far. Other than the fact we do have to double up a unit in that front line, we are getting to that 8-bit, like you said, Admirable.
Yeah, this is actually like a pretty common style of spot for Kiyun, who likes to pay a ton of HP early on to get a massive boost on the 3-5 and then try to like torpedo that into having a fantastic spot in the lobby. If you're Kiyun in particular, this is very common for how he will play the game. In addition to that, he's got 2 very good augments to make this happen, where you're, again, catapulting your 8-bit into being stronger, and at the same time, you're getting a ton of gold from Frequent Flyer. Now, I did mention that if you have an Econ augment on 3-2, it's not necessarily the strongest thing in the world, but you look at the HP total that has been paid by Kiyun, and I think that really speaks a lot for what's going on here. The story here is that you're powering up your 8-bit. He's now got the spatula to make an 8-bit spatula, and then at the same time now he goes, okay, since I'm going so fast on 3-5 here, I'm gonna need the extra gold. So here we are investing all the way into that. He's playing Riven Reroll this game, and we're gonna see how powerful it is. My estimation is that Riven Reroll might be one of the most powerful compositions in the game, if not the most powerful right now from, you know, a basic you can force this style of level. We're going to see if Kiyun's going to be able to follow that through.
Yeah, with the patch, you know, not, you know, completely neutering executioners, but, you know, just even though they did get nerfed, Riven was one of those comps that seemed to naturally want to come out through those nerfs to potentially be and compete as one of those powerful comps. And Riven is also can be really, really frustrating to go against. It seems unkillable. They're moving all over the place, right? And then you get that tier 3 version of it, and things seem to be going well. Now we're seeing our first pentakill executioner, Karthus's, on the other side. And now the way that Karthus works, it's going to go off of that crit strike chance. And really, the more ults that you're going to get, the better. Honestly, he's one-shotting most people anyway still. So looking at those comps, those are going to start getting a lot stronger too. Now that the 4 costs are starting to come up and start becoming the carries themselves, we're starting to swap our headliners. Let's see what's going to happen in stage 4 and our 3rd augment. But first, we got to get to Wolf's Admirable.
Yeah, this is like one of the most pivotal points of the game right now is, players, they're moving up in level on, say, 3-5 sometimes and adding another unit in play. Not necessarily doing something huge, or they're trying to rack up a bunch of gold, maybe make an impact in 4-1, or rack up even more gold and go straight to level 8 and make the most of it. With headliners, it really does change a lot of how the game can be fundamentally played because you can get such large power boosts by having 2-star 4-cost units when you roll a headliner for them. So this is like a major point of the game to see what players are going to be doing. With Ramkev's board here, it really looks like they're going to be, cooking something up here. When you have a Riven 2, when you have a Caitlyn, when you have these items and you're saving stuff, I'm really curious where he's going to go with this. Having the Gargantuan here means that Titans is going to be an even better item right now as the 3rd Titans makes its way into play. And I'd say that the smile on Ramkev's face in that photo is pretty much like what he's going for at this point. It is pretty much spot on, I'd say.
Yeah, he's the Oprah of Titans resolves right now. Right? You get a Titans, you get a Titans, you get a Titans, right? And hey, that's the same number of Titans he currently has on his board. Well, Gargantuans now, right? We're going back to Greya, who has that Ezreal too at 4-1, loses the round though against the Executioners on the other side, and that's going to be what I think a lot of people expected to see. And I think these battles are going to be what the meat of a lot of the expectations were coming into Heartsteel Cup. But we got an early Ezreal at 4-1, and it lost. How does that happen, Admirable?
Well, you have to put everything together still. I'm looking at 7 Heartsteel on the board. This is a major investment that's being made here. Your board is really not that strong. I mentioned at the start, 3 Heartsteel wasn't anything to the board. Imagine what 7 Heartsteel is to the board instead. You are really lacking a lot of ability in play to affect the board. You are investing, and you are continuing to do that until everything comes together here. This is a salvage bin as well that was taken on 3-2. This is one of the most difficult things I think to navigate in the game, is just salvage bin in general. Now, when you're combining salvage bin with a big investment and you're at 34 HP left, this gets seemingly exponentially more difficult. If you know how to do this properly, it's extremely powerful. But the moment you start to panic, it's like the world falls apart. That's happened to me a lot.
Yeah, well, in this particular comp, especially if you're going to be bouncing around a Heartsteel emblem, salvage bin just is perfect for this particular situation. And I do think this will lean into it being the correct way to go. 180 out of 200. This is assuredly going to upgrade. The Ezreal on our side is doing a little bit better, but it's going to be Ezreal versus the world with a little bit of Aphelios in between. And Greya is going to take that loss. But I also want to give some props to Greya to do this. Your first lobby of, a pretty major tournament, and you're just coming onto the scene in these tournaments. Mad props to you.
Yeah, you do what you do, all right? That's the big thing for tournaments is don't change what's going on. Continue to do what you do. That's how you got here. But boy, is that difficult to do. We saw Setsuko side with the headliner Poppy as well with Death's Defiance equipped on the Poppy. That Poppy is massive. It's going to be so difficult for players in lobby to deal with. Ramkev, meanwhile, has gone up to level 8, has improved the board a little bit, and has landed on a headliner Crowd Diver on the Zed here. This Zed is extremely powerful right now. This is already one of the strongest units that's in the game at the moment. It's just really difficult to 2-star this or find the right headliner because, well, it's a pretty highly contested thing. You can carry a lot of different AD items. Typically, you're going to want to always have a healing item on him. I don't think that the Titans is necessarily a super powerful item on him, but, for right now, it's good enough, and he's putting pressure on the rest of the lobby right now. Kiyun's still sitting on 8 of the Rivens. You see that on the bench right now. He has got to find the rest of this, or things are going to fall apart.
Yeah, that is... Now we're getting to the make-or-break moments for a couple of our comps, right? We have Heartsteel 7 going to need to stabilize at some point. Kiyun at 23 HP, the same HP as the Heartsteel 7 player while not playing Heartsteel. That's a good definition of how things have been going so far. Kiyun, though, once we get that Ribbon 3, everything can change. The tempo right now is pretty close to where it should be. You definitely want to lock in that Ribbon. at stage 5 or a little bit before it, but we still have a little bit of time. And looking at this lobby too, it's really close outside of the top 2, but that goes to show how top heavy this lobby has been so far. No one really shot out outside of Ramkev and Biri there.
Yeah, Biri's on the win streak, and that's really the one that stands out to me right now. Ramkev has just been pushing the lobby as strong as he possibly can right now. That's probably a really big reason why he has so much HP right now. That's speaking that way. If you look at the HP, honestly, most of the time it's going to speak to who was pushing the lobby at the start. I saw it Kyun, putting together the 3-star Riven there. He also bolted for the bow on the carousel there. So that was the 8-bit spatula he was able to pick up as well. With insert coin, mind you, as the first augment that he took on this one. I think Kyun's board's about to get extremely powerful. As we go back here, it's now down to 5 Heartsteel. That is 354 hearts coming up on the cash out next round. I am very excited to see how powerful this becomes, because Gray's going to need it right now. This is up against the 3-star Riven right away right now. If they can win this round, that's a big thing. But I'm looking at this right now. I don't think this is a win that's coming in.
I don't think so either. And oh man, the game putting the 2 lowest HP totals together in this round is also pretty brutal for the loser, because then the other person's just going to potentially get there. But now Voidson going to join our friends in the sub 25 category. Here's that cash out. We get another champ duplicator and a ton of gold. How are we feeling about that one, Admiral?
Well, this is insane right now. You have legendaries that you could just put together. Whenever you find one, you could just make the 2-star legendary if you want. This is huge. This was straight to level 9 on 4-6. Look at this board right now.
And it looks like a level 9 board, right? That doesn't really need that much more. Of course, we got some tier 1 units, but the important units are already upgraded. Look at the difference in tempo just in one turn on the other side. We've got an Akali, but all things are going to be on this Karthus. Because of that Shojins, we're going to get even more and more ults. And as we keep going through, those ults get a little bit more powerful, but is it going to be enough? Survives the initial ult, but the red buff is going to take him down anyway, and that's just going to be the story for Greya, I think, up until another comp can statistically come up and compete against all of these upgrades and all of this economy. And then once we get a 5-cost unit, whatever tier 2 5-cost unit that is, or if you're feeling good and for some reason you get 4 more S-reels, a tier 3 version of a 4-cost is still on the table as well.
There's 2 things I want to point out with this one. Voidson taking the big hit. That was the board that was just faced from the perspective side. Voidson has no gold and a lot of 1-star stuff. I think that at the end of the day, it's just a miss. Those games are going to happen. It is what it is. There's no way to completely negate that in TFT. Just sorry, Voidson, maybe next game. Kyun took a hit that round with 3-star Riven, but the Riven only had 2 items on board. I think he's looking for a QSS in particular with this, as we see from this perspective. Notice he's still holding on to the glove here. I think that while it's maybe wise to hold on to this, it may be a little bit tough, because you're not guaranteeing a QSS that's coming into play here. And if you don't hit it, what that means is you sacrifice X rounds of having Hand of Justice on this Riven. I don't think Hand of Justice is going to be the best one that you can possibly have here. Finds the QSS. The question is what to do with the rest of the items. The QSS is a massive difference here. But the big question to me is, how much was it worth sacrificing those value rounds that you could have had for an item? Because Kyun sacked all the HP to get to this point as quickly as possible. And that's what really starts to change my mind a little bit, is how much did you pay to make something like this happen? A lot of times it is worth it, but sometimes it isn't. And I think that's really the tough part and the nuance of TFT, is when is it worth it and when is it not?
I mean, that's real life too, right? Anytime you invest any type of money, you know what I mean? Like, the vibes actually just are important when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? And so I think that really helps with some of these greater players in terms of their consistent success. And that was not even close. And it's the big difference too, when you're looking at Riven with or without a QSS. Sometimes even a Riven 3 without a QSS might as well be a training W because of all the CC, right? Doesn't do anything, barely attacks, gets 1 ult and goes down. But with this QSS, all of a sudden that Riven can take care of herself and do what she needs to do to get through that front line and eventually make it into that back line. Because if she gets to that back line, it's over, right? It's pretty much done and dusted. You could kind of say the same thing about Zed here. So Ramkev, the Oprah of Titans Resolves right now was sitting at 91 HP not too long ago, but has taken some pretty big losses. And it's because this board has not really been upgraded since the last time we were here.
Yeah, I mean, Ramkev basically invested stage 4 into getting to level 9. And that's really what the entirety of this was right now. He's at 6 Crowd Diver, and he's going to continue to roll and find the upgrades to try and power up this board. 6 Crowd Diver is very powerful when it comes down to it. And I expect Ramkev to still have a decent placement of this one. He's probably not in a win-out angle for the lobby, but it's definitely powerful right now. And I think with the amount of HP he has left, he's looking at a very easy secure top 4 because the rest of the players in the lobby, some of them have 1 hit left, and then they're out of the lobby right now. That's, you know, pretty much where I'd say if you're 11 or lower, that's the spot that you're at right now. We saw Voisin, for instance, take 11 damage in the round that they got hit on 5-1. So for, you know, 11 or lower, you're probably on the 1 HP left sort of spot. And then for Setsuko, for Greya, you know, maybe you're on 2 left, but sometimes you can be on 1 from that one too. It just depends on how bad the loss was going to be from that one. Everyone right now is just trying to finish with their boards and make the most of it at this point. The game has, you know, been set pretty much from the beginning of that. It's everything that comes before this that really shows you where the game is going to be at, and the rest of it is, you know, clapping your hands and praying to Mort.
Yeah, pretty quick lobby, to be completely honest, with these HP totals, especially at 5-3, and like 4 people that can technically be 3 people that can be eliminated. But this was quick. By the time I finished my sentence, the round was over. But just like you said, though, right? Like 49, 41, 28. That just goes to show how important it is, especially if you know maybe the line you're going to take isn't necessarily a traditional like lobby winning comp, right? When you have like a 30 to 40 HP lead over like the 3rd place, you know that you're going to be able to lose that HP, potentially just fall into the top 4 pretty comfortably. And that does seem like it could potentially happen here. For example, if Greya and Hiyu go up against each other in the next round, one of them will be eliminated, right?
Yeah, Doge getting knocked out here in 7th as well. You know, again, not the start of the day that you're picturing when it comes into this one, but, you know, Doge had to qualify through week 1 as well. So a lot of preparation done on 2 different patches that goes into that one as well. That can certainly throw things a little bit of a mix. A lot of preparation work to done on the last one, and now a lot of preparation work to done on this one. It's just a lot of work that people are asking for. Berry, meanwhile, we're seeing the executioners pop up, but this definitely has a big focus on finding the 3 stars. It's Samira is a really big one in this one, and then Vex is going to be really big as well. So you try to buy these 3-cost units to filter out what's here, but now the question is, do you keep chasing down the Amumu, or when do you get desperate and just try to get the Vex as quickly as possible? But we're still missing an item on Vex here, and then we're still missing a 3-star on the front line. But with 3 combat augments, your team tends to be pretty powerful, and honestly, this is about where I would expect this to be if you're connecting a good number of your units.
Okay, so admirable approved so far. Let's see if that's going to continue being the case as we keep moving it through, and we're going to see what was traditional. Like, I think last patch, this is what we expected from a lot of these players that's happening on both sides. We have executioners, but one side has those tier 3 units, and we've got that tier 3 Samira. So Samira's not actually someone that we have talked a lot about. We briefly touched on Country, but that's been more about the Katarina angle, but we're seeing the executioner Samira here instead.
Yeah, Samira is a unit that pretty much you have to have the direction for. It's not one that you just like want to stick on your board, you know, like putting Samira in for the traits. Yeah, it seems a little bit far-fetched right now. You're like, oh yeah, I really wanted to splash in 3 Country on 5-6. Like it's just not really the way that she works. It's either you're going Country or you're going executioners. And if it's not one of those two, she really doesn't touch the board here. But we're getting into spots now again where rounds mean everything on this one. Look at how big the boards are for where we're at right now. Like, these are not weak boards as we're getting into 5-6 right now. And some of them are still getting crushed by the top end.
Yeah, I think there are a couple eliminations that could potentially happen in this round. I'm looking at the Greya round on the left side. The Ezreal survives with just a little bit of shielding, but then eventually does get taken down by that misfortune, and we do have an elimination, and that elimination is going to surprise a lot of people. We spoke about how great they are. This, of course, doesn't take anything away from it, but what I think it does do, which is, I think, the biggest consequence of this particular result, it does give hope, a little bit more hope to everyone else. And when you come in dominating, you do that domination, people start kind of mentally breaking apart, but now everyone has that hope they can compete, and now Setsuko's let that door continue to be open. Let's see if he's going to be able to shut it at some point during the weekend. But it's just the first game, it's just the first lobby. It doesn't really mean much right now, but it could mean just a little bit of a, hey, there you go, buddy, for some other people not named Setsuko. Let's see where this dragon's going to take us now, too. So, you know, weird for some Smurf account, right? Going to pick up a couple units. What items are we really looking for right now? We've got a couple carries already in the backline. We also have that emo Ziggs now as we go over to Greya's side.
Yeah, I wanted to say that on the side we were just looking at the perspective of it. You have your carry stack, get some frontline items or support items. That's the best you can do. I do want to combat the Setsuko point, though. Many sets ago, Setsuko was a player that was called a 1st or 8th playstyle. I always was of the thought, like, if you can get this like a 1st or 5th playstyle, you're like one of the best players in the world and no one's going to stop you. That's pretty much where he's gotten to at this point. He is very much like a 1st or 5th playstyle now. He can tick that number of the 1st or 8th just wherever the best place that he could possibly get on this one. If you go look at his LOL chest, for instance, and you look at his finishes, it's a lot of number 1s and a lot of number 5s that are sitting in those previous 20 games. It is truly a marvel to watch something like that. As now we're seeing Brea just continue to have this win streak. Force Smurf account, this is a pentakill. This is a pentakill style game. Very often you're going to find yourself in top 4. This lobby is extremely powerful right now for where the top end is actually capping at, though. If pentakill cannot do the same, it's really going to find itself in these style of positions. I think a strong game from Weird, all things considered. Where Lab Biri now, this is taken such a powerful spike from where it was just a moment ago. 1 additional item onto a Vex, as well as a 3-star Vex, adds so much power to this board. It is so much different than this was just 2 rounds ago.
Honestly, I think if we pick up that Amubu in the next round, that's another huge get. And let's see if we're going to be able to take down this board, which has been feeding off of that Heartsteel trait, continuing getting that economy. And unfortunately, it looks like that backline is not going to be around for much longer. And that is a huge loss. That's all of that HP and Brea, right at 14 HP on that payout, making sure that you're doing something with it. Now we have a top 2.
Yeah, you're in stage 6, so I'd say that 14 health and going down there, that's going to seem pretty common for a spot like that. For Ramkev, this is an interesting spot right now. His board isn't it's not flashy looking, but he has 6 Crowd Diver in play with straight up combat augments across the board. And 6 Crowd Diver is not an easy thing to get. This doesn't just come about. You have to hit like a headliner Zed or a headliner Kiana. Everyone's taken Zed, okay? It's really tough to hit a headliner Zed because there's just not that many left in the pool. He's got it here, but golly, the other side is so stacked. Emo 6 is nothing to joke about.
No, not at all. And the thing about this Zed, I think he's had a tier 2 Zed since 4-1. Be honest with you, but this is, I think, going to be more of a coronation than anything else with this comp from Brea, and I think that's going to be pretty common throughout the day, to be completely honest with everybody. I think we're going to see a lot of people take a ton of HP at the early parts of the lobbies, and then the lobby will slow down, start really shrinking, and end up in this situation, I think, the majority of the time. Thieves Clubs, amazing late game item, just an extra component potentially, and an item to put on a unit that normally might not have that, and any extra power is going to be great. I don't know if it's going to be enough to overcome whatever Brea has. In my opinion, almost a tier 3 unit needs to pop up for Brea, and that's for Ramkev, and that doesn't seem like it's going to be in the books right now. But let's see if things might happen. You never know when you press go. That 1 out of 10 times of Ramkev doing something crazy and winning that round could happen, but the stats are definitely not in his favor.
Yeah, I just don't think it's here this game. Honestly, a second place from this spot is pretty fantastic, all things considered. Yeah. Ramkev preserved a ton of HP, which led to a ton of gold being captured as well. And I think a second place here is one of the best things you can expect. Heartsteel is going to cap higher than everything else in the game. You're literally investing no combat into having something overall. So when you put the best players in these kinds of spots, yeah, they're going to continue to tend to dominate with Heartsteel traits that way. That's why they're so good, is they can turn compounding interest into something immensely powerful. They know how to do that. This is going to win a lot this weekend. Do not sweat it too much, because you know what else is going to do? It's going to lose a lot this weekend. Players are going to chase this down, and frankly, I think they're going to play it too much. And when you play it too much, that really drags down everyone who's trying to play Heartsteel, except the one who's able to cash out their ticket. So that's really the thing to look at. Is this worth it in lobbies where multiple people are doing it? That's just a tough call to make, and I don't have an answer for you.
Honestly, Admirable, in previous tournaments, when things are this good, there have been times where everyone just on at least this day, not tomorrow, right? Finals is going to be a little bit different, I think, in stats, but on day 3, where a lot of people played Kai'Sa, ended up holding hands in the bot 4 when Kai'Sa was really good back in the last set, right? So it is something that could potentially happen, but we're going to be closing up this lobby right here and right now. That Zed's not going to last much longer. We're going to see a nice little legend screen. This one's one of my favorites. And that's going to be the end of the lobby. So, I mean, Ramkev played that really well from the top, right? It's hard to lead from, it's hard to lead from pole to pole, right? From beginning to end. And he pretty much did that all the way up until literally the very end. But that's a really great example of someone playing their outs, not really forcing anything super crazy to try to prove anything. That was just a really good example of really clean and polished TFT.
Yeah, don't forget that Ramkev has been a world's competitor, and for Gray on this one, they took a couple sets off, and now they're back with racking up big challenger scores again. So not surprising to see them take a first place in this lobby here, and I can't wait to see for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and props to Greya coming in strong, getting Setsuko in the lobby. It doesn't matter. We're gonna get second, or we're gonna win the lobby because of that Heartsteel cash out. So pretty good one for that first go around. Ramkev playing well, but Greya with that Heartsteel doing a little bit better. We're gonna tell you what happened in those other lobbies and come through with the second one ourselves as well after the break. So stick around. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to Heartsteel Cup. Man, game number 1 just wrapped. And yes, Kiyun died in bot 4. And I don't know to who. There's just so much going on. But at least we matched the theme. A lot of Heartsteel in Heartsteel Cup, Crowin. That is still the opening du jour.
Hey, Toronto Tokyo was the prophet at the top of days, said, you know what, I hope Mortdog blesses me with some Heartsteel, because we're going to see Heartsteel winning lobbies, and yes, we did indeed. And it's really fascinating because, right, you're talking about Kyun, bot 4ing that game. I know he kind of lowered a little bit there, but still getting a composition like 6 8-bit online, getting Riven 3, getting a Viego 2 with 8-bit emblem, like that is the recipe you need for that composition to work. But there were still just so many other really strong compositions, especially with people like, who are top 3. Gray, Red, Kevin, Berry just had some really, really strong comps.
Oh, everyone wants to be Gray after how that lobby went. And let's take a look at the leaderboard in case you missed out on what everybody ran and who placed where. Gray at the very top, the ultimate cash out on Heartsteel Rose. That must have been overwhelming. It's such a difficult spot to be in when you're just being rained on with golden items and you're trying to figure out what to do and when.
Heartsteel is one of those traits that I feel like has such a high skill ceiling, and that it is so difficult to kind of know a specific train of thought when you are getting all the glitters as gold. So I think there was a moment where I looked at what Gray was doing with the cash out and went, this is so slow. What is happening
This is so
here?
slow.
Like,
Go,
are
go,
you
go,
gonna
go.
make it? Like, are you okay? And obviously they are very, very fine and it works out. But I couldn't be me. I get really dizzy when I look at my Heartsteel cash outs.
No, I get dizzy sometimes too. Heartsteel cash outs, like, oh, there's so much resources. I have to pivot my whole board. I have to now process everything that I've gotten. It's a lot. It's a lot, but Gray able to make it work.
Yeah, and we, namely you, were a big fan of Ramkev's execution because he was cooking with some Olaf Gargantuan Resolve, and we thought if this guy doesn't go top 4, there is something wrong. And then he ended up with Gargantuan Resolve Zed, which is not super common.
Yeah, actually, Remkev's spot in the early game was so good. It was you see Olaf at 2-1 or even 1-4 whatever before PvP rounds, you click it. That's just, you're never gonna pass that unless you see something like a Heartsteel Cassante first. Had the Gargantuan offered on Olaf, that is one of the best openers you can have. He was able to, I believe, 10 streak with it, at least 8 streak the first few stages of combat. And from his spot, I was like, okay, Ramkev is probably going to go into a reroll melee line, like probably a Yone. Yone with Gargantuan, super good. Double Titans, which he had, like, oh, it makes a lot of sense. But Ramkev was actually so far in the lead that he was still able to just tempo into level 8 and find a headliner Zed. We're talking about that, like, oh, we're gonna see so much Zed usually around Heartsteel, but Ramkev found one and said, hey, I can just go 6 Crowd Diver actually, and I can have these double Titans on my Zed, be able to duo carry a Viego as well, and just had that be super strong. And didn't win the lobby, could have if Gray didn't have such a big Heartsteel game, but still really well played by Ramkev to get that second place.
And Rose, we thought that like melee comps, melee carries were gonna just dominate everything. And with Executioner 6 getting nerfed in the patch, we weren't sure how that was gonna do. But Biri proved to us just how good 6 Executioner could be with Samira and Vex.
I was so surprised seeing the Executioner get picked so early there by Biri. Ended up choosing Exposed Weakness as the very first augment, but Biri was in a great spot for it. You saw that they were able to get the Twitch, the Vex, the Pantheon, as well as the Amumu super early. And I'm like, oh my god, you could high roll 3-2, just get Twin Terror and show us what you got. And still we're able to get the 3-star for the Vex, the Samira, and the Twitch. And so Executioners are still super strong, and was even contested by a couple of other people in the lobby where you just had sprinkles of Executioner for like Setsuko's board, or not Setsuko, sorry, but Force and Smurf account's board and Void Sid's board.
No, I think that was a really well played game by Biri. I think not many people would play that same game the same way. Especially when it came to, there were 6 Twitches on the board, one was headliner, but Biri eventually ended up selling that Twitch headliner and finding Samira Executioner and getting Samira 3, and that was really one of the big reasons why Biri was able to propel into that top 3 situation. Ended up getting a Twitch 3 anyway though, but that 6 Executioners with Exposed Weakness is still very strong.
And here are the standings of how all of our 64 players have done in their very first game. That one is not a good one. One means you went 8th, and Toronto Tokyo interview div. What happened?
Oh no.
Rose, we were hyping him up.
Oh no.
And what the dog doing? Dog got 7th.
I don't know. Doge, I'm excited to see like what's gonna happen with this player, because they were the player that snuck in through tiebreakers. 4-way contested at 28 points for day number 2. So I want to see if there is more to this player that we get a chance to see throughout the day. I'm so sad to see Toronto Tokyo in that 8th place spot heading into our very second game of the day, but there's also a couple of other players that are sort of on the outside looking in right now that you might not expect. Kiyun, Weishin Iverson, Rainplosion, Setsuko, Chrome, those were names that we looked at and are like, oh, easily final lobby material.
Oh, 100%. And they still could be, right? It is just one
Time to
game. Yeah, time to panic. Mental is shattered. If you go bot 4 in game 1, your whole tournament is just over. No, we've seen players come back from these kind of spots before, but it is still like, didn't expect, players like this to go bot 4, in their first game. Tokyo especially is like feeling pretty confident coming into today. Is saying, maybe he didn't get blessed by Heartsteel. Maybe no Heartsteel means that, you go away from his spot. No, but there's still a lot of very obviously recognizable players amongst the whole field, right? And there's only so many spots to, get the top 4 in any single game. There's still a lot of very, very exciting names on this list as well as we reach into the top 32.
Soju, Spicy, Appies, Robin Songs, a ton of people are having good games. And hey, even the people that got 5 points, that's a top 4. I'm wearing my Aegon slippers, so there's good luck on this side being channeled. And Crowan, you're obviously happy with the top 4. And look, this is the important page. 8 points means
VIP.
You got first place. And of course, I was locked in, Crowan, in that last game.
You are locked in. 11 VIP. Love that. A lot of great names up here on the top of the list. Prestevent, I think people have been speaking his praises of just being such an improved player in the past 2 sets of TFT. So being able to get a first place in this lobby, really, really great. Did already qualify from ladder, so doesn't even need this to make regionals, but still is like not just a ladder beast. I am also tournament beast too. And I kind of love that storyline coming to fruition for so many of these players time and time again.
ITFT, me beast. Is me beast. Me beast is the new flavor of the day. I was watching a lot of Lobby 6. That's Soju's lobby. Soju ended up actually getting 3rd with Disco TF. So that was really cool to see if TF could be a potential carry heading through the rest of the day. I think what I was really excited about though was KarimX actually got first with Kale reroll, and then Kimberly got second with Jax. So like some really interesting stuff that happened in that game, and I think that means we're in for a real treat looking at what everybody else might be playing today.
Ooh, Crowan, is so amazing to see. It's not always the same comp getting into the top 4. We're seeing Caitlyn viable, we're seeing Jax reroll viable, and the patch kind of really amplified sort of the lower comps to be playable.
100%, especially if you say that Twisted Fate Disco is back on the menu for a top 4. Like, that's how we're in a pretty good patch right now. So, shout out to the balance team on this one. There's a lot of stuff that is really good. There still is some outliers, people being like, oh, Heartsteel is a little bit too strong, Heartsteel are gonna win the games. But I think in a meta like that, it's really a testament to how can you find a way into the top 4, maybe winning lobbies outside of that one outlier line. Is it going to be finding a kill reroll? Is it going to be finding the Jax? And Jax, one of the ones I'm not sure would pop up, but even seeing that go into a second place is really, really promising, I think, for this weekend in this meta.
And for to ask the theme, right, of Heartsteel Cup, playing Heartsteel, losing, it sucks, but it is a viable strategy. But how viable is it, Crowan, with the loss streak changes? How much does it hurt now to loss streak?
Yeah, well, definitely more than before. You're not going to get as much gold just full loss streaking. You're even going to be better off sometimes just like win loss, and preserving a little bit more HP. Although, back to the theme, if you have Heartsteel in it, full loss streak is going to be pretty okay. Especially if you're raising the stakes there. But yeah, you're generally going to have less value than before.
Well, someone who hates raising the stakes is one of our casters. Game 2 is ready to go, so let's go check in with Boop and Admirable.
Oh my god, targeting penalty from Jen Lemon Kiwi for Shen over there, my friends. All right, folks, it's going to be at Lobby 2. It's Boop and Admiral back at it again, and we've got another game for you. So looking at that last game, looking at the standings and stuff, anything surprising for you so far, Admiral? For me, not so much.
It's game 1 right now. The only thing that would be surprising to me would be, I guess, I keep trying to think of anything that would be surprising. Nothing would be surprising right now. It's game number 1, all right? We're setting the standard right now. It's like you're getting the canvas and you're figuring out what tools you want to use for it at this point. The only thing that would be surprising is if I raise the stakes. Taking a look at this lobby right now, we have a former world champion in this one and someone who looks like they're on their way to become a world champion with how Malala's season has been. My goodness. I mean, how could you not talk about Malala anytime that he's anywhere near a lobby at the moment? This has been easily one of the most dominant performances we have ever seen in a tournament scene for a set.
Well, what's also really cool about it is that like we actually got to see Malala grow too. I remember being at Vegas and like talking to him about how he's choked in the past, and if he just stopped choking in the last lobby, because he always made top 8, right, or top 16, and was never able to actually cross the finish line. And what we also get to see is what happens when like a monkey gets off your back. We saw it with Setsuko. It took a while for him to win his first event, and when he did, it was nothing from there on out, right? So it's just really, really, really cool to just see the natural progression of someone who started in things way back in the day like Fight Night and then come all the way through and win something like the Vegas Open. Those stories don't happen every day, and we're just so lucky to have that kind of thing happen for us in TFT. Also, Malala's just a good dude, so I'm just like really happy that, you know, I love it when good things happen to good people, you know?
I like it when terrible things happen to good people. You
That's
know
a really
me.
messed up thing to say.
Nobody
Why
likes
would you
that.
admit that on air. That's so funny. Well, let's talk about it. Anything terrible making you excited right now on
No,
and on the screen?
nothing at all. You know, I want to take a look at Tempest Life right now for a bit. You know, this is a player that's been you know, fighting their way through tournaments for a bit, and then sometimes just seemingly take some time off. Like, yeah, I can't really play this set or what have you, and has yet to really have like huge finishes or stuff, but has been qualifying for tournaments. I'd say since about set 5 at this point. For Malala, though, again, like, it's so hard not to touch on the tournament stuff here, but I really want to touch on the point you had about just growing as a player. I think this is one of the toughest things in TFT, and I think it is one of the biggest improvements you can make, is just finding that difference between realizing that tournaments can make you nervous and that tournaments, well, frankly, don't have the same impact as that used to. You know, I was actually able to talk with Malala before this tournament, and they said that they felt like this season, having the success they've had, has really taken a lot of pressure off their shoulders, where they're like, I've proven that I can win. I've proven that I can actually be here and beat everybody else. But at the same time, it's kind of adding like almost a different pressure where, well, now you feel like you're supposed to win. And I'm like, wow, is this like a never-ending cycle that's taking place right now? You don't have to do anything. You have to show up and play. The whole point of a tournament setting, ultimately at the end of the day, is to enjoy yourself. It's very difficult to do because, you know, for a lot of players, what they enjoy is pushing themselves to the maximum limit right now. I think Malala is enjoying that, but at the same time, it's like, you know, to take a little bit more pressure off your shoulders, man. I mean, my gosh, like how much TFT do you have to win to really push everybody away?
Yeah, well, and I think that just goes to show how like individually he just thinks about success, right? You do kind of have to have that mindset, I think, to be an elite person in any type of field, let alone sports, TFT, or even business, right? But just mad props from Malala, because I also have to give props to that study group too, because I was seeing them in Vegas. They were like breaking it down during the Madian concert, just like all together. Like they were a really great vibe, and like to have that type of support and that type of just freedom to be you around the people that you spend the most time with is something that I'm sure he really, really appreciates. And his friends, when he won, that reaction to was one of the best experiences I had while I was in Vegas. But no, we know a lot about Malala. We also know a lot about this guy, Replay, who was on Don't Talk If You Don't Know, and actually specifically said that he was very excited the patch did not change much, because he's always like that. But, you know, anyway, before a tournament, you don't want to change many things. The prep that you have going in before it, especially before that patch, can still apply to this particular group. And another thing he did, he was the only person who voted in that ranking system to put himself at #1. So I also really like the confidence.
I think this kind of person he is he understands exactly where his understanding and his preparation for things are going to be, but at the same time, I think he does want to put on a bit of a show, which honestly is something I kind of like about Replay, is that he doesn't mind the entertaining portion of it either. I think he enjoys it quite a bit, at least for the most part. You know, sometimes I think it can be a little bit stale if you're doing it for too long in a row, but I digress. The point about Replay I think that you're making is that he certainly is somebody I think that strives when there's more to learn. The more information that you can kind of sponge in and then keep, the better he's going to get at the game. And that's something that not everybody's going to do. Some players are much better when the patch is new and there's more innovative things and you have to make a lot more guesses as to about what's going on. I think Replay is pretty much the opposite of that. I think he's going to function a lot better when you have to know everything, because he'll keep all that information in his head. And that's just the kind of player he is. Like, I watch him play chess as well at times, and he's doing the speed chess where you have like 60 seconds, and then he'll make huge blunders, and he'll go, oh, wait a second, and then he'll go back and look at it, and then he doesn't really make that blunder again. That's just the kind of person he is once he learns something, he learns it, and then he can implement it very well. He's going to keep that info, and it's going to be tough if you're competing against him.
Yep, I totally agree. Another really cool thing about this lobby specifically is we had like Setsuko in the last one. I would say in terms of just like the second generation and past of like community of TFT, a lot of those people are here. You got the Lab, you got Casper, you got Malala. I mean, Replay came through later on, right? And then we have Lil Kahuna, who in my opinion has the best social media profile in all of TFT, personally. But, you know, and I also want to talk a little bit about JD. So JD is actually something that when you know JD, all of their friends say how good JD is, right? Everyone that they work around, everyone that interacts with JD says like JD is a pretty good player and it is potentially on tap to be one of those players to have a breakout today. That's definitely one of my dark horses throughout the entire weekend. This weekend is JD Zielinski. Now, we're on our carousel, Admirable, and you have already talked about how you are addicted to sadness and how that makes you happy, right? Let's try to
No,
try to
I've never
change the
talked about
narrative,
that.
right? I mean, I'm putting words in your mouth because they're true. So let's go ahead and go and talk about what's the future hold. Is it going to be happiness? Is it going to be terror? Is it just going to be consistency, right? This first carousel, what does it lend itself to in terms of strategy?
Well, this is like where I think a lot of the stage gets set. You know, everyone's kind of looking for that perfect item that they can put together. But sometimes putting together your best item actually isn't necessarily a good idea because you have other items that you need to deal with. So sometimes when you have a bunch of items that you have to scrap together and make something out of, it's better to actually like delay your best item so that you can keep using the rest of the pieces that are in play. Sometimes it's really difficult to do that. Like for instance, when you have bow, chain, glove, this is really tough to use all three of these items without, you know, killing some items that could be really important to what you want to play. And so for DK here, he's really trying to figure out like how on earth am I going to do this at the moment? We're talking, you look at this right now. This has been 11 gold, no streak that's going on, up to level 5, no items crafted. What the heck's going on here, Boop? This is very unusual to see something like this.
Yeah, and we're trying to compensate for that because of this augment choice, right? It's spoils, so like we're trying to
Why you build items?
Try to like find these moments, right? But unfortunately, we haven't quite done it. The scavenger hunt is still going on. Are we going to raise the stakes? Admirable, you literally said earlier you have never raised the stakes ever, right? So what does that lend itself in terms of strategy here? Because obviously, Replay is doing something similar.
Well, there's only one time you can raise the stakes, and it's lose streaking. If you're winning, raising the stakes is a bad idea. Full stop. It just reduces the amount of things that you get. So I guess if you want to have less gold and make your spot tougher to win, yeah, sure. I mean, it's a great time to raise the stakes and get less stuff. But I digress. If you're trying to build up something huge and have a major swing, that's when you raise the stakes. For Replay right here, Heartsteel's in play because Heartsteel's a very powerful thing. But ultimately, there is a Headliner Vi that's on Mosher right now. Headliner Vi is extremely powerful on stage 2, and sometimes it can be powerful through stage 3. It just depends on the strength of the lobby. But right now, he is strictly looking for wins. That's what he's hunting down right now. 30 gold, level 5, strong units in play with a potential to go, one way or the other. You can go for heavy investment, play for Temple. This is a 2-star set that Replay has on the front line. It's a massive board that's in play. When you're at 30 gold with that much gold on your board, that's a really big thing to talk about. As we go over to Casper's side, for instance, very different kind of story. This is a strong frontliner that's here, but really not a lot of damage to back this up. Casper's going to be looking for something bigger for Heartsteel in play with a Heartsteel headliner. Casper's going to try to cook something up this game.
Needs a set, and someone else has a set 2 already, which is probably mad frustrating for this particular board. And the other thing too is like you do want to get that Heartsteel 5. Like now is kind of the time, right? You want to get it like maybe towards this augment. Stage 3 is going to be where a lot of people like doing it. So when they get to Wolves, you have 2 rounds to work with your Heartsteel cash out. That's something that a lot of people like having. So let's see if we're going to be able to do that. We don't just passively land on that set, so we're going to be sticking on Heartsteel 4. When does this start becoming an issue, right? When it comes to staying on 4, not reaching 5?
Well, I think HP is going to be really the telling point of this. I think that Casper was in a spot where you can't really afford to continue to move up with HP. As Hanako, she's hit a Jinx 3 now. As we start moving through these punk rerolls, this is a 5-loss streak. And moving through with this now, this is a pretty big spike, all things considered. I mean, I know this took like a pretty rapid turn, but this is a huge spike in how powerful this board was. Hanako, she's going to start winning rounds pretty much outright. This is not a Jinx that's messing around right now. Rageblade plus Giant Slayer is a ton of damage.
Yeah, you know, some people might say, oh, putting Giant Slayer on early, you're not going to get the maximum stat value of it. But, you know, sometimes if you know you're going to build it on later, you know that lobbies are going to get pretty beefy later on. Just slam it because you know you're going to have it. Because you have those components, especially on this particular portal where you're getting gold for it. That's going to incentivize you a little bit more. Vampirism, Last Stand, and You Have My Bow. These are pretty good choices, if I say so myself.
Wow. Honestly, I'm not sure if Vampirism or Last Stand is going to be better right now. Riri plays at 88 HP. So if you don't intend on sacking some rounds, Vampirism might actually be the better choice than Last Stand. And for Last Stand, honestly, if you don't intend on sacking rounds, I think is almost certainly the better choice for this one right now. It's because when you get to that later stage, you're going to have this massive fallback where suddenly your board just catapults forward. For Vampirism, it's definitely good and it'll get stronger as the stages go on, but I think that really speaks to the testament of how confident Replay is in his ability to outright win this game, or at least be in contention for winning it at that point. That is something that is outrageously powerful if you're in a lobby where players are frankly kind of tied for how good your board is.
Outrageous as well. You know, the other outrageous thing about it is just the fact on like how a lot of these players are able to just like see that in front of them, right? I don't think, especially in tournament settings, especially on the first day, sometimes you have to warm up, but it's nice to see that Replay is finding these opportunities and going there. We're going to be back on Malala now, and Hanako too. And Hanako, she was able to get that Jinx, like you said, with the Rage Blade. Some people say Rage Blade's a little bit of a bait on the Jinx. I think Rage Blade is I think the favorite item of almost everybody ranked diamond on below to put on literally anyone on anything, right? You know, a person attack fast, but you know, sometimes it can be a bait. And I think that actually is worth talking about right now, because you know, why is that the case, Admirable? Why sometimes is Rage Blade not the answer on people that it could seem a little bit more obvious on, like auto attack based carries?
It depends on how fast the fight's going to end. If you're on a team where the fight's going to end relatively fast, you don't have time for Rage Blade to really take its value. But if you're on a team where you are relying on this one unit to really get the job done, Rage Blade certainly gets a lot better. It doesn't want to auto attack, and if your units take a long time casting, or say that maybe they're melee units and have to walk around a lot, that's not a good time for Rage Blade. On the Jinx there, though, I honestly would be a little bit surprised if Rage Blade wasn't built. Maybe it's not built yet, but building Rage Blade, it's just a great way to enhance what Jinx is going to do. She's not casting, and all of her damage is going to be focused on auto attacks.
All right, let's take a look at this board now, too. We're back to Malala, the Vegas Open KDH Cup champion. Not technically, is undefeated in North American events so far this year when it comes to the circuit. So let's see if Malala's going to be able to do just that. Malala now going to go straight for that bow, and it's nice to have 4 extra gold to go along with it as well. But this is looking like a Senna reroll. Caitlyn looks like it's going to come back through as well, which we haven't actually gotten to see on stream just yet. So do you want to give us just like a basic what we might see with this particular comp?
So ramping rhythm is certainly something that's kind of, I think, jumped into the highlight with what's going to end up going on here. And center reroll is actually something I have not been able to experience very much yet. So I'm kind of curious exactly what it ends up looking like. The numbers on
all right.
Excuse me, I cut out there for a moment.
Yeah, no worries.
The numbers on Ramping Rhythm look very strong, and I would be kind of surprised to see this not do well with the spot that it's in. I think the spot it would be just, if it just totally failed. I think that's where this composition perhaps wouldn't be looking good on right now. But wow, I was very surprised to see when I looked this up real quick. This was a 3.99 to have on 3-2 with this kind of style of focused comp. That is very surprising to me. I was unaware of that.
Ooh, we're starting to tier 3 our units too on Hanake's board, and this is a pretty good timing. This is where that comp is going to find its biggest advantages, is going to be through stage 3 and part of stage 4. Once we hit stage 5, the 4-cost carries start becoming a little bit more powerful. The Karthuses will get that ult off, and it hits that Jinx. That becomes, all of a sudden, that Jinx becomes significantly more vulnerable. But as of right now, I am not worried about Hanako and her lobby just yet. It's going to be around the end of stage 4 where more decisions are going to have to come through on how to run that rapid-fire Jinx comp, along with some of those punks, right? Anyway, I just wanted to do that. Now we're back to Casper Wu in the back line. We've got that Shojins and red buff. We know where that's going to go eventually, but we still, look at this, only have 4 Heartsteel.
Yeah, this is a raise the stakes on a 9-loss streak on 3-6 on level 7 with a pile of gold that's going on right now. Casper needs to be scouting around and make sure that he's not getting trapped by somebody with a weak enough board that can actually lose to this. If he wins around here, that's like the worst circumstance that can happen while the raise the stakes are going on. You lose just so much of the progress you put in, that it's like, well, now what do I do? This is a disaster. It's kind of like, you know, I don't want to say it's like losing the game, but it's kind of like losing the game, honestly. It's just really that bad. And so you can get out of it at times, but it's extremely difficult to do. Casper now falls down to 23 HP on a 10-loss streak. He still has one more round to play on Raise the Stakes. 67 gold. What on earth is going on here? This is such low life total Casper's going to have.
I completely agree with you, Admirable. The other scary thing is, like, we saw how advantageous Gria having 2 rounds to deal with this cash out was for that particular board. To be able to go at your own pace is really great, but we're going to get to test the mettle of Casper here once this cash out goes through. Really unfortunate he wasn't able to get 5 Heartsteel online. Those hearts would be more significant. Potentially, we would have more health as well, but with the 4 Heartsteel, this is going to be where we're at. We have one more round to go. That one doesn't count, folks. Super curious on what this cash out is going to end up being, because we've sacked a ton of HP at Heartsteel. There is a bunk cash out that I think could potentially happen here, but we have the setup for a pivot already on the board. So it does look like Casper does have a specific couple directions that he's going to be okay with going based on where this cash out is going.
Yeah, a couple things I want to focus on for this real quick is, number one, Casper's a player that tends to have a ton of knowledge under his belt, but he will play some wacky stuff at times. If stuff's like very powerful and he has a spot for it, he's going to go that way. I think of his Heart of Hearts, that Heartsteel is something that he definitely is going to try to chase down when the moment calls for it. Oh, big round here, though, as he's going up against Replay. But that set 2, I think, is enough to really make sure that Casper's going to end up losing this round. So I digress. Casper, at the same time, is a player that I don't really think gets nervous in terms... Wait a second. Oh my gosh, Casper's going to win the round.
Are we okay? Oh my, oh no. You have never hated winning more in your life than right now. Well, I guess there was something earlier this week. But anyway, but Casper now is going to get his cash out neutered, played 4 Heartsteel the whole time, now also has to deal with a prismatic augment, right? With 23 HP at the end. So everyone on the sole basis of getting that prismatic augment got stronger, right? Allegedly. And now the advantage that we would have gotten even from a full Heartsteel cash out isn't as big as it could have been. This is potentially, I would probably define this as worst case scenario.
That is a disaster. Like I am not sure that he has enough resources to really climb out of this. You know, he's not even taking the rapid fire Caitlyn because it's not enough to make something of it. So this is like, I think, the kind of direction you have to go right now. This is just good enough at the moment, but he took the strongest augment he could take, I think, from damage wise, which was just the Jeweled Lotus. You know, granted, 40% of the time this doesn't do anything. It increases your critical strike chance by 40%. But the whole point of all of this was to get that major cash out and then have the resources to push forward. That loss to Replay muted almost all of that progress, it felt like. At this point, it's just he's at 23. Really tough round, and I think that's going to spell out a bottom 2 for Casper here.
I agree with you. I think it's going to take a lot to recover from this. This is rough. You know, based on what you said earlier, Admirable, on how much you appreciate sadness. Casper's probably your favorite player right now. But you know, I also feel that Casper again, really great guy, great in the community, right? And whenever this happens, just feels really bad. But you know, for Casper right now, I genuinely think the best way to go about this is to call a mulligan, right? Pretend this game doesn't, like, it didn't exist. We have 4 more lobbies to go. There is ample time to come back from this. So you know, he's not out just yet. You never know what might happen. We're getting the roll down now from Malala, and we have some free rolls as well because of that prismatic ticket. And this is a really good example of what I was talking about when it came to that Heartsteel cash out being neutered just by this augment, right? Now everyone is getting an opportunity to find resources, just like Malala is, those resources being those free rerolls and getting to that set of 3 when, if that prismatic augment didn't come through, Casper might have gotten an extra round or 2. Fascinating how that all works out.
Yeah, and I was talking about in the first game how much different it is to take econ augments early versus later on. But for Malala, this kind of fit right into the spot that you needed it to right now, which is like, you have to hit this set of 3 or everything's going to go to disaster. Now with this set of composition, what I'm looking at is that you tend to roll quite a bit of gold in the hunt for stuff. And again, this kind of protects you from getting unlucky and just not hitting your stuff. But at the same time, it's really giving you a really tough to measure amount of gold because it can just spike above what the expected value of it is. You're just going to get a ton of gold from that to really find these 3 these 3-stars. The 3-stars are the composition. Without them, it's just not going to work. And so he has to find those where everything's going to go to a disaster. At that point, it's just, he's like, you know what? My combat's good enough. My augments are good enough. I have what I need item-wise. I just need to find the units. Malala slams the prismatic ticket there and is just going to try to make the most of it from that spot. The 3-star Shen has been found now, just needs a little bit more stuff to round out this board, and I think he's going to find himself in a pretty good spot.
I totally agree with you as well. It's nice to see Casper win that last round. Something else I also want to point out from the last lobby into this one, this lobby actually looks really similar. This lobby, though, we only have one person in a significant advantage. The percentages will say, based on everyone else kind of taking HP away from each other, Tempest Life will most likely be a top 4. But usually when you're winning from this point on and you get that first loss, it's very hard to get that win back because you've already invested so much to get that win streak and to stay here. We've maybe unlocked a top 4, but that lobby win is still needing to be unlocked themselves. Speaking of unlocked potential, we have a Kai'Sa there in that backline with that super fan item for that Death Blade and is doing a ton of damage and will win this round pretty easily. But how far can a Kai'Sa go?
It's a good question, honestly. This is a pretty unusual looking composition, but a lot of gold is on the board, and if your stuff is powerful enough, that's usually just enough to get the job done. This is also a last stand that's sitting behind the composition on the other side as well. So despite the fact that we replay as last stand, it looked like that the other side had a last stand as well, as Casper has thrown together here a strong board, all things considered here. I'd say the default to pentakill when you have a bunch of AD items is honestly, it's just a pretty good way to go. Yeah. It's going to be one of the most powerful Viegos that you can have, is having just a bunch of big stuff on a Viego. He scales so well off of AD items. And so with that, just try to make the most of it. Here's what you can: 2-star some 4-cost units and try to beat some people up and just not go bottom 2.
Honestly, all things considered, the fact that, you know, he's been able to get to this spot already is really, really impressive. Let's see if he's going to be able to get a couple more rounds there. The Caitlyn's still alive in that backline, and it's not even going to be close. Casper going to take that pretty easily. Looking on the other side, little Kahuna is going to be the one with that Kai'Sa 3. Takes down that Riven really easy, folks, and is going to win this round by 1 unit themselves. Lab is going to survive another day. More experiments in the future, but for how long before it blows up in your face? Casper now looking to keep his momentum going. Honestly, after that cash out, if he's able to top 4 that, that's going to be one of the more impressive things I've seen in TFT, you know, pretty recently. It might not seem that exciting, but honestly, the way that went for Heartsteel, mad props to Casper, even getting to this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, honestly, that's like one of the most impressive things, in my opinion, in TFT. It doesn't look flashy, but being able to turn like failed spots into like strong finishes at the end of the day. Like, I don't want to say like, oh, this is a strong performance to get to whatever spot. You're not happy about getting spots that are weaker than what you expected before that. But when you're able to turn these failed spots into something that looks pretty good, honestly, at the end of the day, that's a massive success. Like, this is what it takes to kind of get to spots like this, is picking up the pieces and hoping that you can drag it somewhere. Like, it's not easy to do. And to just constantly have that mental ability to just not give up ever, it's not easy to have. You know, of course all the top players have it. That's why they're the top players. But they have to have that in addition to knowledge, in addition to the ability to act in the moment, in addition to, and it just keeps going. It feels like it never stops when you get to a list with it with TFT. And this is part of just what makes the game so beautiful, is that no matter where you are, you can always improve.
You know what, Admirable? You're beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and see JD Zielinski and DK fighting it out on the screen right now. JD did a pretty big pivot at that point in time, spent all of that gold, and was able to win that round, as was our lab, or as was a DK on the other side, which means that Riven is starting to pop off. I am fascinated by this Kai'Sa, though, because it handled that last Riven pretty easily. I'm not sure it was tier 3 just yet, but definitely have an eye on Lil Kahuna, who is on fire right now. Again, great Twitter. Please go visit it. JD Zielinski right now in 3rd to last on Elimination Station, but it's looking pretty good. I mean, we got a pretty good front line going right now. The Thief's Gloves on the Zac, particularly good holder for that, benefits from a lot of things. We have the set, we have the tentacles, we have tier 2 units in the back line, but now it's going to be matchup dependent. I do think some matchups for this particular comp can win a coin flip style match, but let's see how this Riven 3 is going to deal with this Caitlyn 2 Admirable. Where is that Riven going to go first? Everyone's going to be looking at that Mordekaiser from that back line, and now everyone is already starting to target that Riven. Is she going to be able to do enough damage to lifesteal through? It looks like it's going to be fine, just but not anymore. Caitlyn going to take that Riven down. Riven 3 not good enough against that Caitlyn 2. Surprising?
Well, it's on the Ghost board, so we don't know what traits are kind of falling to the end there in a spot like that. It's really tough to measure. It's kind of interesting to see it, but ultimately winning against the Ghost board, I think the player who's not on the Ghost board typically has the advantage, almost regardless of what's really happening at that point.
True.
We saw Casper go down in that one. We saw
Here we go.
replays building up the gold to go to level 9 and pop this last stand. Again, this is a catapult forward on how powerful this board is going to be. For DK here, this board definitely looks pretty darn strong, but there's a couple things you're missing, which is number 1, you're missing a Caitlyn 2, and number 2, you're missing a Viego 2. Both of these things are not on the board right now. If you had a Viego 2 or you had a Caitlyn with items here, this would be a big difference. But in addition to neither of those things being there, you're also facing an incredibly stacked board right now. I am a little bit worried for DK.
All right, Replay is who I'm looking at right now. We just saw that last stand. He's on his last life, and if there is anything that pros are really good at, it's using augments like last stand to their advantage. And look at 4 people with single digits eventually turn to 2 eliminations. Casper does end up falling, but honestly, strong 8th, I guess. The lab with the DK is at -8 HP and gone. Liquid Replay we already saw on last stand, so that comp is almost assuredly going to be stronger than the ones we see in front. JD definitely not looking forward to playing Replay. That's probably going to be an L for them. So JD looking for Mort Dog's blessing in terms of matchups. Hanako, who was running that Jinx, I think hasn't lost since we saw that Jinx 3 come through, and Tempest Life doing its best to get that HP total advantage through that early game to actually convert to a top 4. So far, that does look good. There is a little bit of a separation, but anything can happen from here on out, especially with this board right here.
Yeah, this is a lot of Thieves Gloves in play with the Lucky Gloves there on 4-2, and the Banshees on the cash out, pretty big. So Replay sitting at 9 with a last stand active, with 3 units using a Lucky Gloves right now, and just a plethora of traits in play to go alongside with this Jazz. This board is not a joke right now, and frankly, I think this is a threat to everyone in the lobby at the moment.
All right, let's see how good it does. I'm looking at that Ezreal in that back line, but there's just also so much in that front line, especially with that Poppy. We're getting more HP generation once we get to 50% health. Even if we get to 50% health, we're going to get even stronger. That Kai'Sa got stuck on the Poppy, was unable to get away. That's going to be an awkward Valentine's Day for those two. But now we're going to see how Replay comes through once again, as it looks like JD wasn't able to do it then. So JD sitting in 6th place, Replay in 5th. We still got a top 4 to find out here, and I don't think someone in the top 4 right now, I do believe, will end up in that 5th place spot.
Yeah, JD had like a position where everything could have gone right, and it's just at the end of the day, you have to connect the pieces, and JD didn't do that this game. So, it is what it is. You're out in 6th place, but it is really tough to like sit there. You're like, oh, I have everything here for it. I have everything here for it right now, but it's just they don't show up, and you're like, ah! It's like everything was there and couldn't quite make it. So now, with where we're at, these are just absolutely critical points, because everyone's getting knocked out in 2 rounds, 1 round, whatever it's going to be. Everyone's trying to hang on for dear life at this point. Replay is really the big one you have to look at. No matter what, if they lose a round, it's out of the tournament. I'm sorry, out of the this lobby at this point. Tempest Life taking a big loss, but there's no gold in the bank there, so it's purely trying to connect more pieces over there. And for Lil Kahuna here, we're looking at 50 plus gold in the bank as they win that round right now. So this is going to be an easy sail to 9 and then improve the board even further. Like, this is another major threat to the lobby at this point. I think we're looking at probably the 2 strongest players right now, where Replay is connecting pieces. Lil Kahuna now has a bunch of gold and moving up with strong streaks at this point. I am really curious to see how well the Jinx board can stack up against this from Hanako, and if these 2 players, when they match up against each other, who's the actual stronger one at this point.
But they don't want to see each other now, right? That's the issue, right? They do not want to play each other in this next round. That might eliminate one of them into that 5th place spot, when, in our opinion, they potentially could have the 2 strongest comps. And that's how it happens. You could grab the strongest comp on the board, that 2nd strongest comp on the board, get that matchup on the strongest, and get eliminated in 5th place. And that's TFT for you sometimes. But really, really good points, Admirable. I think you're exactly right when it comes to the read on these two boards, especially since being able to get to level 9 with gold, but it actually doesn't look like anything more than a Ziggs has been able to be placed onto that board. They are both actually facing the same person. One is the ghost and the other is the real one. So I'm going to look over at replay because I think that's where Hanako is hanging out. Is that win streak going to be continuing potentially a little bit more? I think they maybe lost a round a little bit earlier on, but this Jinx is trying to work as much as she can. And maybe if this was Arcane, the plot armor might have been enough, but it is not. Jinx will end up falling. Hanako will lose some HP, and our Lil Kahuna is going to lose some HP too, but survives. And we go another round, folks.
Wow, that was to the ghost board that Lil Kahuna lost to. And on the right side for replay, he was able to defeat Hanaka. But the thing that happened there mostly is that it's really a demonstration to what happens to the Jinx board once you get to this stage. It starts to fall off. The power of the Jinx is that you have this 3-star early on in the game, and you start pressuring everybody else who cannot connect to their ideal boards. You then rely on your life total to coast to a stronger spot. That is how the board is supposed to play. You're not supposed to just sail away and always be stronger than everybody else. That's just a difficult thing to do in TFT. So as we move to these spots right now, we're looking at 5 players left in the lobby, and it feels like everyone's got 1 hit left before they get knocked out. Tempest Life right here, this is like everything is at stake, but you were so far ahead in terms of the strength of your units that it really boils down to how these units end up fighting out. A Radiant red buff is very good, but when one unit's sitting in the back corner and sniping things out, it doesn't look as good anymore.
Okay, this is actually really crazy what's going on right now. I believe Lil Kahuna's last stand has now triggered. So we have 2 players with last stand going through. I believe that's what I saw on that augment board. We'll confirm here in just a second. But now looking at Tempest Life, like you said, started off 93 HP, right? Was when the last time only had lost 1 round, I think up until stage 4, and now could potentially be vulnerable to fall outside of that top 4. 15, 13, 11, 1, and 1. 2 last stands. Both last stand players did face each other in this past round, so they will avoid each other going forward. So one of our top 4 from earlier, like we had mentioned, Admiral, will not be getting that top 4 points. Let's see who's going to be able to take down Lil Kahuna or replay, if anybody. Is Hanako with that Jinx going to be able to do it? Already trying to get through that front line, but the Lucian for Lil Kahuna seems like it's going to be doing the same. But no, this Jinx is doing a lot more damage than I think a lot of people might have expected. Is this now Kai'Sa trying their best to bring this fight back for Lil Kahuna, but will it be enough? Is this going to be the last stand? It will be, as Lil Kahuna does fall. Replay does not. And we finally have a top 4. It ended up being what it was before coming in here, but look how close it ended up being at the end. 13, 11, 2, and 1.
Mid-stage of 6 to find the top 4 for the lobby. That is like deep into the game for what the players are at. If you saw on the right side of your screen, replay went up against Malala in that one, and it was major positioning difference that ended up taking place. Replay was able to put Frontline into 2 different clumps, and that mitigates a lot of Senna's damage, where she is putting so much into an AoE and hitting clumps of units at one time. If you have 2 different clumps of units, it takes a lot longer to break through that front line, and you have an inherent spot for an advantage to take place. That's what happened to Malala in the last round. For Lil Kahuna's side, I think it's just a bad matchup, honestly, that was taking place. Lil Kahuna was beating what felt like almost everybody else in the lobby, except for the Jinx board, which is just purely strength of attrition. If you're not able to break through the front line, Jinx takes over. And I think it's exactly what happened to Lil Kahuna in the last fight. I digress.
Potential double elimination, right, Admirable? Let's see if Malala's going to be able to take this down with this Ahri and that Senna in that back line. Those ults are getting stuck on that Pantheon, but it seems like there isn't enough damage getting through. It's all about Ahri and Thresh. Now it's against the Jinx. Is there one more ult there? No! One more ult could have been the difference, but that Hextech Gunblade on that Jinx keeping the rest of that team just alive long enough so that Ahri could not take him down as quickly as possible, along with that Senna. Thrilling lobby so far. 2 eliminations. Tempest Life and Malala finishing in 3rd and 4th. Now we have Hanako and her Jinx and replay and the last stand.
It's pretty crazy to look at this and see that Jinx has made it this far into the game, honestly. This is a composition that really typically doesn't make it to this kind of spot, but this is a lot of 3-star in play. This is a lot of powerful items across, which I think in some of these you could argue like, oh, these are some of the best items that you can have on these units. Not necessarily the builds, but just the items themselves. To see this composition make top 2 2, I think, is a standout moment for this. And a lot of this is going to be into how powerful the augments are, into how powerful Jinx is, into how powerful everybody else was standing up against the rest of the lobby. Some unusual compositions, but at the end of the day, Replay has Last Stand active, has a 2-star Lucian, has a fully stacked board. This is not something that you defeat at the end with a 3-star Jinx. Very well played from Replay by this one, and a nice comeback from a 7th place finish in game 1.
Yeah, very similar to our last lobby. Heartsteel player, this time with Last Stand, finishes in first place. I think the second player who played arguably the cleanest throughout the lobby, like in terms of just general TFT, not making stupid mistakes and just playing plainly good TFT. I think Hanako represents that as well. But that was a crazy lobby, admirable. That came down to the wire. We got a 1 HP lobby winner. Mad props to Replay. Is that surprising to you at all?
Nope, it's pretty easy to see a Last Stand win the lobby when, you know, half the players seemingly have Last Stand in there. But, you know, the big one to look at there is the raise the stakes that happened. Casper went 8th place on a failed raise the stakes. Okay, it's not that Heartsteel wins every single lobby just by itself. It's that there's a lot of players playing Heartsteel because it's very strong to cap out with. That's how you win and lose sometimes. Don't overplay it. Play it when it's right.
If I was that Casper, I would not be a friendly ghost any longer, unfortunately for him. But we do have even more to go. We're going to actually change the casting pairs here as well. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. Please stick around because we're going to have everything else for you, like those lobby winners, like the standings, and of course, the other talent that is amazing, both on the playing field and on the cast. So please stick around. We're going to be back really soon.
Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러 물드는 buffet. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. Let's talk about it, I forget to listen. At least I get the recognition. Heavy way up all up on you with the repetition. You in the pit, it's not an exhibition. I'm giving you more cause I'm better than. 비염내 시험들도 all of my numbers are talking. 부르마법 message 막 부르네. 너 종이 눈이 나가보니 필요한데 너네들이 만든 돈을 go get it, go get it, go get it. No, I got it so deep down.
Rich is the name of the game, and hitting your units just as important. What a game 2 that we had. And Crowan, Toronto Tokyo gave us the secret tag. I don't know how secret it is, but Senna reroll made its way to the top 4 with Malala. But what's maybe less well understood is how to best position units that have these AoE ults. So what is the secret?
Yeah, especially with Senna getting buffed, being more prevalent in the meta, it's like, okay, Senna's a good comp, but how do I play her, right? The positioning is one of the most important aspects of that composition success. And a lot of it is, you know, you're not going to want to spread your front line out, because then that means the enemy front line will just be stuck there. You're only going to get your Senna value damaging maybe 1 or 2 units, as opposed to if you solo frontline one thing, all of the units can converge around it. Senna's going to get more value. She's going to be able to, you know, spread out of that ability damage more easily, and then she can reach the back line, have your front line have a bit more, you know, sustainability, and that will really net you a lot of wins in some fights that you wouldn't otherwise have gotten with that Senna.
Yes, the key thing, centering her so she doesn't go squirrel mode on all the tentacles and side things that may be happening, and the triangle of death with a Senna at the bottom. And Rose, we got to see Punk reroll make it to the top after even some of the Punk, the patch reverted some of the Punk buffs. What are the most important win conditions around getting Punk into the top 4?
Well, first of all, you said we got Punk in a GM challenger lobby. What?
Yeah.
Huh? Like
in the pits
that
where
looks
we
like
are?
my games.
Yeah, I know,
that looks
right?
like my games right there. No, like when you talk about Punk though, I think Punk is a really interesting composition to have in a lobby like this, because like you get the Jinx headliner, you have to roll for her to 3-star her. You want to have a 3-star frontline as well. I personally really like Pantheon because you have some great synergy with Guardian just as a trait overall, but you're really looking at Jinx as that ginormous carry, have good items on her, and she can really be a rock star. So very cool to see Punk get a 2nd place in this lobby.
Yeah, most important thing, just 3-star everything. How hard could that be? No one likes punks at this elo, right? So 3-star Jinx, 3-star Panth, 3-star Twitch. I am personally a big believer in Rageblade, and really how important that is for her to scale and be able to topple some of the important comps, because she is a 1 cost after all, but she can hit like a truck at the end of the day. One other unit that hits apparently like a truck, and that one that we were not expecting to see, although not in the top 4, Crowan, is Kai'Sa reroll coming out of Little Kahuna.
Yeah, and that was really close to top 4ing. I think the Kai'Sa reroll is very creative, obviously, right? No one's really playing that. It is going to excel in the early and mid game when Kai'Sa is absolutely just smurfing on everybody, especially with her increased range from her headliner bonus. You get that +2 range. She's super safe in the back line. But when it gets to the end game, the fights are going to be pretty quick, and that kind of range differential that Kai'Sa has is a little bit negligible at that point. I think kind of the most you can hope for is a top 4 situation there. And I was looking at Lil Kahuna's, you know, spot in mid game, being like, dang, this is looking real hot actually. It's winning a lot of fights, but no, that's when it's supposed to. But unfortunately, it was like 1 HP off of getting into that top 4. But I think the tech is there, and it's really interesting to kind of realize that, hey, I'm in a spot where I can roll Kai'Sa. I have AD items, and I have a bunch of Kai'Sas, so hey, let's go for it. Hopefully get a top 4. I think it is still doable to do that.
And I wonder if the biggest difference was trying to 3-star that MF, because usually that is the star of the show when it comes to maybe that big shot line. I know Ezreal is always the king of big shots and whatnot, but speaking of big shots, an important change was to Runon's Hurricane Rose, where it got a decent buff, and a decent amount of players in our lobby, including the big shots, built Runon's Hurricane, where I feel like it wasn't as popular before.
I really like Ronan's where it is right now, because the buff, it went from 50 to 55% AD, which I think is a pretty big multiplier. And so we did see a bunch of players utilize that, mostly on the Lucians when we look at like Tempest Life and JD Zielinski. But we did also see Misfortune get built with that Runons as well with Lil Kahuna. So I'm excited to see if we will still see players go with that. But it feels like such a versatile item, Crowan, where there's a lot of different champions right now that can make use of it.
100%, especially in the early to mid game, right? You can still use it with that Jinx reroll, right? Talking about punks, you can use it in the mid game around units like Urgot as well. That's a huge stage 2 kind of Giga Chad carry. Honestly, if you have Urgot, it's like, okay, I free streak and all of stage 2, but still can scale onto melee users in the end game as well, right? You mentioned Lucian. It can go onto, if you're country re-rolling with Samira, and go onto Samira. If you're playing around 4 costs, it still can go on Zed and be fine. Viego less so, but like it's still like, if you just have ram third item to have to slam on him, you're like, okay, Riddance, I'm not so unhappy about this. Sure, it's serviceable. So it definitely has a lot of spots in this meta.
And Crowan, I feel like we don't hate having Cloak anymore. I feel like in the past, you get Cloak and you're like, what do I make out of this? But now BT, Even Shroud, Runons is viable.
100%, especially with Even Shroud, you can take a belt cloak and not be sad, right? Not having to slam. Like something as Zephyr in the past, like early game, it's like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to use my components for that. It's not that much value in the early game. But now Even Shroud, especially with so much AD being good, being prevalent, especially around this Heartsteel meta, oh, it feels so much better. Cloak in a good spot. Bless you, Mort Dog, and the TFT dev team for that one.
I know you were telling me about the advice that Dishdope had about what, like Runon's Hurricane feeling like a noob item, but actually being very good.
It is. That's why Data of Runons was still pretty good. It's like a noob trap item, and that fact that noobs will not make the item because they're like, oh, Runons sucks. But no, the good players actually knew when to build Runons, and now it's maybe gonna be a little bit more of a everyone's building it just because of the buffs. It's more on the radar now. But that is what separated like good players from great players. I think before is the recognition of when Runance is actually playable.
Well, we still need to crunch the numbers on who were the noobs and who were at the top of their lobby. So we're going to throw you to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have the standings in Game 3.
Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for a TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that missed way constitutes the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament.
Keep winning.
I'm winning the
He
tournament.
always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
So yeah, but here he goes. It's gonna step up. It's gonna step up.
Hello Heartsteel Cup, day number 3. My name is Necra, and I'm joined by Crowan, and it's really weird being on this part of the broadcast because I'm casting, but I couldn't have asked a better partner to try this out with. Crowan, I'm so excited to be casting this next game with you.
Oh, let's go. Necra into the caster seat. We love to see it getting into this game. It's been a while. I think we did a little bit of casting like multiple sets ago. It's been a very, very long time. We like dabbled into it a little bit, but
like set 5 or something, I think.
Yeah, it feels like forever ago, honestly, at this point. But no, I'm very, very excited to do it alongside you. Because you've been on the host side for such a long time and giving me questions, allowing me to shine, but now it's time for me to make you shine, Necra. I'm here for it.
No, it's still the other way around.
Oh, okay.
You're my headliner, Crowan, so I'm just your super fan.
Oh my god,
that was
you're
cheesy.
smooth with it. Holy,
Okay,
wait, where do I learn how to do that? Well, I need Riz classes from Necra.
From here, actually,
I think we've already peaked, actually, but hopefully the competitors haven't peaked already, because it's only been 2 games, so still got a lot more to go, a lot more action on the table. We talked a lot about the meta today, Necra, and we've already seen a lot of very interesting compositions come out. We were just talking about that kind of Kai surreal thing, but there's still more that we haven't seen, right? Haven't really seen things like that Lux reroll that we're talking about. Haven't seen 10 KDA either. That it's gonna be on the table. Who can get that online first? Surely win some brownie points from you. But no, this is the Heartsteel Cup. It is very do or die, right? We talk a lot about how this competition is really that last chance to get into regionals, Necra. So that's must be so intense for all these players.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is gonna be where we also start to see a lot of players have to kind of go big or go home. It's 2 games down. We've reseeded the lobbies, and the next lobby we're going to follow, you can see just how close everybody is to the cusp of the bottom and the top half of these players in terms of points. And so we're going to start to see some separation as we get into game number 3. We're going to be following lobby 3 for this next one. We've got Completed Anvil, Wandering Trainers, and Multi-Talented as the portals. Pretty good mix of players on each, Crowan. What would you pick here?
Wandering Trainers, it's time for getting a KDA on that. Yup. These players are not really leading towards Wandering Trainers, just New Johns there. Completed Anvil is what I would personally default to, but we got one guide. Wandering Trainers is going to be the option here. Okay, no KDA here. It is Crowd Diver, Emo, and Guardian. Not really something that synergizes that well together, but Crowd Diver could be thinking about, some 6 Crowd Diver compositions.
I was thinking about that as well. I also really like the emo here. I wonder if there's an angle where you could go for like a Mumu. Obviously, you get like the Guardian as well, but you could also maybe pop that together with like Mosher Crowd Diver, maybe? What are you thinking about the emo emblem?
Yeah, definitely when there's something like Emo and Guardian there, it's like, okay, no matter what, I want to be running a Mumu on my board, just getting all the value out of both Guardian and the Emo just kind of for 1 unit for free. Seems pretty solid. It will really depend on what spot Appy's is in for the direction. Is it going to be re-rolling, say something around like, Katarina or Yone, or it is pushing levels and tempoing and going a fast kind of level 8, playing around perhaps a Zed, and then just having more Guardians in as a front line. I think there's a lot of options that come into play when Wandering Trainer does come in. But I'm really curious to see what other Wandering Trainers are looking like in this lobby. We get Disco Sentinel super fan for Prestivit, but has Heartsteel online already at 1-4. That is the name of the game, right? Talking about Toronto, Tokyo at the start of the day, say, hey, Heartsteel, you're going to be in a good spot. Prestivit already there.
You really are, though. I mean, I see so many possibilities from this Wandering Trainer. Just go for the Heartsteel cash out when you have that online so early, and then think about the top end of that, Crowan, right? Like, I get dizzy thinking about how many angles you could take after you get all those components in gold.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot, and that's why we see players even like Greya earlier getting pretty dizzy after that big Heartsteel cash out. It's like, what am I doing right now? What units am I going to sell? What resources am I going to utilize here? And how effectively can I do that in such a short amount of time? As get the silver augments coming through, nothing too spicy after the Wandering Trainers. We need to cool down a little bit. It looks like here for Prestivit, something like cutting corners is still really solid. You're going to be able to get to that level 8, level 9 just a little bit more efficiently. So basically an econ augment, we can think of it, but Prestivit offered a few kind of econ or XP augments here.
I like Silver Spoon as well. I feel like we've seen a lot of players take that augment just to give themselves a little bit of a kickstart. So that is what Prestiven's going to pick. So 10 XP, just to be able to get the ball rolling, so to speak, as we see the disco ball hit the field. I love to see that just so early on, and still get the opportunity to get that Heartsteel cash out too, as we can take a look at what Forsen's Smurf account is doing on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be Hyper Pop, Jazz, and yet another Guardian. But with that Jazz, we can think about things like, Bard MF reroll. Don't think we've seen it at least on broadcast yet, but it is a very strong composition. Having a Hyper Pop in there is okay, if you can, tech in the Lulu perhaps, or a Ziggs later on. But it isn't really going to be doing much on its own, so that's kind of a wasted slot for now, unfortunately. So kind of hate to see it, but Prestiven is going to be taking the win here, not losing, as took the Silver Spoon, right? You're going to want a win streak with it, and it's okay to win streak with Heartsteel in stage 2. You're still going to get a little bit of resources and maybe move that over into a loss streak once we get into stage 3. But Rain Implosion, another Heartsteel, and because it is on the trainer, the little dummy there, love to see it.
Oh my goodness. That's a couple of players now that get an opportunity to go for a Heartsteel cash out. So I can only imagine as we get into the later parts of this game what some of these boards might look like. But that's kind of the ticket though with Heartsteel. If you're gonna have a loss streak, how do you actively pick between how much HP you're gonna lose? Like, how do you balance that, Crowan?
Yeah, it's really hard. A lot of it is going to be recognizing how strong you are comparatively to the rest of the lobby. It's okay in stage 2 to go win, loss, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But especially these Heartsteel players, as soon as you start raising the stakes, and we might be in a situation where there's multiple players going to be raising stakes. I know Pressman did take Silver Spoon, so is pushing the tempo of the lobby in terms of that, levels and saving HP, so less likely to. But really, that's when you're going to want to make your board as weak as possible, as to keep losing and then have that really, really big cash out. But, to wrap back around, if you're just going for some win-loss, you just want to be, losing by as few units as possible, assessing your board strength between the rest of the lobby, and yeah, just trying to kill some units.
Well, we're jumping over to Toronto Tokyo's perspective. Has the Jazz, the Bruiser, and the Spellweaver emblem on that Wandering Trainer. And so that's kind of nice for some frontline. You can see the Sentinel as well with the headliner.
Yeah,
so I kind of wonder, do you go like 8-bit here at all, or is this Garen really just to help you with the frontline?
I mean, definitely Garen's, if you see him early game, is going to be a really good item holder, especially Super Fan, making him that much tankier with that free Warmugs. Put another tank item on him with the Gargoyles right now. He's just going to be stacking a bunch of HP. The only problem is Toronto Tokyo doesn't have an actual damage dealer for Garen to be buying time for. Garen is the only damage dealer really in this composition, but still going to be able to kill a lot of units, even if he's not going to be able to win the fight. Looking at this trainer though, God, it's so interesting analyzing all the players' Wandering Trainer spots, because Jazz is going to be really nice in the late game, and it's actually so close in this fight for Toronto to win it, but does lose out. But looking at Spellweaver and Bruiser, wait, no. It was a tie because it took so long, because the Garen was so tanky. No. Oh God, I hate to see it.
Really
no one's a winner there. Really, everyone looks.
No, we're the real winners by watching it is actually where we can go with that one. But we've got Carousel now. Looks like we are going to have a lot of those AD items as super hot commodities. But I think you also look at that Rod. Yeah, I feel like Appy's, I'm so curious to see where he's going to take this, because especially with the Wandering Trainer that he had, I'm like, okay, well, where are you actually going to invest that Rod? What items do you want? But we're hopping over to Crushing Spurs that also has some really interesting Wandering Trainer emblems.
Yeah, has Jazz and Rapid Fire as well. So as soon as we and Big Shot. Okay, if we get into the late game, this is so strong actually. If you can cap around things like Ezreal, Lucian, yeah, you can throw Jid in there as well. The only thing is Crushings has to get there, and yeah, naturaling a Senna 2 onto 5 is certainly a way to get there. Love that. Already have the blue buff for the Ezreal, has a Rage Blade if you want to put that on MF or Lucian later on. really, really strong. Crushings did not choose to level up to 4 early on and didn't choose level up to 5 here. Is really trying to make gold, and it works out. They maybe were trying for a full loss streak, but again, Lemon brought up a great point earlier in asking about, you know, how valuable is going to be that, you know, early game loss streaking if you're not playing Heartsteel, and it's a lot less valuable than before because you're not getting that +3 gold into the econ, right? You're only getting +2 gold into neutrals if you 5 loss streaks. So I think preserving HP is still fine there for Crushings, especially considering that they found that Senate 2 upgrade.
Oh, is Rainplosion gonna raise the stakes?
Raise the stakes, it's time.
Rain?
I'm
You gonna
so
raise the
down.
stakes?
Oh, yes, she
raising the
is.
stakes. I'm so excited. This is a great spot though
Yeah.
for her to do it too, because you have quite a bit of HP. You also had the Heartsteel so early thanks to your Wandering Trainer. Just do it. Just do it.
Oh, I love this. There are 2 decisions being made right there. And Rain was the reason that Rain took so long and picking that raised the stakes was because she was scouting every single matchup she can go against and say, hey, am I going to be weak enough to lose this round? Maybe I can kill a unit or 2, but I don't want to win right now and have that immediate, you know, half that Heartsteel stacks being lost and the immediate cash out. Rain even sold her Yasuo with the TG on the board, wait until she saw the matchup and then put the TG back on to try to kill a unit, even though it was only on a Taric, right? This is 5 Heartsteel so early. I think this is probably the highest amount of stacks that I've seen on Krugs for Heartsteel, like 117 already. This is crazy. Rain is in such a good spot. If she's able to, you know, lose 3 more rounds, hash this out, it's going to be a giga spike from there. Really excited to see when that does actually pop.
Did you see how many players were on her board too? Like,
Yeah.
you have how much now? Like, what are you banking for later? I think that's something that all these players in the lobby are going to have to be really nervous about, because depending on what Rain does get with that cash out, this is a super easy pivot to a very strong board. We've already seen Disco find a lot of success, and that's something that you could rely upon thanks to that Wandering Trainer dummy.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Looking at New John's here, another Heartsteel player. At least there's 3 players playing Heartsteel between New John's, Prestevent, and Rainplosion. New John's could be running into Rain right now, and this board is really weak, so Rain should be scared about this being the potential matchup, because there's no items on this board. It does have Disco. Okay, New John's does level up, plays in a Moo, but does run into Prestevent instead, so Rain doesn't have to worry about that so far.
No, and Prestevent already has the Disco up and running. Also really easy to do when you have that as your emblem, but Prestevent has also been playing from a win streak position. Still has 98 HP, so really nothing to scoff at when you want to try to preserve that for the late game. And look at that too, like that Nami's putting in so much work.
Yeah, early game Nami is a really, really strong carry, especially if with those Disco openers. If you're able to tier 2 her without having to buy the headliner, so you have some really good front line. Yeah, Nami kind of pops off, especially with the mono generation item, like that adaptive helm. As we get to 3-2, another silver augment.
Oof.
All right, boring. At this point, let's, you know, I wanted to spice it up.
Am
but
I the bad luck? Or is this proving that you're the bad luck?
Wait, no, maybe it's me, because Boop and I, for the longest time, had never gotten prismatic augments. But then when Boop casts without me, he also never gets prismatic, so I don't know. Maybe...
Actually, maybe it is Boop. And it's just that he's watching the game and he's looking at it.
I don't want to throw him under the bus. Maybe it's me. I'll take the blame, Poop. It's not you. It's me. It's my fault. But either way, though, this is wow, gonna be army building taken by New John's.
I like this.
Generally, it's picked. You want to consider a reroll option. There is the Executioner open, and so I think that's what New John's pivot point is going to be, especially with the Samira and the Twitch
is on the bench.
Yeah, 100%. So you're going to be able to get to level 6, level 7, start re-rolling, get all those 3 stars, and it's going to be a lot easier to get to that 6 Executioner breakpoint as well with that Wandering Trainer. So New John just needs to get there because they're taking a lot of damage and they're not really that rich either. They're still level 5, 50 gold on 3-2. Definitely below pace, we would say, for econ here, and 44 HP.
Yeah, Rain though is like looking for that giga cash out.
Yeah, one more round.
When is the time that you would get? Would you pivot off of this after you get the cash out? Like,
yeah, from Rain's spot for sure. She, unless she had gotten like Tiny Titans on 3-2 there, can't really think about raising the stakes again. That'd be a bit too much, but I would like to see it. If she's gonna do that, I would be like, all right, Rain, I respect the heck out of that. Let's see it. Absolutely. But no, it's gonna be at least dropping to like 3 Heartsteel next round. You're probably gonna be not unhappy about playing Heartsteel for the entire game, just because that Wandering Trainer dummy does have just a +1 for free, but she really wants to level at least to 7 and start to get just some power on her board and not continue to lose that much.
New John's trying to stabilize here, and the best hope that he has is to be able to play against somebody that does have a Heartsteel board. So at the very least, this is going to end up being a win for New John's. But as you said, Crowan still sitting at 42 HP.
Yeah, right now the lowest.
Usually we look at 40 and you're like, oh, by wolves. How long have we said this? 40 by wolves. You're not feeling too great.
Yeah. Oh, a TF on the carousel for any of our disco enjoyers. Hey, Rain actually picks it up immediately. He says, nah, this is for me right now. 4 gold and a chain and a TF. I am down. But yeah, it's about what direction does Rain take from here. This is going to be a really, really big kind of Heartsteel cash out coming up here. So it really is just like, what can she make happen? We've talked time and time again about how right when you cash out, what do you do? It's really dizzy. You have to make so many things work in such a little amount of time. And yeah, she cashes out. Ooh, a Radiant JG.
Whoa.
And I believe that's a artifact anvil as well. But has the disco, has the spellweaver, is going to be playing that TF. That was exactly why she was running for that immediately on the carousel. And even something like a Radiant Jewel Gauntlet, I'm not upset about having that for my TF item, actually. This is working out okay. And she keeps playing the 5 Heartsteel, though, as well.
Wow, maybe hoping that this TF is going to be enough to make sure that she doesn't lose too much. But as you were saying, maybe just any amount of Heartsteel can be really helpful, knowing how many players are also playing Heartsteel at the moment. That's going to be a lot of items and a lot of components running around the board. So hey, if you can continue to get a leg up, then you may as well take it. But yeah, this TF is definitely taking some names right now.
Yeah, although Rain took a little bit long to make the decision of taking the Archangel's Slam on TF. I don't actually think it would have made that much of a difference in this fight. It might have still been by losing by 3 units. But Rain is getting dangerously low. And historically, when playing Disco, even when it was very good, you need to be in a position where you can go level 9 and cap out your board with legendary units. And I don't know if Rain really has the time to be doing that. She did get one really big Heartsteel cash out. And also, it was only a just item anvil, not an artifact anvil. So apologies for that kind of misstep there. But Rain still, I think, needs to be very worried because she's not out of the woods quite yet.
No, and what I worry too is just how many players do actually have a disco emblem on their Wandering Trainer and may want to utilize that. So how much contesting is going to happen, and does Rain have the HP to be able to make this pivot? We're going to be going up against Prestivant now, who is one of those other disco players, as you can see from the Wandering Trainer. That Nami is still cooking, and it's looking great at the moment. This is going to be a really good fight here for Prestivant to take. And the healing output that Nami is giving has just been really beneficial. But now we can start to see this Twisted Fate start to ramp up. And can it continue to take down just a couple more units before eventually falling itself?
Well, the fact that there were 5 units left alive there means Nami's still able to get these casts coming out. I don't think she'll get a next one, though. But that was a super... Yeah, that was a super close fight, though. TF does take it. Because of that ramping power, like you were just talking about, especially with Archangels, right? When those last few units were kept alive, they're just boom, they're gone in a blink of an eye. Just so much AP there. Yeah, it's dropped to York.
So nice.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we got Wolves now. So a little bit of breathing room. But Rain is still sitting at like 33 HP in a dream. I want to see what can kind of happen out of the economy here, because Rain's going to be sitting at 50 plus gold after this combat if she gets anything from the wolves.
Yeah, a little bit of gold there, which is nice because while the Heartsteel cash out was 300, it didn't really give gold. It gave Reforger and the Jeweled Gauntlet, Radiant version, of course, and the Artifact Anvil. So Rain is still kind of behind. If she does level to 8 on 4-2, she's not gonna have that much to roll with. And speaking of rolling, Protect Scroll is trying to go for this Crowd Diver Katarina and hits it. Love to see it. Still with that duplicator on the bench, doesn't even need it for Crowd Diver right now, just needs that Zed for 5 actually, because of that Wandering Trainer Crowd Diver emblem. You don't need to go to 8 or 9 to find the Kiana. You can just get Zed next level and already be at that kind of peak power point with the Katarina reroll.
Yeah, exactly. This is such a great spot for Protect Scroll to be in, and you're getting maximum value out of those emblems. But the Katarina, you can kind of see why Jen was really excited about this comp in particular, because, okay, you also get like 2 Hodges here. That's overkill, but that's great.
No,
too.
it's still fine. Actually, even playing 5 Superfan as well to make a better Radiant Hodge. I didn't even notice that real quick, but no, that is there because we get that on the Wandering Trainer as well. So this is really fascinating of a spot for Protect Scroll. Already 13 points heading into game 3 here, so has already had a really good day. This game I think is going to be just more of the same. We get something like perhaps Inspiring Epitaph to close out that augment selection with, which will still be pretty solid. It's just a generically good augment. But oh, what? Wait, Crushing's found a Lucian on 7 with Jazz Rapid Fire? Nah, this is illegal.
That's not fair. That's actually not fair. Like, end the game now. Crushings is like won the lottery. Shouldn't be playing TFT anymore. Go buy a ticket or something. That's wild.
Nah, that's so disgusting. And has 2 really good items for it as well. It's just waiting with the Kaisa being the item carrier for something like an Ezreal just a bit later. Crushing's not that much gold, admittedly, but still in a fine spot.
Who casts faster, Lucian or Samira?
Oh, it's probably Samira, but not by much with how much this Rage Blade is stacking on the Lucian. There's so many bullets flying everywhere. We need like a slow-mo cam just to count them all, honestly, and make that official count. Yeah,
you really should.
It's like one of those like LCK like highlight videos, like they go like zoom in, you get like the POV where it's spamming T-Tors, and you get to see like these like crazy plays and all the bullets be shooting out.
Oh my god,
would love that for TFT. Yeah, that'd be so fun.
So good. That would be so good. All right, let's check in on all these other boards now that we have that final augment selection. Prestivan is also going to be playing the Disco just a little bit more. We saw that from the very beginning, but now you're able to make some pretty serious upgrades, getting the Twisted Fate in there. You also got the Ziggs, so nice to have a little bit of that hyper pop in there too, with Lulu to also back that up.
Yeah, having the Ziggs on 8 is really good. That's where the composition does want to cap out with, or what it wants to cap out with in the end game. Although Prestivan did not find a good headliner that he wanted, has 1 copy of TF, but no extra Namis. Does have a remover though, so we'll probably just utilize that remover on the Nami whenever that TF2 upgrade does come through. But Blitzcrank is the big missing piece right now, but somehow Prestivan's still strong enough to be winning rounds at this point. Granted, it's against a Heartsteel player with Toronto Tokyo. But still, right? On stage 4, Nami's still winning rounds. It's kind of like, huh?
Take that.
That's interesting, yeah. We'll take those though.
Wow, Nami's still winning rounds. She actually has some really good items though, but I feel like the items that she has are also very movable. Like, you have so many different champions at this point that can make use of the Nashers, the mana generation.
Oh, definitely.
Just all of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of AP units that can utilize a lot of those good items. A lot of them are rerolls, but when you still come to these 4 costs, still like Karthus, like TF, 2 really good 4 cost AP users of them as we take a look at Weird here. And the board is, I would say, also looking a little weird. It's just a Caitlyn 1 Poppy's nice and all, but you look at everything else, you're like, we're not actually too happy to be here. We're losing rounds, not even a pair of Caitlyn's, 0 gold. Feels pretty weird to be weird right now.
Yeah, this is not looking great. I do think that there's some hope though. How many Caitlyn's do you think will be out of the pool? Over under on more than this one?
Probably just this one, maybe like one other or two others at this point. If someone found a headliner on their 4-2 roll down, then maybe 3 like max, but definitely no more than that, which is really unfortunate. It's really a low roll when you're trying to be the one that plays Caitlyn and you're uncontested and you still don't hit. It feels bad.
You'll just natural them later. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
A little bit of the silver lining. And also Poppy with the Bloodthirster, also a little bit difficult to take down.
Good.
She's so good.
Fun
I love
Tokyo,
that
though.
for her.
Yeah, Tokyo does get loss for the Heartsteel cash out. That's pretty nice. Looked like it was about to pop there. So a little bit of influx of resources as we get into the final stages of the game. Weird though, yeah, just wants to, I think, really prioritize the economy, is not wanting to roll down every single turn, because even if we roll once, if you don't hit 2 Caitlyn's on that roll, you're kind of doomed. So we just need to econ back up until at least after Raptors and probably send it then.
Yeah, I think you just have to hold strong. You are also like not super close to the next level of 8-bit either. Maybe you could get that at the beginning of like stage 5. I don't do the math on broadcast, but remains to be seen, I guess. The Poppy still can deal some damage in the front line, and you also have the Alawi to sort of help out a little bit too. But this is going to be going up against Rain's board, and Rain did get just a little bit stronger. You still have the Twisted Fate in the back line, but you also have some really interesting items there on your Echo.
Yeah, the TG Echo is nice for a little bit of extra tankiness, and the Blitzcrank as well, of course, that headliner being found. Puts Rain in a really good spot. So nice recovery from her. I did talk about like, oh, she wasn't that rich. The Heartsteel cash out was nice, but can she actually kind of rubber band back into the top? And it's looking like that is going to be the case. Crushings is rerolling on 7, looks like, for MFs, excuse me, MFs and Bards, as opposed to pushing levels. Maybe even Kai'Sa's as well, as there is 6 Kai'Sas, so we could be seeing 2 games in a row of Kai'Sa reroll on broadcast.
Why do you think we're seeing so much 2-cost reroll, and especially with the carries that maybe we weren't quite expecting, like the Kai'Sa here?
I'm gonna be real with the Kai'Sa. I have no clue why. I think that's one that like you land on it fits for the situation, so like great. It makes 3 KDA playable in this spot here. When you are Jazz rerolling, you do want to play Kai'Sa on your board because she gives big shot for MF and because she does give KDA for the rest of the board as well. But you already have big shot on the Wandering Trainer, so you would think maybe it's okay to skip it out here, especially because the MF usually does carry those AD items. But Crushings is level 7, and that's some more argument to a reason why you want to be rolling for these 3 stars. But no, still wants to find Bards. It's 3 off a Bard, 2 off of these Kai'Sas. We know that's good in the mid game. I'm just worried if Crushings can scale into the end game a lot more effectively, because we saw how hard that Kai'Sa fell off in the previous game from Lil Kahuna.
Yeah, I guess you're hoping maybe that it's I guess an insurance policy is how maybe I would look at it. Like, oh, well, if for some reason I don't hit what I want here, which is maybe the Lucian, then I at least still have a 3-star Kai'Sa that I can play around with. But that's going to be Toronto Tokyo going out in 8th place. That is quite surprising because this is going to be the second 8th that Toronto Tokyo has taken today.
Yeah, went 8th, went another bottom 4, and then 8th again. Toronto Tokyo is going to have 6 points right now. Needs to have like a 1-2-1 to finish the day or something like that. Some really good scores to advance or potentially advance into the next day of competition, but he's in a really rough spot, especially talking to him at the start of day and him feeling very confident coming into this set, getting a solid placement at KDA Cup. This is pretty uncharacteristic, and he was saying that he needs to be more consistent, find more consistent results, and he's not finding it here thus far. Still needs to kind of go through that journey, that progression aspect of player, it looks like, to get to the point that he wants to be.
Well, he did start out this game with Heartsteel, so hopefully looking for a big Heartsteel cash out. Maybe he didn't hit what he wanted. The wandering trainer that he had was Jazz, Bruiser, and Spellweaver. Do you feel like
it's not great?
It's contested?
I mean, Bruiser, Spellweaver, right? You maybe run a Gragas. I mean, you can with that play something like a Disco, but Disco is already so contested, and what's not contested is Kaisa, so Crushing does hit Kaisa 3. Still on 6 bards, has 5 MFs now. But maybe the Kaisa is good enough to continue this win streak forward. But no, going back to Toronto Tokyo, I think the Wandering Trainer was just kind of low roll, honestly, and you hate to see that. Especially because there's only one person, right, on that option. I believe it was New Johns who selected it. Nobody else wanted this to be the game, and so it feels even worse when you do low roll your kind of three emblems there.
Yeah, that's a good point. This whole lobby did just get one man, so
Yeah.
you got to work with what you got here. And some of these players are getting dealt a couple better hands. I think Crushings might just be one of those players. Sadly, though, this 3-star Kaisa is just not going to be enough to stand up to Rain's board at this point. She feels so strong, Crow, and that's also going to be a Sona that's kicking it in the back line alongside the Blitzcrank, too, that you have to bolster up the front.
She still doesn't have Twisted Fate 2. She did lose a round from the last time that we saw her, and that's probably part of the reason why. She has stabilized pretty well, has gone to level 9, which TF boards need to do, so props to her for doing that. Kind of assessing her risk and making it work really well, but this is the point where Kaisa starts to kind of fall off a cliff, especially when you get into as tanky frontline matchups as that board that we just saw with that Blitzcrank, right? The Guardian, the Echo on there as well. There was just far too much for a Kaisa to get through. As Forsen's Smurf account still has not hit that Caitlyn 2.
How?
Oh, this is
that's
rough.
so sad. That's so sad because Caitlyn is kind of one of those units that nobody has wanted. And with the buff, I was really hoping particularly that you would like see some more Caitlyn being played. I also love the Caitlyn items. When you think about Runads and the buff that got made to it, you're like, oh my god, Deathblade, IE, like what a perfect storm to really sort of support the Runads Hurricane.
Definitely, if this Caitlyn can get multiple casts off in a fight, she'll be doing immense amount of damage. It's just 1-star Caitlyn, so not really going to be tanked through front line as much as you need. This Poppy is a great frontliner for sure, but with on the other side of the board there from Rain, the TF's just going to keep ramping, and if he isn't targeted by the Caitlyn, it's going to be another fight lost for Weird and going out, it looks like, in 7th place here, which, unfortunately is the case. Just low roll didn't hit.
Yeah, that's really...
Oh, Abby! Oh my god, Abby's wins on the left as well. Wow,
that was close too.
Yeah, that was super close versus New Johns. That was the 6th place battle there. And Abby's wins it out barely with that 6 Executioner line. Wow.
That's really exciting. Abby's was sitting at 6 Guardian for a while, but has pivoted away in order to get the 6 Executioner in. You are a little lacking, as we do see that sad little Twitch 1 sitting in the bottom right-hand corner. But Karthus also is there to help sort of support, but everything else is 1-star on that side of the board, and you're heavily relying on this Vex to get the brunt of this damage.
Honestly, this is a game where Appies should be pretty happy with getting a 5th. I think it kind of feels bad, but not having a duo carry playing 6 Executioners and having all of your power just in that one Vex, sure, your frontline is pretty solid, but you're not really going to be able to make too much else work with that. Maybe in a miracle kind of couple of casts here, Appies can hang on, but no, barely doesn't. Goes out in 5th, and I think that's exactly kind of where we expected to end out there. As Necker, we have reached our top 4 as we get into neutrals, looking towards stage 6.
We have, and one of those players that is leading the charge right now is Protect Scroll, who has that coveted 6 Crowd Diver online. Hit the Katarina 3 so early and has been able to round that out with the Yone. The Zed has great items, and who knows what else you can pepper in there. You even have the KDA crowd diver, but you could replace that with Kiana a little bit later if you wanted to get rid of the KDA that you currently have on your board. I guess same with the Yone too.
Yeah, KDA, I mean, you might as well be playing around it. The Yone is going to have that TG for now, but yeah, it's just an item holder. It is going to be going on that Kiana a bit later, which Protect Scroll is saving a lot of economy, not being pressured into rolling for Z2. Maybe if they were on a pair of Zeds, you could consider that. But level 9, to have another unit to add on to the board and to get your Kianas and High Rods to find your Zeds, really enjoy that. Especially also playing this 5 Crowd Diver, I really like it because of that Wandering Trainer. Getting that Radiant Hand of Justice just is so much extra damage in healing every single fight.
Yeah, this is absolutely nuts. I feel like Katarina could also just sit there and be super happy, so spamming autos at range, but this Twisted Fate is very difficult to deal with, so Protect Scroll is going to take a little loss as Prestivan, one of those other disco players that Rain is being contested at the moment for, and Rain is also sitting on 1 last life.
Level 9, find Evelyn too.
Wow.
I mean,
I was like,
yeah.
well, you could technically replace her because she's a 1-cost 1-star, but I do see the Yone placeholder.
Hey, Ziggs can go in for the hyper pop, but no, just going to sell because really wants to find these other units, really wants to find the Zed, wants to find the Kiana. Echo is fine to go in because it does give 2 Sentinel and technically true damage, although we're not utilizing that quite yet. Again, until we find that Kiana, that's the big thing. The Protect Scroll's lost 2 in a row. Really needs to find a round win here, and I think the Kai'Sa should be a good matchup for it.
Yeah, we've got Rain on the other side. Is going up against Prestivan, so it's the Disco versus Disco player on the left, and Rainplosion is going to get the upper hand in that one. And so big loss there for Prestivan, and Protect Scroll is also going to take another loss here. That is, wow. It's looking close now for a top 4, wouldn't you say?
Dropping dangerously low for a lot of these players. Protect Scroll on single-digit HP. Rain looking like similarly, yes, on 5. Pressment on 6. Crushings, though, somehow, some way,
the 3-star.
The Kai'Sa reroll, yeah, is sitting on top right now. This is crazy. Granted, it is a Lucian, but still, there's no Bard 3, right? A lot of this power just is in that Kai'Sa. I mean, Lucian is doing a lot of heavy lifting, though, so you got to give credit where credit is due, though.
Yeah, I'll give some credit to the Lucian. I did notice that Crushings has sold off a couple of the Misfortunes, had been holding on to a few just in case was able to get the 3-star for that, but I think like you're happy with just the Jazz synergy that's in the board. Save your econ for later. Look at how much damage this Kai'Sa is doing after just being able to pick up there for the Lucian. It's not going to be quite enough for this particular fight, but Crushings is so comfortable at the moment. A player already got knocked out, and I believe that was Protect Scroll that took that loss. So we'll finish off this game in 4th.
The Katarina reroll, doing a lot of good work getting into the top 4, but it really fell off pretty hard there. And I think it makes sense because you really do want to be finding Z2 and finding Kiana to cap out your board there. 6 Crowd Diver is really good and all, right? But you need a duo carry in the late game to supplement that damage. And Rainplosion, I think, from start to finish, has played this game so immaculately, has now found a 3-item Ziggs to be, carrying and doing a lot of damage. You have such a good front line around this Zac 2, around Echo, right? Blitzcrank is only tier 1, and he's still just there just for the disco, but the powers in the rest of the front line, there's so many good items. Rain has just played this game so well.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal from start to finish. And so this is going to be a ghost board that Rain is fighting, but on the left-hand side, Crushings is going up against Prestivant. And so we have the Twisted Fate in the back, but this Kai'Sa, the Bard is finally 3-star for Crushings. That feels like it matters, even if not for moral victory of getting the 3-star Bard. But that means that Prestivant is going to go out in 3rd place, and it just comes down to Crushings versus Rainplosion to see who can take a first in this lobby.
Yeah, not only has Crushing's got the Bard 3, but also the Lucian 2 is a massive upgrade. We were talking a lot about earlier about what Runans is really good for in this meta, and Lucian is top of the table in utilizing all that effectiveness. And now him being tier 2'd, having a Rage Blade, Giant Slayer as well, you have 4 Jazz online because of the Wandering Trainer here. Could be last round, Necra. This is a
Really
good fight.
could be. Yeah, this is a huge fight. Rain is going to be at 1 last life. Really looking at the Twisted Fate and the Lucian on the other side to deal some major damage to the opponent. And at the moment, looks like the Lucian is just going to continue to get these fire casts off, but it comes down to the wire, and Crushings is not able to hold on. What a big deal here to take that game.
Wow, Crushings. It was such a close fight. I was looking at it being like, I don't want to say the one comp is actually favored over the other. This is looking pretty spicy here, but no, Crushing's able to make it happen there. Rain, even with as early as 5 Heartsteel as she had, and it was so well played, wasn't able to translate that into a first place. Is that, because it was having to go into that TF kind of line? I'm not sure. It still looked really strong, especially with that Ziggs too, but Crushings, that Lucian, that Kai'Sa, that Bard, just wow, really well played there. You take Wandering Trader and say, no, I'm gonna play my game around this. I'm gonna reroll Kai'Sa, and it's gonna get me a first place. That's huge props to Crushings.
Listen, like, you get so like when I originally looked at it, I said, hey, well, maybe you just get the 3-star Kai'Sa if you can't hit anything else, but if you're just able to hit the 3-star Kai'Sa, the 3-star Bard, and the 2-star Lucian, I think you just say, okay, cool. Like, me go first.
Yeah.
Have a nice day to everybody else. But what a great fight and lobby for Crushings to take. We are going to send it to a short break so the desk can break down all of this action when we come back.
When I DJ at different shows, there is no greater high that I get than doing anything else. Because when I leave that stage, I am bursting with endorphins. Gaming is also another high. You got your headset on, you're listening, you're talking, it's strategy, and there's a lot of adrenaline. Gaming has always been a constant through my life, even before music. My dad, he was traveling the world, and I was raised by my mom. And
of course, we get a wandering trainer on broadcast, and the one guy who voted for it, New Johns, went bot 4. It's Boop. Is it destiny? Is it a curse?
I think so. Sometimes you need to exert control over your environment. And maybe that's just the way that we did it to help us out. So you know what? You wanted to have some fun, and then you got to watch some people have fun at the end too.
And what are our favorite, or maybe strongest, wandering trainer traits, Admirable? I can't pick one. My brain is working in overdrive trying to assemble all the traits.
Yeah, I mean, when you start to think about like one of the most powerful ones, it's like kind of it is like what just happens to mesh with what your items and augments come up with. But you always have some sort of agency over that. So I digress. To me, it's like the ones that are going to be the easiest to use are always going to be some of the most powerful ones, like Jazz, for instance. The strongest boards in the game cap with Jazz. So why not get a free Jazz in play? Having like a KDA or a pentakill, for instance, they help you reach these +10s on there. If you have a pentakill and you find a spatula, suddenly you're very close to being able to hit 10 pentakill really easily. It's not that difficult anymore. You have one right on board. But I kind of digress with this one. It's like the ones that are going to cap the biggest, they're going to be ones like Jazz. They're going to be ones like Sentinel sometimes, where it's very easy to now connect 3 or 4 Sentinels up in play. Just stuff that puts a lot more in play is going to be the best ones. So typically, if you're affecting the whole board, those are going to be the greater power.
Boop, give me Jazz, right? Give me Jazz, give me an obvious vertical, make it simple for me. Don't make me do a puzzle in my head. It's not gonna work out. As I'm trying to figure out, Kai'Sa 3 is becoming more and more common. Crushings is at the top with Kai'Sa 3. Why is she so strong in your eyes?
I think that there are a couple different reasons, right? So Kai'Sa, in the early game, I think it gives us a little bit of a preview of what could happen with this comp. So Kai'Sa's going to be good against melee units, right? That's the way that kit works, right? When a melee unit gets up to you, just because of the way that ult works, she's going to be able to go away. But what I think is really underestimated with that is with things like Riven being good, she's also not going to lose any DPS from her like the other person is going to. So she's going to ult and be able to auto attack, get back to that their ult. So eventually something like a Riven or an Olaf or really anything is going to start chasing them around. But then you say, well, it also beat, some backline units like Karthus, but what does Kai'Sa have? Access to those backline units, right? But the other thing too is that it also gives you an opportunity to go for a line like Kai'Sa. Maybe something else is not available a little bit later on. Maybe you're, playing a big shot line, but you really want to put some super fans or KDA in there. Then you also have this option with Kai'Sa too. So there's actually a lot of flexibility in terms of why this unit is good. It's been really fascinating since, Lil Kahuna played it in a 5th place with Last Stand, but Crushings did it in a 1st place this time. But I think ultimately it all comes down to that ult and then the units around it, because then you also don't need to build that 3rd item on her and use that to make something else better to then reinforce that Kai'Sa to potentially get you that win.
And maybe just Kai'Sa becomes your backup when so many people are probably going to be contesting Jazz and MF in that case, where she felt like the 3-star you were going for when it came to big shots. And now Kai'Sa's kind of appearing, which is awesome. And another comp, Admirable, that's appearing all of a sudden, especially after this patch, is Disco. So it's on the rise. It's getting consistent top 4s. How did the patch really affect its viability?
Yeah, I mean, TF is not horrible anymore. I think it's really a big part of it. When you take them up to 120 mana and you nerf Disco and you touch Blitzcrank, that's a lot of stuff you've taken away from TF at that point. So now the mana's gone back down, and then you look at it and you go, well, wait a second, if I'm way ahead and I can get to level 8, maybe now I can use this 2-star to get to level 9 pretty easily without costing myself a ton of HP, because that's really where you're going to pick up your big wins or your big finishes, is get to level 9, find the 2-cost legendaries, and then punish the rest of the lobby.
We love punishing the lobby. I especially love to do that on Katarina reroll, because I know my ears were perking up when the casters were like, Lemon Kiwi told us. Yeah, Katarina reroll, so fun. We got to see it. And Boop, super fans were all around it and going deeper and deeper in Superfan. Tell me about your approach with Superfan.
Yeah, so with Superfan, there's 3 options, right? So you can you have to decide on whether you want to go wide with it, like we saw just then. Wandering Trainer is going to be where you're going to see that most often, because then you can access that Radiant item, which is another reason why that Kai'Sa worked out so well. Then you can kind of say, hey, if I'm not going to be winning these lobbies, I'm going to drop one of these, try to get another unit, probably a frontline unit to replace something like Gnar, like you kind of mentioned when off stream. And then there's also the static way of getting those 3 in, getting that, you know, Rage Blade on a Kayle, and then running it that way. So it really is about where you are in the game right now. So if you have something Wandering Trainer that allows you to go wide, you should go after it. But if you can't, then those are the other options you have.
Yes, it's such a good early tempo trait, and getting rid of it for legendaries might be viable. Who knows? But I'm going to trust the decisions of our players and also the casting of our next 2 fellows. Let's go and check in with Nekra and Crowan.
Thank you so much, Jen. Let's get this party started. We are about to hop into game number 4. You can see which players on your screen we're going to be following for this game. Crowan, we are already into the thick of things here as our players are getting ready. And
oh yeah,
let's see what we got to check in with Malala to kick things off. The year of Malala, as it were.
It really is. We've sung Malala's praises so much in this set, but for good reason, right? Malala was previously known as kind of like tournament choke artist. He was due for a really big win, didn't get it for a very long time, but right after the Vegas Open, the confidence of Malala was like night and day. It's like, okay, I know I want a tournament now, the pressure is all off, I'm just gonna play some dang good TFT right now. He's continued to do that time and time again. 17 points right now after 3 games today. He's just continuing that very dominant run, so just absolutely love to see that. I'm very here for the year of Malala.
Me too. I think Spencer has something to say about that, though, as another player that has been up in the rankings for our top players, and we're already going to get our first augment of the game. Spencer has some really nice choices here. Depends on kind of what you want to go for, but I really like Sleight of Hand as just a sort of overall good augment. What do you think, Crowan?
Yeah, Sleight of Hand is really good for early game tempo. Spencer was offered with the Edgelord choice as well because Kayle is so prevalent, but because we're playing early Heartsteel anyway, it's going to be this Sleight of Hand. Put that onto a Cassante early. That's very good. You still get a couple Mosher, a couple Punk in here as well for a bit of extra damage onto one. Spencer is in a pretty great spot right now. Even already has a pair of Tom Kench to put in at level 5. Hopefully upgrade it for the Bruiser as well. So don't even have to lost streak in stage 2 with Heartsteel. Could just win out on stage 2. Maybe at the end decide to get weaker, raise the stakes, and then go into stage 3 with it. But we'll have to see at that point.
Hey, listen, it's always kind of nice if you can just go for the Heartsteel early and just win with it. I feel like that's sort of contrary to the current concept of Heartsteel, but if you have a strong board to go along with it, then why not? We can also see Jupsikid. This is another player I was really excited about getting a chance to see, so I'm really glad we get to see them in this lobby because, Crone, this is a player we don't really know that much about.
Yeah, we don't, but they did get a first in that last game. I don't know what they were playing, but to be able to get firsts among, a stacked field such as this, maybe we should start paying more attention to Jupsikid. I love these breakout performances, especially when you need it the most, right? There's so much intensity and so much pressure on the line when it comes to, hey, Heartsteel Cup is your last chance if you want to go to regionals and go to Worlds. And whenever we interview any player, it's like, yeah, Worlds is always the end game, not only to get there but to win it as well. But you gotta start somewhere, right? You gotta make it to these cups. Jupsikid checks that one off, in a good position to make it into day 4, right? You can check that one off. You always gotta keep it going. That consistency, right, is still so key, and I love seeing that out of newer players especially.
Yeah, me too. I think another player that we might want to put into that category is Lemon VIP, aka Lemon Kiwi's ult. As a joke. Legally, I have to disclose that that's a joke.
Yeah.
But Malala here too, I think, is a player we still need to keep paying attention to. Like, you have the big shots at the very least that maybe you can pivot into a couple of those other pieces later. But K3 Soju, this is a player that I was watching for the first few games of the day, ended up being able to get that 3rd place with the Disco. So Disco TF is very much on the menu, Crone. We saw it from K3 Soju in his very first game of the day. But then we also saw it from 3 players last game, excluding the fact that they had disco emblems from the Wandering Trainer.
Yeah, when we've seen disco in the past, especially in metas where 3 players are, you know, going for it, it's like, okay, 2 probably bought forward and 1 probably just script like a third, or like a fourth with it. But no, it's 2 players getting second and third with it. So really, really good to see disco back on the table in a kind of real way. Soju piloting that for the, you know, part of the previous games as well. Not going to go that direction this game just because has the cut above, has that AD item for the augment, and has the Olaf in the early game, so it's still in a strong spot. Can Gnar actually clutch this? Is there a world? One more cast? No, not quite.
No shot.
It got a little close there, but no, not quite.
It's like, I didn't want to call it either, because I'm looking at that and I'm like, you know what? Sometimes stranger things have happened. So I just will wait until I'm like, no, Gnar has definitely gone down. No shot.
Yeah, no, Gnar's done some crazy things in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can do it. It's just a good unit, but get into the carousel. Gonna start to be, you know, questioning what players like Adrian or Chillmet on the bottom are doing, right? Or are they running some Heartsteel? I don't know. So gotta keep that in mind, of course. Always with the Heartsteels.
Yeah, we have to worry about that a little bit, but I think there's only 2 players that could even potentially go for that. I think like Spencer and Malala are the only 2 players that have like enough Heartsteel pieces in.
Yeah.
Spencer got the early set in the Cassante, so to see if he kind of continues to go in that direction. But we can already see the pivot that you can put in the Urgots. Why not?
Yeah,
just get an early Urgot and sack.
Urgot's such a good stage 2 unit, actually. He can handle a lot of really good items, make them work out super well. Does a lot of damage. Already's buffed with the 2 Mosher because of that set being in there. Bruiser as well with finding an early Zac, right? Like, this is really solid. Not going to be losing any rounds, but we don't mind right now. Especially because we are already at the, you know, the second break point of the Heartsteel cash out. Gonna get some more resources with that, make 20 gold next round probably, unless it's something like a component, but we'll see here in a second what that cash out is. It is gold, so yeah, be able to econ, love it.
Okay.
Spencer in a fine spot.
Yeah, that feels really good. Just get some gold. What is your like preferred cash out though, Crowan? Like when you're looking at some of these like early Heartsteel cash outs, what are you hoping to get? Is it gold? Is it items?
Generally, it is going to be just gold for the early ones. That's what you expect. It is nice if you are win streaking and playing Heartsteel. If you have an open component and getting other components, you can slam another item and keep tempoing that way. That is still pretty solid. But usually you're just satisfied with the items. And oh, looking at Jupsicid on the other side of the board here, actually, this is Twin Terror Punks. And with Vi being the headliner, we were talking about earlier, it's like, yeah, usually Jinx is the headliner that has played, that is being played here, but it still can work out with Vi as well. And it has an IE and a bow on it. Granted, there is a remover there, so we could be swapping those items around a bit later, but still, this Vi is punching.
Yeah, she's throwing some hands.
Yeah,
I think
watch out.
I wouldn't want to be in her face. But we're gonna have to check in on how that's going a little bit later. We have our I see it's I got confused because it says Chillmet, but it's actually not. It's
oh, it looks like, I mean, Chillmet's the little legend on the board here. I think it is Chillmet. Rocking with true damage rapid fire. No headliner though. And not that much gold, and also lost streaking for the first 5 rounds of the game. We can make 30 here, but this is like the conversation where I think it was a great point to touch on earlier of like how less impactful is lost streaking. And we see the results of that, I think, right here. You don't make nearly as much gold, only able to make 30 into 40, but okay, I guess we just find a Zed on 5 and just high roll to just bail you out. Yeah, that is pretty good when you just hit Necro.
Yeah, it feels really good. I think Lemon VIP is also probably thinking the same. You have the Disco online super early. You can get this Nami itemized, and you keep yourself open to so many opportunities. Disco has been really popular today, so this one is going to be with the Lulu to start, but obviously hoping for the opportunity that you could get that TF online just a little bit later. I like the Step Gunblade here, but I'm curious about where you could see that item going specifically a little later on, Crowan.
I mean, with the disco kind of lean here, it still can go on TF. It's totally fine. I think that's going to be the most likely. We could pivot all the way out of disco and just go for a more standard line. And it can go on Zed and still be really, really solid. However, because there's a bunch of discos on the bench, I think it still will just go on TF later on, and it's solid. You're not too unhappy about that.
Yeah, I like that play. TF seems to be a hot commodity though, so well.
Hey, Prismatic.
Can just hit it, but look at us.
We did it.
Look
I'm not
us.
cursed. It's not me
We
after
did it.
all.
Yeah, you're not cursed. Maybe I take the credit for this one.
Okay, maybe yeah. It's
No,
you got the
you.
KDA background. You were talking about KDA at the start of the show. It's all that prismatic, that that big energy. It's all you.
But I could also just be a Tarek, like now that I'm looking at this board, I'm like, what, Tarek and Nami both also have pink hair, so I sadly don't know if
that's
it's
true.
just an ADA trait.
Yeah, we
and
can't
I'm
reach
gonna
any
be sad.
conclusions yet, but
No.
either way, happy
Oh,
to see Prismatics coming out here. Some real game-changing augments. Chill Met, of course, with that Zed. Jeweled Lotus now. That's just a lot of really good
Jeweled
power.
Lotus.
Yeah, wow.
If I'm not mistaken, that is a lot of Jeweled Lotus picks across the board. It's not just going to be Chill Med, but we're also going to see Jeweled Lotus from a couple of other players we'll check in with just a little bit. But the X520 actually has the Infinity Force. Malala also picked this. There's so many different ways I feel like you could use Infinity Force in this current meta, but what's your favorite take, Crowan?
For Infinity Force, yeah, there's a lot of really good melees that can utilize it super well. I think if you put it on something like a Riven, a Yone, that's really solid. Urgot just to item carry in the early game. Yeah, I mean, seeing it here from Malala is super, super good. And it can even land on on units in the end game, like Ezreal, like Zed, be really solid. Even some five costs as well between Kiana or Yorick. Just really solid generic item that you can put on pretty much any AD user and have it work out pretty well.
I really like edgelords. I really like
Yeah.
Infinity Force edgelords.
No, that is really good, yeah.
My favorite flavor, but I don't know if you necessarily need to go in that direction. I feel like Malala can keep himself super open to a lot of different options at this point, and I really like the items that he's picked for just the back line at the moment. I feel like the IE, the blue buff, that could be a couple of different carries.
Yeah, we could see this on a couple different carries. Definitely what jumps out to me is going to be the standard kind of like Heartsteel, Ezreal, Zed kind of line. It could be Ezreal into Caitlyn as well. Caitlyn can be a holder of that Infinity Force and do pretty well with it, but especially when you see like blue buff and IE together, my brain is just screaming Ezreal, of course, because he's just so good right now in this meta. Everyone's going to be kind of looking for that out. So, I mean, the question is, if you don't land on Ezreal, what are you going to carry? Where does that blue buff go? And blue buff is generally, if it's not Ezreal, it's going to be on an AP user. IE, of course, a bit more flexible in that AD line, but yeah, definitely Ezreal.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, but maybe I'm just a little Caitlyn pilled that I'm like, maybe we get to see something a little
Love Caitlyn.
different.
Yeah.
Just spice things up a little bit. But as we are able to check in on our next player, this is going to be an early Corki as well. Corki's always been a really good item holder though, right, Crowan? Like just kind of getting that early start and then able to pivot to something else later.
Yeah, Corki's always been a solid one. I think did fall out of the meta a little bit in the past couple of patches, but is kind of back being like, hey, especially if you hit 8-bit Corki, able to stack that up in the early game. You don't have to play a Garen. You really don't have to play Big Shot either. It's just a good, solid damage dealer. Big Shot Corki is a little bit less value, but still decent. Malala, of course, the other player running Corki. And this Corki is a little bit better, as well as just a better front line. So there's, no doubt that this round will go to Malala, even though it is level 6 versus level 7. But Adrian is in a really good spot, actually, being level 7, 40 gold still. The HP is a little bit low, but the economy is still there. Going to be able to go level 8 on 4-2 and try to stabilize from that point forward. As we get another Heartsteel cash out, looks like, from 520 here.
Let's check it out.
What is it gonna be?
I'm hoping. Yeah, I was like, I don't think you like. Do you raise the stakes there? Like maybe not.
No, I mean you could, but going into stage 4 raising the stakes is pretty risky. You really want to do that in stage 3, typically. Oh, do get an Infinity Force. Speaking of, that from the augment coming through.
Wait, that feels so nice with like I was gonna say you have the Viego there, but you also have the Yone that you could technically slam that onto. The Urgot's really nice. A lot of nice options for that Infinity Force. I feel like 520 is feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, and picking Freaky Friday, right? It's like, like, okay, what am I going to utilize for these two Infinity Forces? And I mean, my brain, your Caitlyn brain. I'm like Ezreal brain. I'm like, okay, what can we make work with Ezreal? Ezreal can hold this Infinity Force. Caitlyn can as well, but what Zed, I think again is another user of it. And on any of these AD lines, carrying yet another Corki in the early game can carry it super well. 520 with that Patient Study is in a really good spot to level up and have a bunch of gold to roll with, and we're going to see that here. Sell the Corki, level up to 8, and start roll. Oh, actually, we're on neutrals right now. I'm getting ahead of myself. Doesn't even need to level right now. Can wait one more round because they're just that rich. Necra almost going to be level 8, 50 gold on 4-1 instead.
Absolutely crushing it at the moment. And I almost like, I would do this too. Just sell your headliner now and then fix it later. Like, gives yourself the extra roll as well for you to just like, once your shop re-rolls, just get a headliner and maybe you just insta-hit.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if 520 hit gold there, could have pre-leveled.
Okay, gonna pass
saw the Yoda, yeah. Level 8, so I guess looking for a 4-cost headliner, ideally. But, Lucian, Jhin, interesting options. No Ezreal headliner. Akali's may be workable, but it looks like we're just gonna kind of hit all the units that we want to without the headliner. Pair of Zacs, pair of Zeds. Yeah.
You get the Yone, like, edgelord one. Not a consideration, though.
It's really hard to fit in like the typical Ezreal Heartsteel composition. Yeah. You can play it for a couple rounds, but 520 really wanted to hit and stabilize right then. And if you're already level 8, you're not going to be thinking about rerolling Yone, so it will just fall off eventually. The items are going to be solid, though. Runehands, again, being seen here, but it's going to be on the Ezreal instead of the Lucian, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Still won the round, however, against Spencer. So, hey, only on 1 stars, no headliner, winning a round. We take those.
Yeah, that's super nice. Sadly, we're going to be ending this game with a silver augment as our third choice.
That's okay. We got enough excitement with the prismatic.
That's true. Well, I'll take it for now. We get Unified Resistance, though, picked here by Malala alongside that Freaky Friday. Buried Treasures also feels just nice to have all these extra components to work with now, on top of the fact you're still running the Heartsteel to get those cash outs. But we're seeing Malala make a pretty big pivot at the moment. What do you feel like he's looking for in this spot besides just the Ezreal that he's got itemized?
I mean, really just upgrades right now. You have the Poppy. This is a really solid front line. You can take out the... you can take out the Cassante for the Aphelios to get rapid fire in for the Lucian. You want to be able to fit Zed in as well once you get that upgraded. But we're not quite there yet. Malala really just prioritizing around this Ezreal and the Lucian for now. And yeah, Lucian with Rage Blade and Runehands could even slam Giant Slayer, and I actually would be pretty happy with that right now. So I wonder what Malala is considering for that rest of the itemization.
I wonder. Yeah, I guess you could just go like, do you slam the Giant Slayer onto something?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what, if he's not, that's where the question really comes through.
Would he be waiting
I think that would be...
Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I was like, do you make a Bloodthirster in that scenario or something? I guess leaving it open in case he gets some more components from the Heartsteel cash out.
I guess Zed items he wants to save for, get the Zed in eventually, but we're still pretty far away from that, honestly.
Yeah, maybe just doesn't feel like he needs to slam the items yet. He's still super healthy. He's got a bunch of HP comparative to the rest of the lobby. But it's actually really interesting where the lobby is sitting. Spencer is at 61, and then next is Chilmit at like 23.
Yeah. Wow, Jupes
pretty
actually
wide gap right there.
Yeah, Jupes did hit Vex 3 with that reroll, so gonna be really powerful here going into stage 4. Spencer, yet another Heartsteel player playing Shojin's Ezreal. But with all these Heartsteel players, Ezreal 2s are going to be really hard to come by, Necra.
Yeah, that's a kind of the risk that you run there. And something I was trying to allude to a little earlier is like, you have all these players that are trying to go after the Ezreal, and you've slammed these items specifically to make the Ezreal. How do you get out of that spot if you just simply don't hit?
I think honestly, a lot of these players will not get at that spot. They'll run one copy of Ezreal and hope it's enough to out-survive the others and then hit. Like, it's so hard to pit away from it. But really what you could do in that situation is just play a dual carry, Caitlyn Zed, or, you know, Caitlyn Viego, Zed Viego, something like that, to be able to stabilize. Because, yeah, if you're going to want to just play for a top 4, you know that you're in the worst spot for Ezreal and you're not going to hit, just drop out of Heartsteel. It is okay if you're not going to hit. Oh, speaking of hitting, 520 hits Heartsteel Ezreal in the shop. Okay, sick.
Wow.
High rolling.
The actually high rolling. That's pretty
Love
great.
that. Yeah.
Really needed that too. Feel like was struggling for a
100%.
while to figure out just how to fill out that back line, but now you're kind of gaming. You've also got this beefy Zac in the front. You also have the Zed to be able to boost up that EDM. This is looking like a very strong board now heading into the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And 520 was even win streaking for 3 rounds in a row without an Ezreal 2 or a Zed 2. Really, there's a lot of that power is in the Zac. That Zac CC and tankiness, having 3 items in the front line, is really strong. Even going to be strong enough to take down a Riven 3 in that matchup. Like, wow, that is super, super impressive, especially only having, you know, 1 of your units being upgraded. There's going to be 2, I guess, that with the Zac front line and the Ezreal now in the back line.
Yeah, you still want to find the Lucian though. Even the Zed would be like kind of like one of the more important ones to be able to have, just to be sure that you're doing tons and tons of damage. But this seems like such a nice spot. I feel like you just sort of econ and chill, no?
Definitely. I think 520 is in a spot where they can econ and chill. Hopefully passively get a Zed 2, but you don't want to actually roll for it, especially because there are a lot of Zeds already out of the pool. It looked like Soju had a Zed 2. Obviously, the other Ezreal players also want to have Zeds as their duo carry here. We see Adrian on the left playing the Riven, trying to hang on, and does for another round. Takes Spencer down to that matchup, and 520 continues to be on a 5 streak as well. But Chillmet did go out to Nath.
Yeah, that's looking a little rough there. Something that you know, at least Chillmet was able to get a second in that last game, so you're not super hankering for the points, but when you still look at the overall point total, needs to find some good placements in those final 2 games to be able to move forward. But we're going to be focusing on Spencer now.
Spencer 1 round away from Heartsteel cashing again. Has a solid board. Still, again, no Ezreal 2. Really hard to find. No headliner either, which I think is the main detriment. Okay, as soon as we say that, Ezreal just finds his way onto the board. Honestly, though, apparently I have some prophecy power apparently here. They're going to find their headliner. Lemon VIP will find the headliner. No, they already have Blitzcrank, it looks like, but that's a massive roll down on the left for this Disco TF board.
That's a lot. That's a very big roll down, but I think at this point you're hoping that it's enough. Now you have no economy to work with heading into the next stage. You'll just kind of have to continue to build up your gold, but at the moment you're going up against Malala, who is also quite strong. You have the Rage Blade Lucian, which pretty good, I think people might say.
Oh yeah. What was that a dummy with Aegis? Interesting.
Huh.
Okay, for that cash out. I was like, wait, what popped out of there? It was not very
not
very clear. Yeah,
dummy.
It's me, a little dummy, but no, I love to see it apparently. Because that is still going to be pretty solid for the extra frontline utilization. Oh, finds a Ziggs, able to duplicate it into a Ziggs too. I mean, VIP is in a really good spot. A lot of great frontline. now 2 backline threats. This is exactly what this composition needs and is online. Isn't enough though versus all these Heartsteel Ezreal players.
There's so many Ezreal players at this point, but this is going to be Spencer's. And I feel like with the Rage Pollution in the back as well, you want that to be able to ramp up, but it's not actually going to be the one that gets the job done. It's just still that Ezreal. That's interesting though, Crone, because we've got 2 headliner Ezreal players. But I think Soju was at least able to find 1 Ezreal.
Yeah, I believe Soju had a headliner Zed, and had 1 copy of Ezreal. But yeah, I mean, it's unlikely for other players to hit, but hey, it's still possible. And they just kind of, they did just that, high rolled.
We haven't checked in on Jupsikid in a while, but this is the Twin Terror board. Was able to pick that immediately. You can kind of just see shadows of old, I suppose I would say. You get the Vex as your headliner. You're also able to get the 3-star Twitch, which is one of the win conditions of this composition as well. How do you go from here, though, Crowan? Like, when you're looking at sort of capping out this board, is this going to be enough to get you the placement you want?
Yeah, so typically in this board, if you're running Twin Terror, you're just going to play 2 copies of everything, right? 2 copies of Amumu, 2 copies of Twitch, Pantheon, Vex as well, and that's your level 8. When you go 9, though, that's when you can either, depending on your headliner, which in this case, it is going to be Emo Vex, you can throw in a Poppy for a 4th Emo, having that to buff up all the Amumus and the Vexes, right? There's going to be 4 of them to buff up. That is very, very powerful. So that's going to be the next step after finding Mumu 3 for Jupsikid.
Ooh, we're going to see Adrian and Spencer also knocked out of this game. Spencer's one of those headliner Ezreal players. As we check in on Soju now, who's looking for that Ezreal. They're finally in the pool again. So he's able to 2-star that and get a pretty big upgrade to his board. He doesn't have the headliner Zed anymore.
Oh, it's Poppy instead.
Yeah, found the Poppy, so that's at least something else that you can invest into. You even have the Titan's Resolve on her, so she's gonna be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, no, this is actually a really good spot to be playing by Soju. Soju didn't really care if he had Ezreal too. Sure, it's nice, but really the main carries were the Zed and the Poppy can supplement as a kind of pseudo carry in a lot of situations. Have the Kiana as well to provide a bit extra that CC, a little bit of good damage as well. So yeah, Soju I think played this spot really, really well to go to level 9, wait until these Heartsteel players started falling like Spencer, and then rolling and hitting Ezreal 2 upgrades. Granted, he still has a kind of long way to go because he's losing ground still, but it is up against that Vex reroll board, or that Executioner's reroll from Jupsikid, which is really, really strong, but it can get outcapped later on.
Take a look at 520 on a win streak as well. Being able to find that Heartsteel headliner Ezreal has just also continued to get those dubs with the Zed and the Lucian. Maybe finally found the Zed 2 also, was looking for that. So we'll find out. Soju hasn't played a chance to play them, but that's actually not who he's going to hit. He's going to hit Lemon VIP instead.
Yeah, the Kiana unfortunately is just on the Gragas, so it's going to be just given a cloak to some units. You kind of hate to see that one. But maybe now get one more cast off, but still not really farming anything crazy. However, it's enough damage between the Zed and the Poppy and the Kiana to get past the front line. And yeah, take Lemon VIP out in 5th. TF, take it off the table, take it off the bingo cards. Disco is still fake from that spot. If it's losing in bot 4, like, come on. That looked so strong, but yeah, still wasn't good enough.
Well, I wonder why. I feel like there's a lot of backline access and just a ton of AoE on all of the boards that are in top 4. Like, I look at Malala, K3 Soju, Jupsikid. I think about the Executioner specifically from Jupsikid's board. You can just kind of delete the front line of everything if you get really good targeting.
Yeah, the fights are so fast. It's really hard for, especially Disco TF to have all that time that it needs to scale up, start actually reaching the back line. But now other compositions, especially like we see Malala here, a ton of upfront damage with the Akali, the Lucian, right? The Poppy is going to be doing a lot and even the true damage York being put in as well right now. It's just a lot to have to work with. And Executioners, of course, a lot of upfront damage on the table between the Vex and the Twitches, and 2 fully itemized Vex 2s, or a Vex 2 and a Vex 3 is so strong.
That's so gross. That is so gross. That feels so nice to be able to have both of them itemized, but you still have to deal with all of the time that is being fought by this front line from Malala, that this Lucian is going to be able to super get up and running, but not quite enough for the Executioner board. So Jupsikid is continuing to get these wins, and Malala now, the playing field is being leveled. 520 also did take a loss, so still a very healthy amount of HP, but, you know, not infallible.
Yeah, Malala not considering, but has actually sold the Poppy headliner, trying to roll for another one. Finds the Caitlyn and is going to be playing it instead. Takes out the Yorick, sells it to get the items back, and it's going to be running true damage, IE, and Infinity Force on this Caitlyn. And this isn't as strong as it was in the past. True damage Caitlyn was like, okay, if you get that, you like almost auto win the game. But now it has been nerfed pretty significantly. But still, it's going to be a lot of damage, however, though. And I think it can be winning a lot of rounds.
Ooh.
Well, not this one, though.
It could, but yeah, maybe spoken a little too soon, having to go up against such a strong board on the other side. But Malala still is sitting out 1 more life left, as is K3 Soju. They both have to make sure that they win this next one. But the life totals are quite steep when it comes to the top and the bottom end so far.
Yeah, definitely. Soju Malala taking a couple losses in a row for each of them. Soju does have the Yorick 2 online now, has replaced the Zed. Ezreal being able to spread Morellos is pretty nice, but there's not a ton of damage, just like flat damage output from him. And I don't know if it's going to be enough actually damage to get through Malala and reach the backline soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to see some time being bought for this Lucian on Malala's side to just get these casts up and running, but for K3 Soju, you're looking at the Ezreal in the back to just help sort of beef down some of this damage. There was a huge cast from the Ezreal, but this Lucian is still going off, and when it's just going to be that Ezreal left to have to deal with it, K3 Soju just gets knocked out, and that is going to be a 4th place for Soju. Still a top 4, still a good placement, but needs to be able to close out the day strong as well.
Yeah, Soju was in a pretty decent spot with 16 points. Now he's going to be at 21, so just needs a couple of, like, you know, 5ths or better to be able to secure his way into the final day of competition, which you need to get there to either have a chance to make it to regionals based off of qualifier points or just top 4ing the event. As we get into our top 3 situation, Necro 520 has reached level 10, reached critical mass with this Heartsteel Ezreal board. Looking so strong.
So strong, and like still being able to run the Heartsteel is like such a good feeling. You have 5 Heartsteel online right now with that Heartsteel headliner, and you're just going to be able to get so many hearts and continue to maybe even extend this lead. Going up against Malala right now, who is going to be on that last life, so it's going to be up to this Lucian whether or not he can really get the job done alongside that Caitlyn. But it's going to be the Ezreal in the backline from 520 that just gets a nice big cast, finishes off Malala to get that 3rd place, but Jupsikid as well is going to be able to get a win over a Ghost board. It is down to the final 2 of them, though, for this lobby win.
Yeah, it looks like Jupsikid is not going to level 9. Instead is playing for Executioners and is trying to roll for the upgrades of Akali. And playing that over the secondary Pantheon and Amumu obviously means that your front line is going to be weaker at the benefit of your back line having that 4 Executioner buff and being a lot stronger. Don't necessarily know if that's quite worth it in this matchup here, but 520 has just kind of reached that level 10 point, so it might be too much to deal with regardless.
Well, we have Another fight in our hands. Still gonna be a bit, I think, before we determine the winner of this one. But
Oh, it is
at the
enough.
very least, it is gonna be the Executioners that get the leg up. So Jupsy Kid is still able to extend this lead. Has the big fight wins, the big win streak, but 520 did just get a cash out. That's a lot of gold. That's also a tack crown, Crowan.
Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous here. 520 did lose that round, which honestly I was a little bit surprised. It was a little bit close, but the big thing is 520 has a lot of room for upgrades. They have a Lucian one, Yorick one, a Lowy one, Ziggs one. When all of these are upgraded, or just a couple of them are upgraded, the board's going to be that much more powerful. Yeah, Lucian's a big one.
Lowy,
great front line.
Can you find the Ziggs now? Well, there's the Yorick too.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the more important one anyway. We will take that for sure.
You take them. You take them.
I think 520 is. I think 520 is in a pretty good spot now after that roll down.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
Yeah, it's interesting because, as you said, like 520 had a lot of room to grow, but that's kind of one of the issues with Twin Terror is that you know where you can cap your board, and that's like kind of it. I saw Jupsy Kid give a little bit of a thumbs up there. So maybe seeing the writing on the wall with just how strong of a board 520 has across the way, there is nothing stopping this massive army. That is a huge hit that Jupsy Kid had to take to end that win streak. And now it just might be it. Because yeah, where do you go from here?
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to happen in the previous fight. But like, okay, wait, all the puzzle pieces aren't quite together for 520's board yet.
Crowan.
It is. We love that. We love a good narrative. The players helping us out, making our job so much easier on the caster desk deck. Or don't we have it so good here in the caster seat?
We really do. We really do. This is a fun seat to have, that's for sure. But just gonna be another victory lap here is VX520 lets this Ezreal rip. As we enter into this final fight, this poor Pantheon is in the front trying to take the brunt of this damage, but the Alawi tentacles are shredding everything else around it, and as soon as that falls, the dominoes in the back go down with it, and that is a huge lobby win. Congratulations, VX520 Twin Terror, proving that it still has a place in this meta at second, but that was a fantastic Heartsteel cash out, Crowan. Oh my god.
It was good.
Board.
That's why these are the boards that do reach level 9, reach level 10, able to cap around legendaries and just really strong 4-cost units like Ezreal and Zed. And we're going to see this comp win a lot. It really is impressive to see, though, what other compositions can reach in the top 4, especially on rerolls like Twin Terror, Executioners. Still on the table and still very strong as well. Yeah.
I was so shocked. I was really so shocked by that because I know that it did end up getting those nerfs, but I'm like, okay, if people take Twin Terror, maybe you're looking at a little bit of a different flavor of it. But we've seen Twin Terror now, 6 Executioner, just staples still. No buff, no nerf really affecting that success there. But really is all about the Heartsteel cash outs, the Heartsteel Cup, as it is so named. We're going to take a short break so that we can also just kind of take that all in, I think. We'll come back with some analysis afterwards.
Heartsteel in Heartsteel Cup and you win. I guess it just works as easy as that. But Boop, one thing that really surprised us. Let's pretend to be Mort here for a second. Twin Terror got nerfed.
Yeah.
And Jupes a Kid got second with it. Doesn't need another nerf.
Well,
or is it in a good place?
I think if it won and won handily, I think maybe we would have that conversation, right? But I think this is actually really good to bring up, Jen, because I think something that we do as just gamers, it's across all different titles, is we see something get nerfed on the patch notes, and the first thing you want to do is pretend like it never existed. It is in the rear view mirror, and now we're going to be moving on to the good things. So two things can happen there. Number one, less people are inherently going to want to play that comp, so it's going to be open for you most likely when you have that augment, right? And at the end of the day, we talk about those little minutiae, one of my favorite words now, really bringing you into higher placements, right? This is going to be where that is, because you're just going to have extra stats. You're going to be able to utilize items a little bit more effectively. Plus that emo aspect of it too, when other units die, you're going to get those extra casts from multiple people, is something that I think is always going to be valuable. So while it did get nerfed, it's still pretty good. I don't think it's going to be the last time we see it, even in the top 2.
Well, let's see who's terrorizing our leaderboards as of late, because we had a variety of compositions. Admirable. It's been cool to see the meta develop. Of course, Heartsteel being number 1, but sometimes you don't always get the headliner that you want. And some interesting things we noticed in this game in particular was people renting headliners or not renting headliners and going headlinerless. So what's the decision making behind having one or not?
I think that really that boils down to early game only, where it's like stage 2, like if you don't have a headliner, like like I don't, that's kind of like where my head is at with this. I'm like, you really didn't find anything you can use. I've seen people buy like the penultimate ranking ones that aren't very strong in those spots. You need stuff that can kind of pick off units on the board. When someone doesn't have one in like stage 3, for instance, it's because they're trying to conserve a bunch of gold. They found something that was like, I can't use this, I don't want to use this, I don't know how to use this. They just have a bigger picture in mind. Like maybe they're going to try to sail forward a 3-5 or what have you. But if you don't have a headliner in play at some point, you really need to kind of be rethinking things a bit. But when you don't play one, it's almost strictly because you're trying to conserve gold, or because you're trying to hit a loss streak, and you're trying to hit maybe some soft loss streaks or something like that. It's pretty rare to see one, I'd say. But when you don't see one from I'd say a top ranked player, they're either making an egregious mistake, or they have something very deliberate in mind, where it's like, I need gold, and I'm going to catapult later.
Well, personally, I'm just trying to flex on someone and try to beat them without a headliner, which we actually saw at some points. People without headliners winning.
Very valid.
Very valid. What I thought was also valid too, Boop, was Adrian TFT Riven 3 Bot 2. Like, we had set up this whole tournament for melee carries were supposed to dominate. Now executioners are dominating. But what was missing with Adrian's board, having this Riven 3, good items? What's up with
I think that's honestly, I think that's maybe the most surprising thing, is that it had the QSS, it had lifesteal, and it had a Giant Slayer, right? Things that traditionally you would feel good about. But yeah, it comes down to items and the fact that Riven is just vulnerable to getting taken out really early, particularly against mages and executioner comps. Because think about this, right? Front row, her HP goes down immediately. Maybe Karthus starts ulting before the shield comes out, and all of a sudden your carry's gone, right? So that happens a couple times, and you can't get everything else around the Riven going. I think this Riven only had a Viego 1 and some other just kind of like tier 1 weaker units at that point in the game, and that lobby did speed up there at the end. So there's a lot of things as to why it didn't work. I think a lot of people like it because it could be good tempo play, and she's really sticky and can get to that backline. But man, that was I think that's definitely maybe some adjustment of expectations the lobbies might have to do on this Riven, especially now that something like that Kai'Sa 3 has been able to handle it pretty well.
Yeah, honestly, this lobby was pretty stacked too, and I think this was like quite a bit of life that was paid to kind of like brute force through the Riven 3 idea. So when you pay a ton of health and the lobby gets stacked, that's like the worst case scenario you can find yourself with, because there's almost always going to be a matchup that you do lose. That's kind of the brilliance of Heartsteel at the very end, where you get like the double raise the stakes giant cash out, is you are now so powerful that you don't lose. You are the person that everyone else loses to. But if you're just playing a strong reroll composition where almost everything's lined up to be perfect, there's almost still going to be something that you lose to. A bad matchup, some bad fight RNG, whatever it may be. When you pay a ton of health and the lobby's really strong, that's not a good position to be in. And I think that's really what this game boiled down to at the bottom.
Yeah, an advanced mindset for players is recognizing the tempo of the lobby and how fast you can keep up with it. And you see people are trying to keep up in the standings. A reminder that we just finished game 4 and the cutoff is the top 32 move on to tomorrow. So scrolling through these names, are we bummed? Are we surprised? We see Billy at the top there.
That's funny for
Noster,
you.
Robin, Replay, Lemon VIPs in the top 32. Toronto Tokyo is at the very bottom, getting maybe shook by the interview. But what do you think, Boop?
I want to bring up Invective. So Invective is an awesome just member of the community, and I think it's good to highlight because they're having an amazing tournament so far in the top 8. And the number one thing that Invective and I always talk about, Invective is trying to get into casting, is really into, tier 3, tier 2 TFT, participates in as much as they can. The number one thing across all of that Invective has is that they like to do mindfulness, right? Before every event, before every broadcast, they literally sit there and take 5 minutes and just own their space. And there has been a huge difference, not even just in his play, but also his casting, since they've taken this mindset. I just want to compliment that, to change some habits and kind of understand your own body and how you react to these situations. And now they're getting results. So that's really, really cool.
Mm-hmm. And don't let your dreams be memes. Speaking of that, Dank Memes in 14th place. You love to see it. Honorable, even Malala is continuing that hot streak, currently sitting at 9th. If we still have a whole other day. Do you think Malala could win another tournament in a row?
Look, theoretically, it's possible for someone to win literally every other tournament that they're in.
That's so
until
true.
the end of time. I mean, that can happen. Is it going to happen? Well, I mean, probably not. But let's keep the hopes up for a lot of things. Is that Malala is certainly in a very strong form. They've demonstrated that so far throughout the entire set right now. And again, having spoken with Malala earlier this week, they said that a lot of pressure got lifted off their shoulders by simply being able to have such a breakout performance. That just the Vegas LAN alone, when they won that one, it was like proof, like, hey, I can win at TFT, because they were just so very often like on the brink of success, It just was never breaking through. Being able to lift that pressure, I think, unlocks a new world of potential where now you can just play your game. You're not worried about the rest of what everyone else is going to think at that point.
Yeah, I think that it also goes into what I said about Invective. Malala, I think, is the same thing. Changed that mindset, changed the way they thought about how to play, and let them. And then now we're seeing them succeed. So I'm just going to keep harping on that, because I really, really think that if more people did that, it will be a lot easier for people to perform in these moments.
Well, you know who I want to succeed as I drop it? Aegon! Okay, this is so cursed. Aegon, you're in 38th. Make that at least a 32nd, or these slippers are coming off and nobody wants to see that, okay? So, but what we do want to see is our next game, so we're going to throw you to a break, and we'll see you all for Game 5.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And we did a little bit of a shuffle, but this isn't a desk, my friends. This is going to be a TriCast here for this lobby. I'm Boopasaurus here with Admirable and Crowan, and we go way back. So I'm excited to get back together for this cast. But something that I'm really also excited about is this next lobby. So I'm going to start with Crowan here. So Crowan, we have, not that many games left. There aren't that many opportunities after this, or any, to get into regionals, right? So if you're one of those players that are in the bottom side of the standings right now, what are you doing differently in this game?
You're going to be playing Heartsteel. I think has been the thing that you need to do to win games. But no, really, it's just a lot of good spot recognition, right? If you prepped a certain style, just play your game, play comfortable. Of course, if Heartsteel is open to you, take it. But if another good line is open to you, also take it, right? We saw the point totals right there, all these lobbies, and hey, it's gonna be an intense game 5.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Hey, you feeling any Wanderlust, friends? Wandering Trainers is on the board. It got one guide by New Johns, the Kroger version of New Jeans. So now let's see if we're going to get another one guy from Vanilla. It's not going to happen. It's going to be Crescendo. So Admirable, what does this mean for the lobby?
Well, it not really too much is changing with one like this one. It's just kind of one of those things where you have some resources, and that's where you go with it. It's, everything I look at since the patch is like they're trying to change the way that a lot of resource distribution has gone over the last couple times, where it's like they want everyone to have like the same number of items. They want people to have the same amount of, just that throughout the whole game. They don't want everyone to just be like an inherent disadvantage simply by the design of the game. By like, oh, well, this person just has less items than the rest of them. Good luck. That's been one of the biggest things I've seen for distribution. So the early game, what's happening is that it's just having more agency overall. That's really the big thing about the early game that I love, is that you just have more impactful decisions to make.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be on the same page about, or the same kind of level of items everybody else is going to be really solid. No one's kind of getting these giga high roll like econ openers and things like that people have been complaining about for a very, very long time. So we can throw those out the window and just go on to some good old lower variants TFT, I'll say, but still things are in your control. Especially Protect Scroll is finding an Olaf in the shop early. That's an insta click. Ramkev as well. But yeah, for Crescendo, it's just starting off very slow at the silver augment tier, so nothing gonna be super crazy at the gates. Once we do reach 4-2 though, that is what it is going to be pretty impactful, pretty spicy to see if anything is kind of entering the mix, like in Golden Egg, perhaps, if someone's gonna be win streaking a lot. Maybe we'll see some spice like that.
Okay, so let's see. Are we going to be cooking with some spice, or is it going to be bland? We'll find out here soon. We're going to get to this first augment choice, Silver Augment, like you had predicted. Cybernetic Bolt, Cutting Corners, and Stimpak are going to be our first choices. But, we know that Silver Augments are supposed to be like the least impactful, on the surface when it comes to effectiveness of augments on the game. But is that a little bit of a misnomer, do you think, Admirable? Is Silver Augment maybe, are there any Silver Augments that do you kind of rush in front of the other ones?
I actually think that Silver Augments had, at the start of the set at least, they had some of like the largest disparities in the game, because some of the silvers were just so powerful by comparison to what the rest of it is there, and it's certainly evened out a lot, I'd say, as the set kind of balanced together. They tuned down the ones that were just like way out of control, it felt like, and they kind of just slowly buffed stuff up until it got back into check. Like when you go, for instance, and go look now what the best silvers are at 2-1, it's Spoils of War. And Spoils of War is just going to help you drop stuff throughout the course of the game. Pretty impactful silver augment. But then you go all the way down, it's pretty even as you move your way across. Like the worst one ranked in the game at 2-1 is Indomitable Will at 4.94. It's a pretty bad average overall, but I've seen Indomitable Will taken with the intent to win out a lobby. You have to take it with like a specific thing in mind is all. And outside of that, in silver augments, you can kind of use them and see what's going on, but it's just really not that tough to find a silver augment that you can do something with. They all just kind of have a nominal impact, except for, like when they really matter. I'm seeing, how many Spoils of War are we seeing around now as they say that?
No, I mean, but maybe a few, but I think that's a great point. Only the silvers being, still in the 4s at the lowest one is still really solid. There's definitely been a lot of times where we've seen these silver augments in the 5s basically be unclickable, but no, there's kind of still a place for every single one. And I love seeing Ramkev take on a role. It is buffed from the past. Now it's 3 gold, and you get 3 rerolls for free. And utilizing that with Punk, this makes so much sense. And Ramkev is in such a good spot right now. Is able to take that Pantheon pair, gonna be able to upgrade the Evelyn as well for more free rerolls. It's just such a good spot. The other players who have picked up the Punk units are already pushing levels, like Weijin to level 4. Another player had taken a headliner Jinx as well. So a few copies are out of the pool, but that's fine because Ramkev is the only one angling for that reroll.
Yeah, honestly, Punk's like, it's kind of a tricky composition, I think, from the get-go. Is like, you start to play this and you're like, why am I losing my rounds? And it's like, well, you need the 3 stars to like really start to win out your rounds. Like, you're not pushing levels and you're hoping to get 3-star stuff, so you're kind of spending all your gold into hunting down these units. It's a composition that honestly loses out quite a bit in stage 2, and then finds its big spike in stage 3, tries to push everyone down, and then at stage 5, I'd say like 5-2, 5-3, it starts to wane down quite a bit.
Yeah, and actually something that it didn't do there in the honor roll was upgrade the Evelyn, because wanted to wait until next round to have the chance to then upgrade a unit in that round to get all the free rerolls. It's like the honor roll tech coming back. Players are relearning how to play that. So really fantastic to see from Ramkev there, that just that small tech decision.
All right, folks, so let's see now how this is going to impact the rest of Ramkev's game, because we still have a whole lobby of people to go through, and Spoils of War is going to pop up as that silver tier augment on the other side. Anytime you get any extra economy, that's always going to feel good, but with the way Ramkev is playing this, as Corwin said, is pretty much best case scenario, I think, for that early game. With the free rolls and those Punk re-rolls, you should be able to find access, even if other people are doing it, because you just have more to work with, and you can re-roll a little bit more often. Are we going to win those rounds? Just like Admirable said, not quite right now, but we might be able to really push our power, say phase 2-5 to 3-2, right, and then start solidifying. We saw Hanako do that a little bit earlier today with her comp on this, which beat some really strong comps that we were pretty surprised about. So now that we're on this carousel, this is going to be, like I always say, one of the first most consequential decisions post augment. We finally get some units and some items that we get to pick out specifically. Looking at Vanilla, looks like they were trying to go for that sword. You don't get your first choice. That definitely feels bad, especially if you're one of the first ones out.
I'm kind of looking over like where everyone's sitting in the lobby right now and what's going on. Like Soju and Adrian sitting at the top right now, both having spoils. Weijin and Iverson sitting in 3rd place right now, tied for that 1st place spot, and they had stationary on silver, which means that they effectively just don't have an augment yet. Still be able to be up there at the top. This feels like a typical Weijin Iverson to me, where it's like, he just feels like he is so good and calm and understands like at every single step of the game. Like how does he do it? Like this is just like such an anomaly of a player, Crowan.
Oh, 100%. So especially because Weijin Iverson has one of the most disgusting first place rates out of any pro player, at least in North America, right? Maybe Setsuko being the one to rival that first place rate, but Weijin is so good at finding these greedy outcomes and able to make it to first place. And it orbit like stationary support, right? Getting that in in stage 3, not getting it immediately, I think leans into that level of play and that kind of play style specifically super well.
All right, we're going to be getting some more items here really quickly, but now we've got other players that we haven't quite seen on broadcast so far. We've talked a lot about, the Setsukas, obviously, the biggest up-and-coming streamer in TFT, K3 Soju, also in the lobby with us. But yeah, we got some other...
always say that one too.
Yeah, I know, I love it. It's one of my favorite jokes. Okay, so we also get Deepay, which, for this broadcast actually fits really well based on his past experience. But outside of Weijin and Soju, I think a lot of these names are, just like in the some previous lobbies, starting to pick up steam. Greya won that first lobby with Heartsteel, for example. Do you have anything with any of these particular players as we move into stage 3 that you want to highlight, and then maybe we can look at through the rest of the round, Crowet?
I think it's really interesting looking at a player like Greya, because I think this is their first tournament. At least that's what the stats say that I'm looking at, this first tournament. So to be able to pop out and get a first place, I think is really fantastic. It's always a treat to see the newer players finding their stride. If a patch or a set really just clicks with them, translate that to ladder success, get qualifying for these tournaments, and kind of show the world who you are, right? You're playing TFT because you love the game, you have a lot of fun, but if you want to reach that competitive kind of edge, you can spike a top 4 at a cup, go to regionals, maybe make it to worlds like that, right? We see breakout performers in every single set, right? Dating back to set 6, we still know their names, right? Ace and Nappies from back then, then, you know, Kha'Zix, Rainplosion, and then the list goes on. And we could see a player like Greya really following in those same footsteps if they're able to get a couple solid games here and make it into day 2. The work is not done, but they're in a solid spot to do so, and especially putting in this Heartsteel, right? You love to see it. They already did that and got first place with it. Can they do it again?
All right, so let's see now that this Heartsteel goes through. Is it going to be deja vu? Yeah, for Greya and for the rest of us on that comp. I believe Heartsteel has won the majority of the comps on stream so far. And when you just get that economy and it never stops, and you even get an extra emblem this time around, Admirable.
What? That's cheating. You can't do that. Hang on a second.
That's how I got through college.
High rolling.
Just kept dropping tomes.
Yeah, just dropping tomes. That's what I was referring to. 100%.
I see.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I read a lot. Anyway, Admiral, go for it.
My God, you can't. This is like what is it, like 1% on the gold orbs? Is that what it is?
Oh, is it 1%? Is it? If that's that low, wow, that's crazy.
I want to say it was 1% on big orbs, but I mean, you have 8 players in the lobby, right? When you have 8 players in the lobby, it feels like it's going to show up a lot more than, you know, when you're actually playing. Like, how often do you get it when you're playing? I don't think I've had one this set.
No, maybe like one time exactly. That's really crazy. Oh, Ramkev going for Twitch and not angling for the Jinx reroll. Has a ton of Vexes early as well, but it's still on level 5. Admirable. I feel like usually players from the spot would have just committed to Jinx here, but Ramkev is going Twitch. What do you make of that?
Well, it's kind of an interesting pivot here, right? It's like if you find a Twitch headliner and you have all these extra Twitches and you're not really finding the Jinxes, and you're like, wow, I also have a Vex too. Yeah, you know, here we go, I guess. I mean, like, what do you...
Yeah.
Are we really going to keep going for the Jinx and be like, you know, I just don't think these 6 Twitches are going to be enough to get it done. Like, I think this is a great spot to kind of move out of this and really pick it up and go a different direction. You know, you're not committing to Jinx because you have honor roll. You're using honor roll to try to commit to Jinx. That failed, and now we're changing directions. You know, pivoting is not necessarily a good feeling when it's like legitimately better to do, and it's really difficult to justify it at times. But Ramkev, I think, has found a spot for it. Yeah, so look, this is Twitch 3 right away if he wants it. I think he's going to continue to use honor roll to make the most of these.
Yeah.
Still like to use these on Vex when you can. But I think Ramkev here has found a really interesting spot, and this is one of the big highlights I have about Ramkev in general, is that I think his ingenuity is spot on. I think that he's been really frustrated with this set and how much the dynamic he feels like is pushing him in one direction. But ultimately, Ramkev has kept his head about him, and he's been having fun with the game. And so when Ramkev's having fun with the game, I think that he's going to absolutely be at his best mindset, and it's been showing through, I think, in this set as well. His ladder performances have been kind of strange, but frankly, I watch a lot of his stream, and he will intentionally not play Heartsteel because he just doesn't feel like it, and he still has good placements. Like, it's really tough to shy your nose away from somebody who's been doing that well by intentionally not playing the strongest compositions.
100%. You're so right there. It's actually interesting to see the players who are having fun with the patch just like do a lot better. And if Ramkev, if you don't like a certain option, right, just don't play it. You can still find success. So I think that's a really great point to make up for Ramkev, and still able to make it work out very, very well.
Yeah, you know, the numbers don't lie, the math is math, but sometimes in certain situations, that 10% thing is the thing you're supposed to do, and Ramkev likes having those options. Like you said about Admirable, when you're handcuffed, that can make you feel really weird, and especially when it comes to these particular comps that you might not be super comfortable playing, but are playing because statistically they are good, but you yourself might not be playing them to their highest ability. But Ramkev has shown to be able to do that in multiple different situations. Tons of gold coming our way for Protect Scroll, as we are going to be looking at this board once again. It's been the first time since we saw this Olaf get picked up, Admirable.
Yeah, the risky moves, I feel like this has been an unusual augment for me. I actually tend to not take this one because I just don't like paying my HP to do stuff. But sometimes this augment it boasts like a lot of power, and frankly, it can be kind of scary. Like, I think if you're willing to take this in a tournament lobby and you feel comfortable against this caliber of player, it speaks a lot to that. But at the same time, the payoff you get from this is pretty tremendous. The question really is, like, how much are you paying? So, like, if carousel priority is going to mean a lot to you and you're going to need a lot of gold to get your composition done, I think that the risky moves it's got to be a considerable option at that point. But my gosh, I used to take this in the past, and it felt like I went bottom 4 every single time because I just needed like one more round to get my composition together, mostly because I have the boomer hands. But overall, I think if you understand like how to put your team together and you know how much gold it's going to cost you at the end of the day, that Risky Moves has got to be a good augment. Like for Crowan, for example, I've seen. Crowan
I was gonna say it's a Boomer Hands diff. You know, not to throw you under the bus, but you're the one who said it. So no, it is that kind of just that risky playstyle, of course, right? As the augment does dictate, you sacrifice HP, you get a lot of gold, and those transitions you make later on into the game, those have to be really quick, really precise. You got to know all your outs. If you miss the thing that you want, like your Ezreal or your Zed or whatever, you got to know what else can I run. If I get stuck on a Caitlyn, is that okay? If I get stuck on a Viego, right, is that going to be okay? Risky Moves definitely lends itself into, you know, those very, very quick thinking players. And I think Protect Scroll at least has seemed to be able to do that so far, but we'll have to, you know, keep an eye out and see if that actually is the case. Can that be exactly Protect Scroll's legacy?
Riding along with Vanilla now and looking at 9 points. I'm sure you've noticed a couple of our lobby participants have over 20 points. They're chilling. They're doing all right. However, Vanilla, unfortunately, looks like a little bit melted right now with those 9 points. But that doesn't mean that things are over. So when we were talking about how to play from behind, this is pretty much what we were talking about. Heartsteel was the, you know, initial idea, but we're not seeing that for Vanilla right now. There is a couple more lobbies available, but Vanilla does need to get a really, really good result here, Admirable.
Yeah, to me, it's like when I look at these items right now, it's definitely looking like a different direction. Kind of generically, this feels like a pentakill sort of thing, and pentakill can definitely win out in lobbies. It's like pentakill's like the lobby that wins out. It's like when everyone's not like ultra spiked, so you know silver's a good spot to perhaps see something like that in. Good items for Karthus and for Viego. I'm seeing a Bloodthirster on bench, and I'm seeing, you know, a big item with a rod and a tear for a Karthus. It's like this is the kind of competition that can get there, but it's going to be based on whether or not you can get ahead and find your units. This has to connect. And I don't care what spot I'm in right now. If I'm willing to take risks on back-to-back firsts, I'm just going to put together whatever the most powerful team I can do is. It doesn't have to be Heartsteel to be very powerful. It has to be strong units that are put together well with good items.
Yeah, speaking of strong units put together with good items, I think DPay is trying to make that work out with Ahri here, because the blue buff, right? If you think about blue buff, who's going to hold it? Ezreal or some KDAs. And at least on broadcast, we haven't seen too much vertical KDA, but I'm sure Necro is going to be happy to see this come out. I don't know if we're reaching 10 KDA or anything that crazy, but still, I think Ahri and the Sentinels paired with her still has a lot of room to come out and do well, but still maybe just that vertical KDA playing that Ahri Akali duo carry, I think still can work out pretty well.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Necro could, you know, I can't even count to 10. Right, I'm a music major. I can only really count to 4.
Only count to 4, yeah.
Yeah, I can only count to 4. That's insane. But anyway, you know, that's in jest, of course. Let's go ahead and see how these rounds are going for our friends. Ramkev doing just fine. That Twitch hasn't really changed. No more items. Just needs that Rage Blade for now, right? Just like we expected. Actually, Hanako's Jinx a little earlier today to start falling off. At this point, it didn't. So I'm curious to see if this is going to take the same kind of tempo. Greya, once again, is on the bottom side of the leaderboard, but we know what they're playing. But now there's going to be an opportunity for them to come out of this item round with a little bit more direction, Groen.
Greya, looking at Riven right now, has the 4-8-bit online. But we have to see, you know, how many more Rivens can be found. Are we actually going to commit? There's only one sword that was on that Riven, so still a lot of work to go in terms of the gold. Ramkev, though, another gold orb. Let me see. It's just a bunch of gold, however. Ooh, the items are pretty solid. Yeah, not for Twitch, but for Vex, having these tiers. You love to see it. But Twitch is the tier 3, so really would have loved to have a sample Twitch item right now. At least we do have the Even Shroud on the Pantheon frontline, giving Twitch a little bit of that extra kind of oomph with that armor shred. But Ramkev still, with that honor roll, in a good spot here, is not going to be pressured, I think, to roll super deep right now. Eventually is going to hit that Vex 3, hit that Pantheon 3, hopefully a Mumu as well, but you know, we'll have to kind of see that a bit later, I think, because it'll take a long time to get all of them.
Yeah, just looking like a good team overall for Ramkev. You know, this is like one of the heights of this style of composition is just you put together a lot of strong units in play. Like it's really not much of a mystery, and this is all because of honor roll. He's able to do this. Now the downside is he's down effectively like a silver augment, which that's fine to chalk that up to econ. We also took an econ augment on 3-2. So that is a pretty big deficit that you're taking with augments as people get their boards put together. I'm considering about Greya right now. That tome is still sitting on bench. And last set, all we thought about as we run into a prismatic right now, well, all we thought about is like, what on earth did we get out of tome? Like everyone, it was like take the tome, take the tome, take the tome. Everyone had all kinds of boards they wanted to craft for tome to get the ideal tailored purposes for the outcomes on the tome. I have no idea what that is in this set right now. So I don't know actually how you craft a board that has like at least 8 traits on it, and ideally a trait that like maybe you can't even pop a tome for. Is that like EDM? Is that the one you can't pop a tome for?
I think you might be right.
Just a trait that counts towards a tome count.
Well, some of us are pretty well read with tomes, like I had mentioned a little bit earlier. But now as we're moving through this lobby, things are starting to become incredibly consequential. And just, before we get really into the nitty-gritty of the late game, one last thing that I feel like we haven't quite talked about but have referenced is the impact of a prismatic augment last versus first, or first and second, right? So, Crowan, what does this mean for the lobby?
Well, first of all, I mean, we already knew we were going to have this prismatic. I know you got a little excited when it popped up, but it's crescendo, so it's, silver, gold, prismatic. So players are going to know, hey, there's going to be either a lot of combat power, or in Soju's case, a lot of econ here, which is very risky. You need to make that work out pretty quickly, I would say, to have, any value in it, because when other people get things like Protect Scroll, Cybernetic Bulk, that's 500 HP on so many different units, right? And if you're in Soju's position, you're just flat out going to be weaker for the rest of the game. Is that econ actually going to be worth it, right? He hit that Akali headliner, but still on an RE pair, still on just a 1-star Echo, still has a lot of work to do, and only being on 38 HP, 5 loss streak, it's not in a great spot.
Well, it's a different kind of spot to be in. He's got the KDA headliner, he's got a KDA spatula on Echo, and he's got the spatula on Lilia. So he needs to get a rod here and then catapult.
That's true, yeah.
Next level. That's exactly what he's thinking about, right? He's just go to 9 and get the 10 KDA in play. That's why he took the hedge fund here.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
This is a great take from Soju. The rest of this lobby could be in trouble here. This is looking like if there's a rod on the carousel, this could be almost like a free win.
I did miss actually the extra spot. No, you're cooking there. I was like, okay, he's has a lot of KDA. The gold is not quite be able to level up, but no, exactly. If he sacrifices a couple more rounds, which he might still kill a bunch of units, this Akali is pretty powerful. Has the Kaisa, has the Evelyn on the bench. This could be a 10 KDA, and Soju can definitely spike rubber band across the rest of this lobby, but he needs to get the rod here. His first pick. Does Vanilla? Do they deny Soju here?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's coming. The rod's coming to Soju. Chance. Yeah, he gets it. He gets it. All right. There you go. 2 more rounds for the econ to get to 9, and Soju will have 10 KDA online.
Oh my gosh. Here's the thing. It's really tough to see a spatula equipped to a Lilia for no reason.
Yeah, I was like
looking around the board because you're able to talk about everything. I'm like, let me totally absorb this, but why is there a spatula on Lilia? Oh my gosh, she's got a KDA spatula already. And I was just like, oh the gold. It's just like, what a crazy circumstance to be in. This is exactly what's been talked about the whole day now, and Soju's just going to go to 9 and have a KDA spatula in a decent spot in the tournament already. Like, this is such a beneficial thing to see at this point. Soju's at 21 points already, and you're getting 10 KDA right in stage 4.
Yeah, I do think, though, while Soju is in a lot better spot than I originally thought, he does need to still econ a bit more to get to 9. And it's not like 10 KDA is unbeatable, but if he is on 1 life and takes just any random bad loss, that is still a bot 4 that feels really, really bad. It might be able to level up after this round. It might need to be 1 more. I'm not 100% sure. But Soju really needs to hope that he doesn't have a bad loss here.
Okay, a lot going down in those last couple rounds there, especially with Soju being able to get that vertical. I know someone on the desk is going to be really excited to talk about this in just a minute, but we got to get there first. There's still, a possibility that Soju never reaches that number, that 10 KDA vertical. Like any vertical, especially when you get to that 10th number, is going to potentially win that lobby. You're going to probably be more likely to win that lobby than not. But in this particular situation with 14 HP, that's where the risk is if we could even get to a point where we stabilize stabilize and get there probably is the answer. But as Crowan, mentioned, it was very, very obvious that, hey, there still isn't 100% chance that this is going to happen. There's still a lot of risk involved.
Oh, level 9. Yeah. There it is. I was wondering, does Soju have enough gold to do it right now, or does he have to wait until after Raptors? Because he could die this round, but does it right now. 10 KDA is online, confirmed. You have to see it. Just believe with that level 9 coming through. Soju has reached critical mass.
Yeah, this is that's great for Soju, and you know what? Yeah, you could still get second. Okay, let's put it. Nobody else just really looked like they had the power level to match that. Like when you took a look around the lobby, that's the only thing I was really worried about. As we see Adrian right now up against Wajan Iverson. Wajan Iverson is on submit to the pit, re-rolling monsters right now. That is 8 Urgots and 8 Jacks.
Wajan's cooking right now. I didn't expect really to see that out of Wajan, considering we talked about him being a player that pushes a lot of levels, caps out his boards, gets first place a ton of the time. I don't know if Smith to the Pit Monsters is going to be just that. He's on 0 gold, 1 Urgot away, 1 Jax away. Does have a Yorick, right? That's great. That's what you need, but wow, I don't know. This is a interesting spot to say the least, but I think it can work out if he does hit everything.
My gosh.
It's here, folks.
Oh,
it is here. We're going to KCON, folks. It's K-pop all over the place. Admirable. I know you have a really good interest, an invested interest in K-pop. What are some of your favorites?
Oh, that is completely. We actively talked earlier today about how K-pop is not my genre of music. I said, quote, I don't have qualms with it. It's just not my thing.
That's fair. That's respectable.
I love K-pop, and I just like Rose, I love seeing this right now. I love me some Mamamoo. I love me some New Jeans. I love me some Stray Kids. I could keep going on, but this is about the players right now. As K through Soju, I believe a K-pop connoisseur himself is going to be repping this KDA 10. So obviously, this is going to be the most exciting thing that we are seeing, at least right now on our screens. Now, everyone else also knows that there's a limited amount of time for them to match this power level, right? So now that Soju's on the bottom side of the leaderboard, everyone above him has a limited amount of time to try to catch up and match this power level. It does seem like DPay is also going after very similar units as Soju, and so DPay, I think, is going to be on the struggle bus a little bit more based on the 2 different comps. I'm going to be looking at KDA 10 because I don't remember the last time I got to watch this in person, especially in competitive, and it doesn't even seem to be that close so far. Well, actually, it kind of does. That said, in the backline, doing a little bit more, taking down a couple more units, so maybe this gets a couple more rounds outside of our opponent this time around, but still KDA 10 is going to take it. I'm going to move over to the other side now. KDA is doing pretty good. Is KDA going to have a 100% win rate for this round? It looks like that is going to be the case. So KDA crawling up, getting to that #1 hit, and maybe we'll get that legendary stylus here soon, but admirable. Everything going according to plan, I think, for Soju, and not really DPay. What's like the biggest difference here? And is Soju the reason why DPay is kind of struggling right now?
Well, it's the 10 KDA. It's hard to actually like literally see what 10 KDA is doing because it's just a lot of passive stats that are going into play. But it is an enormous difference for what's happening here. You just get so much out of it that's why it's tough to see what 10 KDA is actually doing. For DPay, I think it's just been a kind of a struggle to put together a board with like all the right pieces here. But thankfully he's able to run into a round there where the opponent's investing into going to level 9. It was level 8 with 50 gold on that one. So he's got gifted that round, but it's really going to be tough to beat what Soju's put together here by anybody.
Yeah, the KDA though, how are the Ribbons making this way into the back line? This could be the loss that 10 KDA still can take. However, the Ahri was able to dish out so much damage though. The Pop able to stay alive on the left. DPay and Ramkev going at it. The Executioners though, the Vex has hit 3-star. Ramkev takes out DPay in that round. But I wanted to elaborate on your point as well about like 10 KD and what it does, admirable, because a lot of the stats that you don't see is that mana generation, right? You get 10 mana per second, which, you think about it, is so insanely disgusting. Ahri's only gonna have to auto once per cast. Poppy can get so many more casts off. There was a Sona on Soju's bench as well. And think about how much Sona can cast if she has a KDA emblem. It's going to be absolutely insane when that is tier 2'd and put onto the field.
Yeah, it's tough for him to get rid of the Poppy at the moment because he has to have the front line. So I think it's a possibility that Poppy is going to stay there for a very long time. But you have to find a way to really get to that next point of it. The Poppy is really, I think, doing so much more work than it seems realized as well, where it's like that ribbon, if it touches their back line, it's going to mutilate it. But if it gets stuck on the Poppy, it gives Ari plenty of time.
All right, we're looking at Adrian and at Protect Scroll now. Protect Scroll actually crushing it so far today. We've seen glimpses of Protect on the screen, but in terms of the lobby, I believe is in the top 10 right now, so just doesn't want to finish in the bot 4. If you top 4 in this lobby, you're probably good to go for tomorrow. Unlike Vanilla, who pretty much needs to win this thing, but has a lot of beef in that front line. Look at that Garen, my friends. I have not been able to get a Garen like this in one of my games, and apparently it's not even that good because it lost that round. And sometimes that means sometimes what you see is not what you're going to get. So that Garen is going to fall. A lot of 2-cost rerolls have been doing good, but that tier 3 2-cost not quite.
I was to say KDA for free, so just gets another one, but no, wants more items. Gonna take the gun blade.
I don't need another one. I'm good.
Yeah.
11 KDA doesn't do anything.
Just a flex, right? Why not alpha the lobby by having you can't even use all your fingers for that.
Oh my god. That's
you have to use your favorite toe instead. All right, I got it in. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going here with Wage and Iverson. We're finally getting that pentakill emblem on that Poppy 2. Zephyr, a thing that I think a lot of people will just forget to position for at this point in time. So now we also have that ability for Wage to potentially take something like the Riven or another frontline unit off of the board for the first 5 seconds and then have someone walk into the back line. Zephyr does enable a lot of those good melee units as well. But we're going to go back over to the lab Vanilla, and they are doing the KDA thing too. Unfortunately, any KDA units are just going to be hyper contested at this point in time. The good news is we do have tier 3 Sentinels available.
This is I can't say that I've seen this operate in this patch at all. 6 Sentinel is already pretty rare to come across, I'd say. But especially like with the Garen loaded up the way it is. I know that Archangels is going to be like the one item that offers scaling on Garen. Everything else is just going to be building up from there. But I'm very curious like how this ends up working with 6 Sentinel. Like what compositions do you beat with this?
Yeah, I honestly, I think you beat a lot of things. I don't know if this is typically best in slot Garen. Archangels is good. Dragonclaw is good. I think Redemption is the best third item because you're going to get such disgusting HP scaling with your Archangel stacking so many Garen casts, so that Redemption proc heals percent HP. Same with the Dragon's Claw, and reduces the damage you take by AoE. Depending on, I think, the strength of just the rest of the board and 6 Sentinels, I think actually Vanilla could theoretically beat everyone maybe besides the 10 KDA. That might be like the only other strong comp that can take it down at this point, but I'd be curious if Wasian with the Jax still can take it down as well.
All right, we're going to have to wait a little bit to see what happens with Vanilla. I'm looking over at Wasian Iverson right now because he is on Elimination Station, but we did get that Urgot 3. It is going through some of those tier 3 units. It is that Garen, and it is that Poke, so we are going to see Vanilla on this board, but is Urgot going to be able to take them down? It's been 50-50 with this Garen. That Archangels is starting to stack, but that HP is doing the opposite. It's going lower and lower, and they finally have access to the back line, and Wasian will still win that. I believe that was a Ghost, but Soju also going to win that round as well. So nothing happening to Wasian and Soju, who are in the top half of the standings already. So just the top 4. I didn't see the gold blink, so I think we still might have 5 people in this lobby. We'll see in a second when those standings come back. But we're at Dragon, my friends. And now this is going to be potentially the last moment for, I think, potentially the whole lobby to make any changes to their board, especially in terms of items.
Yeah, this is just, ridiculous. Like 12.5 mana per second on Soju's units. How do you beat this?
Oh yeah, because uplink as well. Yeah. Wow. How do you beat it? Honestly, you just get really lucky and have a capped board that, either has Heartsteels to get there. You get a tier 3 4-cost maybe. I don't think any of the boards that we're seeing online right now are going to beat it. Soju is by far ahead of the rest of the lobby in terms of board power. It is honestly just a race to see who can scrape their top 4 and who can scrape a second place as well. Every single point does still matter for these players, so going to be trying their best here in these last second positionings.
I will say that get lucky with a capped board doesn't quite have the ring to it I expected it to.
Yeah, no, not really.
Yeah, you kind of like got to cap. It's hard to cap boards. It really is, honestly. It's hard to do it unless you really know what you're doing here. And as I'm looking at this fight now, when you get your Viego Zephyred against a tough matchup to begin with, this doesn't seem good to me.
Yeah, the Riven actually on the backline got stuck, I believe, on a Poppy that was able to, you know, hold on to it for just a second, but that was very, very fast. When you think of Riven, that's pretty much what you think of happening. It hasn't quite happened so far on stream, but we finally got that good example. What's the difference here, Crowan, in terms of why this one's finding success as we get a top 3? Is I believe that last round was only separated by like 12 to 13 HP from 1st to 5th.
Yeah, so Riven essentially has 4 items right now because Quicksilver is like a must-have. But you have that in terms of the Banchersville on the Yone, so you get to itemize Riven not only with the BT and the IE for a bunch of damage, but also Last Whisper, so she can shred for herself and cleave all that damage. You have a fully itemized Viego. You have an Edgelord emblem for the Caitlyn and have her pumping out a lot of damage with the Caitlyn buffs. Everything is coming up. Greya here, I think, for the certain composition, and it's so strong.
Okay, Greya and Vanilla. Vanilla absolutely needs these points, so I'm going to be going over there. They're on Elimination Station as well. This has been that beefy front line that seems to be giving and taking here, 50-50ing these rounds. But Riven is someone who could potentially get really stuck here, especially since the Ahri's already on it, and the Riven is gone on that side of the board. The Sentinels do just fine, and I think, Crowan, you're kind of right here on Vanilla's board in a sense that it does seem to be 50-50ing a lot of these rounds so far, as this one's probably going to be the last one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the last one. Soju is going to take it. I don't think there's really any question about it. But Vanilla to get a top 2 with a Garen, you know, Sentinel reroll is still really impressive. There is a lot of room for cooking compositions in this patch, and so just, yeah, really well done. Props to Vanilla for that one.
All right, let's see if Vanilla is going to be able to take down this monster of a team. All signs point to probably not, but you never know once things go play, and that's a lot of mana going in at all times. You're seeing it happen immediately just in that second. Ahri gets that entire full mana bar going, even though it does seem like they, you know, quote unquote might be struggling a little bit. It's just because they're going through a lot more effective health, but this is going to be a pretty big, I think, wipe there, as Soju, everyone's favorite streamer, is going to get the W there. So admirable. The 10 KDA is the 10 KDA is obviously the, you know, the most obvious thing, but anything else there, admirable, that you kind of want to bring up and give props to for they're playing that lobby?
I'm trying to think of exactly. It's felt like kind of like a reversal of options there from Soju, where like we've talked a lot about like how bad econ augments can be at the end of the game. This was like the one exception to that, where the start of Soju's game is like level 9. It's like you are now given 10 KDA. Can anyone else defeat that? Like, you are the boss at the end of the level, and no one's able to get to that level. That is just an absolute ridiculous amount of power level, where again, he's kind of playing like the reversal of stuff. It's get some KDA, find the KDA chosen, have enough gold, take a gold prismatic augment at the end, and that's what Able is to get him to that level 9 spot and just completely take over the game. It wasn't even close from there.
I think it comes down to spot recognition, right? Where can we make these prismatic augments, you know, where can we make these later econ augments succeed? It was exactly that spot. If I need to reach a chase trait, Soju played to his outs, hit it, and won the game with it. So just well executed, well played.
All right, folks, we're getting to the end of the day. We're going to know exactly who's going to make it to tomorrow, you know, and that is going to be the final people who will get into regionals through the cup system. So a lot at stake for a lot of these players. We'll check in on who's on the bubble before this next game, so we can really see who's playing for what, who's already locked in, and who might already be out. But we're going to have to take a break before we get there. We'll see you on the other side. Stick around.
Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that mid-way constitutes the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes. It's gonna step up.
Ask and you shall receive. We both got what we wanted today. I got my Katarina reroll. Everyone doubted you though. No one thought that KDA 10 was gonna be a thing. So you did it.
I knew deep down in my heart of hearts that if I PayPal'd Soju $50, he would give us KDA 10. And lo and behold, we sure did get KDA 10. I told you, just get a couple of spats, you're good. You get that money comp, and that is exactly what we saw. The KDA spats were maybe on Alawi and Karthus. Not the Sona and the Ziggs as I had so previously called out, but nonetheless, very, very strong composition, and you could see how Soju was able to find that spot, and it's difficult to find that spot and know that that's kind of the angle that you should take.
It's funny to look at the stats between KDA 7, which is what you would generally be able to hit, versus KDA 10. We're top 4 percentage, 58% for KDA 7. And then when you go to KDA 10, 95% top 4 rate. Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
But a 69% win rate if you get KDA 10. And Soju is part of that statistic, but also his journey from not having the best of performances to Vegas Open to now having an amazing Heartsteel Cup.
Yeah, he's had a great run so far. Looking at all of his games, he has favored to try to go down a Z line. Something with crowd divers has been just a couple of his games today, but even at the very beginning, he started with a Disco TF composition, and then he showed us the KDA 10. So playing very flexibly along what he is given and the items that he's getting. But we also got a chance to see a couple of different boards there. I thought for a little while, Jen, we might have been able to see the Lux reroll coming out for Equation Iverson. But sadly not to be. But we also got a chance to see a lot of really interesting things take to the stage, much like a Echo reroll.
Question mark. Well, like one reroll that we did expect to perform better and actually got top 4 for once was Riven with Greya. What was alarming was the lack of QSS, because everyone is saying it is just so unplayable without QSS. Had a glove, ended up with Last Whisper, probably didn't get the cloak that he was looking for, and Greya still got top 3. How important is that QSS then?
I think QSS is one of those items that you really like to have in order to be able to just have the secondary effects of what QSS gives you. But I think more importantly, when it comes down to the Riven, you're looking at what happened in the rest of the lobby, and like Riven was fairly uncontested. So you're able to get the 3-star really quickly. Everyone else was kind of fighting for all the Yones that were in the pool, but I feel like you're still sort of okay with getting that top 4. Greya was already in a really, really good position coming into this final game.
And a little band-aid of having the Banshees being like a budget QSS in that case, so ended up working out. Here are the standings.
That's something else.
Well, you gotta take what you got. That's what happens at TFT, and we only have 1 game left, so the cutoff again, 32. Everyone below that is in trouble. What kind of points is the cutoff besides? Yeah, what is the point cutoff? Like, who is in danger? Who is out? What's up?
So typically when we take a look at heading from day 3 into day 4 of one of these cups, we're really looking at that point cutoff being at around the 27 point mark. Sometimes it can be 28 if the competition is really fierce, but we're looking at people like Dank Memes, Khazix, still kind of not comfortable looking at that 32nd and 31st spot respectively. They still need to be able to finish out the day with a top 4. A 5th still might be able to get them there, but we're looking at that total points of 27 as sort of the lowest bar threshold for these players to hit heading into this final game.
And as much as we've been kind of harping on, okay, Heartsteel seems to be the best opener you can get, but we've noticed in a couple lobbies now that people who hold hands with Heartsteel hold hands at the bottom sometimes when you contest. So how important is it to explore other lines, maybe less common lines like your Jax rerolls like Wei Iverson did?
I love that you bring that up because Protect Scroll and Adrian in that last game both were trying to go for like the Set, the Ezreal, some of those Heartsteel pieces alongside the rest of the Rapid Fire with the Lucian, and they did go 6th and 7th. So I think you have to be open to being a little bit more flexible. I know everybody's saying like 80 flex, like that is the flavor of the meta right now. That's really what you should be looking at. But I think there's some really strong cases to try to focus in on some of these more AP lines. But it's the final game of the day. We've already seen some people be headstrong in what they think is going to be the best way to be able to secure these top placements. Maybe they continue to go down those Heartsteel lines, but you still run the risk of not having enough HP to actually finish out the game if you are on a super heavy loss streak and can't recover from that. So just something to consider, that you might have to give it up a little too early, or you could be Kane Drew and I think you like just go for raise the stakes like we saw in KDA Cup and you know, no punish, just win.
Yeah, losing only feels good when you get to cash out, not end up in bot 4. And Wei Iverson were almost believing in the Jax reroll, but ended up in 5th, had like a pentakill emblem, maybe was hoping for something else and didn't get to 2-star some important units. And that can be very much the difference between a top 4 and a bot 4. And we have our last lobby ready to go. Only the top 32 make it to Championship Sunday, and I got 3 of my favorite people to bring us through the action. So let's go say hi to Boop, Admirable, and Crowan.
Bye.
One lobby and only 32 people will make it through. That's it for a lot of our players. This is going to be it for the entire set. Everything will come down to this lobby for them. You don't want to go into this lobby and not leave it all on the table. You don't want to come out of this and think, hey, I could have made this decision and made things better. Now is the time to put it all out there. So folks, now it is make or break for a significant amount of the TFT players that you know and love. So make sure that you're going out there supporting them as well as we look at the lobby that we're going to be riding along with now, because we do have some gatekeepers here. Number 1 is Roby and Kiyun in the first couple of places. Roby almost always plays amazing at the end of every set, Crow, and we know this from a lot of things like LCQ. I'm definitely understanding why he's doing well, but Aegon is the one sitting on 20 points with 27, maybe being the right one. So it's not Shark Week, but Aegon's going to need that first place. Lots of stakes right now, Crow, and anything else to add?
Crowan?
Oh, I think the bug got us. But Admirable, why don't you? Yeah.
Sorry.
Go for it, man.
My bad. No, I was saying you're exactly right. You summed it up super well. I think if you're not giving it your all, trying to reach that 27 point threshold, then it is going to be lights out for you in this competition set for TFT. So definitely have to be giving your all, especially players like you named, Aegon, needing at first maybe second place. There's Ripple in that kind of same situation as well, needs a top 4. So it's time to put it all on the line.
All right, Ripple Overdrive also someone just recently, based on their performance in the previous cups and a little bit before that, and in TiVo, the Vegas Open, a lot, he got his highest ranking of all time, I believe. So a lot of people would be surprised if Ripple's unable to make it, but that just goes to show the stakes. And that's not even everyone that's playing. We have 64 people. We got a bunch of lobbies that have similar stakes right now. We're just lucky enough to see these. Aegon is definitely in a position to make it, that has to play first or 8th. This is where I could actually even see Admirable raising the stakes this time when it comes to Heartsteel, maybe even 2 times. Is there anything else that comes to mind in terms of this has to be first or eighth? I have to go for a comp that has to make me win.
It's kind of I'd say a tough thing to really call for outside of Heartsteel, but it really is going to boil down to, I think, like you look at an augment or like you look at a spatula on a carousel or something like that. It's just things that like you normally wouldn't take. Like early on a carousel, sure, spatulas can be good if you have the right setup for it, but maybe you don't have the right setup for it and you're like, dang, this spatula might honestly be my best chance to win this one right now. Maybe I have to gamble on something like this. That is absolutely one of the unusual calls I think you would make is spots where something isn't normally your best option, but it might be your highest first place option. Those are very different things. Best first place is usually not the best average placement for that sort of thing. You know, starting off the day, best average placements are almost always going to be the best calls to make. And once you get to this point, though, like you're looking at top 2 spots, bare bones minimum. And outside of that, nothing else matters for Aegon. So I'm going to shoot for the stars if I'm in Aegon's position.
Yeah, I would too. I just want to put out there, I've met Super Flames, and when we're together, he genuinely looks like my son. Just going to put that out there. You can probably see it right now. I think Groenslap says he agrees. I know, right? Like, that's literally what I looked like when I was that age, a mystery amount of years ago. But anyway, 18 points, doing great. Super Flames is someone who's been around again, like playing a lot with like Invective in some tier 3 leagues, and it seems like those, tier 3 leagues have actually really helped a lot of what we would call tier 2 or tier 3 players really show up and push some of these really big names, Crowan.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen a lot of them, you and I, for sure, in getting their big practice there. You get a tournament environment kind of a practice kind of setup, which is super, super valuable, especially because we do see time and time again players coming to cups and are nervous. They're like, oh, I'm doing super well, I seem to not choke here. What do? They get into in their head about it. They start choking. But having that experience, especially going to the Vegas LAN, competing there, that's some of the most valuable experience you're going to get as a TFT player. So to be able to show up in an event like Heartsteel Cup when there is so much on the line and still compete with the best of them and do fairly well is very impressive.
All right, something else that was very impressive all the way back, I believe, in Lobby 2, Admirable, was this Jinx. It has the Rage Blade on it along with Superfan. Obviously, this means nothing in terms of direction. We just have our headliner and some good items on it, except for that Morello's. So while this is hanging out, right, what are you predicting this turning into? Because the Morello's seems to be pretty defining.
Well, this can go a lot of different directions right now. Usually when I slam items early on, and it's like, I have an AP item and I have an AD item, and they're like pretty strictly both ways. This is like my default pentakill style turnout, where I'm like, I'm gonna win some rounds with powerful stuff, and then when I get to level 8, I'm gonna figure it out. Like, that feels like always kind of the great position to kind of be leaning towards that style of play, is the level 8 build your team. And then you'll figure out the rest from there. So I'm very much a heavy advocate of slamming your items and figuring it out later, and that's probably why I have played way too much pentakill. And so for the first half of the set, I just did terribly because I had to figure out what was going on with the build. Then as I figured out, I was like, hey, you know what? This composition's pretty good.
No, I think you're definitely cooking with that kind of philosophy of, slam items now, especially to tempo, and you can figure it out later. You do need to have like a little bit of a plan in mind, like where can this go? Say maybe if it isn't going to be pentakill Akali, but with an item like Morello's, I think that's absolutely perfect. I think a good example to draw to in the last game was Morello's 2 games ago was when Soju was playing the Heartsteel Ezreal and playing around that Poppy and Zed. There was a Morello's and a Gunblade on the Ezreal. It's like, that works. Sure, it's not the best in slot by any means, but an item like Morello's is so flexible, you can still play it in these just AD compositions. We're probably not going to see things like, comps like TF or something like that with Disco, because you have that Death Blade. So something AP leading can still very much, AD leading can still very much use Morello's super effectively.
Yeah, we're also seeing the stacked carousels in this one, where there's the additional items, so I'm like even more a fan of slamming the items personally. A lot of people take this the opposite direction, where it's like, just greed for a little bit because you can get better items. Like, I'm kind of curious where everyone sits on that. Like, Crowan, I've seen players go both directions.
I think especially for slamming items like utility items like Morello's, the worry typically is that you're not going to have items you could put onto your carry, but with all the extra component influx, you're probably going to get to itemize 2 carries and a take and have your with you there.
Yeah, I would actually agree with you. I mean, back in the day, a lot of people looked towards China for a lot of that meta-defining stuff, right? Back in the day, it felt like that they were slamming Jeweled Gauntlet every time their heart beat, right? And they were finding a lot of success with those slams. And so while it might not have made as much impact back then, I think in this particular set, items have felt really defining in terms of direction, admirable.
I am really behind what Aegon's trying to do right now. Like, he has to go first or second place right now. And a lot of times, if you don't have like the just absolute giga, I'm going to win out stage 2 kind of composition, you need the gold. Like, you're going to need gold to figure out what you're doing because you don't actually know what it is yet. And you're probably not going to know until somewhere around 3-2 or until just some stroke of luck hits, and then you know exactly what you're doing. So for Aegon here, keep making the gold. Gold, 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 gold. You hope to spike a powerful enough team that you just stop losing.
Yeah, I was excited about the kind of similar spot that Aegon is in right now. Does need to play for that first. Is playing on early game Riven, needs economy. There was a set in the shop, so Aegon could have said, okay, well, I won't have 3 Heartsteel right now. I could sell my Riven, still make econ, and have the Cassante plus the set, and hopefully I run into a Yone or an Aphelios soon. But I think it really is going to be around that Riven reroll that can cap out super strong. Could have even won that last lobby if not for I think Soju being so dominant with that 10 KDA. I think it would have eventually beat the Sentinels from Vanilla, even though that was such a strong board by them. Riven is so strong with this meta right now. It's the data supports it. In EMEA, it has a disgusting win rate, still a pretty solid play rate. So when it's offered to you, and when you have a good econ start spot like that for Aegon, it's so powerful. And if we think about how Aegon has found success in the past in TFT, it has always been sacking stage 2, going to 3-2, and yeah, making a really big board happen. So Aegon is so comfortable with this play style that he's done throughout the literal years of TFT. I think he's in a spot to thrive right now.
Yeah, it like defined his play, like in set 2 and set 3 from what I remember, which was years ago at this point, which is crazy to think about. But now we're going to get some more items, and we're looking at Aegon, especially at this point in time in the game, those particular standings, the most important part is I think how far ahead first place is or second place is to everybody else, and how much HP the bottom side of the leaderboard is going, because traditionally those lower HP players are going to be potentially the strongest team comps through stage, the middle of stage 4 to stage 5, while everything gets a little bit more even. So where they are now is only really going to impact us later on when we're like 13, 12, 11 in the standings, right? And those single units that we're missing now are going to affect our final placement later. So just wanted to put that out there just in case, because Beaster is at 100 HP. We haven't had a Mr. 100, I think, in a while, or really ever in at least this set. But let's see if Beaster is going to continue that that approach right now. It is very rare to happen. NTCN now is going to be riding along with that Twitch. We saw really good success with the Punk version of this. It's going to be Executioner, which is more common, Crowan, when it comes to picking up that headliner, but it could also just be a headliner right now.
Yeah, if you're securing a Twitch composition with Executioners, you want it to be Executioner. That is the priority. It makes it a lot easier to get into that 4 and 6 Executioner kind of power spike, which really makes this composition shine. NTCN is really broke right now. Level 5, 30 gold on 3-1. Definitely not in the best spot here, but it's playing Heartsteel, right? So can still recover that economy. I don't think this Twitch is indicative of like a full commit to Executioner line, but the potential is still very much there.
You want to leave it open, right, Admirable? You've talked about, like, I think, a lot about this set, particularly about just being open to being open when it comes to taking some of these lines.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell. I imagine that NTC thought that you have a little bit more gold with spoils at this point. It's just a lot of 2-star stuff is in play, and it's 6 gold on the Twitch, 6 gold on. Why can't I remember the unit's name for the life of me? Aphelios, and that's just a lot of gold to put into play. And if you're not dropping gold off of a spoils here, this could definitely be different. Like if you say you turbo leveled into a spot by investing into trying to win streak at a spot, and you went, oh darn it, I lost the win streak. I don't know if that happened or not. I'm just there's all sorts of ways you can go broke in TFT in general. So right now, it definitely is not a good spot given the gold at this point. But you know, 2 silvers in play. This is definitely a lot better for you if you're broke. It's just like you're not getting spiked down in power by a lot of different things that go out there. You know, silvers can just contend to still iron it out just a little bit.
I actually like that phrase a lot. There is a lot of ways in TFT to go broke, especially in the early game, right? 100%. If you hold on too many pairs, upgrade too many units, push levels really quickly, right? All these, like, press D too many times. There's so many ways to go broke, and NTCN has fallen victim to one of those ways, of course. But I think the big question, at least for me, is that does NTCN raise the stake or not?
75 HP. I think there's an argument for it. But
yep.
Wow,
Here it is.
Snap. Well, that would be why you're not leveling.
I didn't even think about it. Raising the stakes. Let's go.
Yeah.
Is that 18 points, right? So has to, right? There pretty much
100%.
is no world around NTCN making it without that 27, 28 points. And with 8 points, you're going to be sitting at 26. So at that point, you're actually probably hoping for tiebreakers. And a lobby win at the end might be what brings you over, because Aegon still not guaranteed himself, but 2 points higher in the standings currently. So at least we know in this particular lobby, if NTCN wants to make it in, he also has to finish 2 spots ahead of Aegon. So if Aegon takes third, that might be able to take, you know, that tiebreaker down or something like that. So Aegon might actually end up being his worst enemy. Beaster, though, still at the top of that leaderboard. As we take a look at where we are now in the stage 3-3, we're starting to get some stronger units. We got that Senna on the other side. We're looking at reroll right now, but it does seem like some people are afraid to fully put that gas pedal down so far. It looks like we're still kind of waiting for the first person to do it.
Kind of all different ways to reroll as well. You know, that's something that was really, I think, interesting to me in this set, was that there's just different ways to do so many different compositions. Like this set feels like it breaks a lot of rules that were kind of like set in TFT, where it's like, oh, you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. And instead it's like, well, you're going to need a lot of gold to do this. So you might want to take your time on Senna reroll, for instance. Like you're trying to get Echo and you're trying to get Senna. Like those both feel like important units to be 3-starring in a spot like this. So for Kiyun there, where like he's at 91 HP and he was at level 5 with 50 gold, like that's a very unusual spot to be in at 3-3, while it looks like you're perhaps going for a reroll composition. Like very bizarre.
Yeah, a little bit. Super Flames board checking back in. You know, 18 points as well. Needs that first place to have any sort of chance to hope that the threshold is a bit lower than expected. Win out with some tiebreakers and say, hey, you know, we got lucky today, but tomorrow that's gonna be the big beast. But this game is going to be very, very defining. Have a pretty solid opener. Also playing Heartsteel, right? These 18-point, 20-point players, I think playing Heartsteel is really the only logical choice, unless you have some crazy other opener that seems more high roll. But Super Flames doesn't really have that much direction right now, just is playing around that Gnar headliner, so needs to find something, maybe also considering raising the stakes, but it might be a bit too late for that as we're approaching stage 4 already.
Looks like this Bard has been sticking around and has been doing a lot of work. Look at that hat, though. Lots of power, and then you're also mitigating that healing. And something else that I think might be really underrated that people might not realize about that red buff is that attack speed, right? So Bard needs a little bit of attack speed to turn that mana down, and now we're seeing a win streak now because of that itemization. For now, that's going to be strong again. For now, things will start changing, especially after that third augment. We have 2 silver ones, so I'm really curious to see what this third one will bring in a couple rounds. But we have one more round before we get more items, as well as we're still with Super Flames. And we have that Heartsteel like Crowan talked about, but admirable. We have 4 Mosher in it too. Obviously, this is not going to be what we finish with. None of our augments have pushed us towards any specific direction, but this does mean that we are committed to those items on that Gnar. So what is Super Flames, you know, next 3 or 4 rounds potentially looking like? And are there any augments that he might be specifically looking for?
Yeah, this is kind of a tough one to look at, honestly. Like, Super Flames is still kind of broke. Like, you're at 50 gold, but you're at 6 XP in the level 6. You're gonna have to reroll your entire board right now. Like, I don't know about this one.
Raise the stakes.
Yeah, this just feels like an enormous amount of gold that you have to make. Can you raise the stakes at this point?
I mean, you take Tiny Titans. Yeah. I think you might have to if you want to get a first place in the game.
Do it.
I mean, he's thinking about it. There's definitely argument
scout around
for
the
it.
lobby, I think, and then look at
You got it.
the players I'm going to be able to lose
Raise
to.
the stakes.
You know,
Raise
something,
the stakes.
you know, when I was in music
No.
school, as someone said, is, you know, sometimes you got to leap and the net will appear, and you don't see the net at first, but you got to take the leap in order to see it. And maybe that might have been one of those situations, but we're going to keep it safe right now. We're not,
Like
we're not looking for,
scene.
we're not looking at like, you know, a Hail Mary situation just yet. Football reference for tomorrow, but you know, we're definitely looking towards that potentially later, where we're going to be taking a lot more risk. Our pivots might be a little bit more risky. They might come at weird times and weird stages because our HP totals are being a little bit of a nuisance. And the way this particular group is spread in terms of HP, it is pretty top heavy right now, but I did see something really exciting. It was that Seraphine 3, Crowan.
Oh, Seraphine 3 coming through. I'm starting Aegon's board and be like, yes, I like to see this, but Seraphine 3 is super, super good. Aegon has 10 loss streak, still has this amount of HP because of Tiny Titans, so that is going to be the value out of that augment, but it's really itemizing the Viego here. The IE would usually go on Riven, but we still need Quicksilver and BT as well, so needing a lot of cloaks is definitely very strong for now, though. Hitting a Viego 2 at level 7 is a high roll, has been stacking 8-bit, and NTCN, of course, has raised the stakes, so is going to be taking some losses for another round or two, and then going to have a big cash out.
He's faster than Yorick. I'm like, I see that
Yeah.
Yorick there, and I'm like, we can go to level 8 with a Viego 2
Oh, it's right
and
now.
a Yorick.
Ooh, Reforger, Gambler's Blade, and Gunblade. Be real, I don't think that was quite enough. Although we do high roll and get an Ezreal Heartsteel headliner in the shop. I think that's exactly what NTCN needs. Needed a good carry right now to stem the bleeding, and hits exactly that.
Honestly, this is like a prime example of like the all-in scenario where you're like, you know what, this is really not my best play, but I have to get first place. Like, this was sail to level 8, like kind of broke, jam the roll button, and hit the Ezreal. Like, this had to happen. Or
Yeah.
otherwise, NTCN's just not going first
Okay.
place. And again, second place or lower is the same as last place in here. So lots of items can maybe get some of this done. But my gosh, it's still looking rough for this one. But you have to make something big happen. You have to go for these crazy plays. Everything else is a failure at this point, because if you're not day 2, what's the point?
No, you're so right, and that's why he reforged the Gunblade and not the Sterix, but reforged the Gunblade and something else, but did not hit any Ezreal items. Instead, got a Nashers and Archangels, puts on the Lucian because why not at that point? But this is a 0 item Ezreal being your main carry.
Hey.
Going into the end of stage 4, you got to take the risks, Admirable. I'm right there with you, but it does suck when you fall up short.
That is a Heartsteel spatula looking Ezreal right now. Okay, we're on 5 Heartsteel in that spot. Like, you don't have an option. Everything is bad because you have to play for first.
Yep, it's the unfortunate reality of it, but no, see all these players. Aegon, another one that is trying for first place, still going for that Riven 3. Said no, I'm not really gonna get to having BT and a Quicksilver in time. So took the augment to give an Edge of Night and gives a little bit of attack speed. Sure, that's going to be in that QSS slot. So just needs a BT after this carousel. Needs to find 3 more Rivens, and soon, because Aegon is still losing at this point, and he cannot afford too many more of these losses.
We're in one of my favorite moments in a TFT, last lobby on one of the days, and now we talked about people not needing to throw their Hail Marys. Now is the time we're going to see them, and it's not even just going to be 1 or 2 people. It's potentially going to be half of the lobby needing to do something that is out of character for them, or just traditional TFT to make it into tomorrow. Young, Wild, and Free is going to be huge here, especially since Beaster would have it picked last in the normal picking scenarios when it comes to this carousel. Also, 2 items here means everyone's just going to have a little bit more to work with, can be a little bit more intentional, at least our friends who picked first on these items, because there's a lot of Giants belts there, Admirable. How does that kind of affect the lobby when there's a lot of one item, especially if it's like a tank item in the late game?
I'd have to honestly look at the rest of the lobby in this one. It's a very contextual question is all. Like, basically the way it works out is if you have more items, the lobby's more powerful. If the lobby's more powerful, you need more gold. If you need more gold, well, I mean, think about the ways to get gold. You're either beating everybody the entire way through, or you're having to take big loss streaks. And so that's pretty much the divide we've seen with this one right now. It's like you look at the bottom 3 places, and it's like miles different than when you look at second place, for instance. Like, and this is so much of a difference. Oh, Beaster 81, Kiyun 34, and then 31, and then 17. It's 4-5. Like, this isn't like this isn't like deep into the game right now where one player's dominating. There's 8 players left in this one, and so when you put everyone with a ton of items, you have to find different ways to compensate for this. It's not just as simple as, oh, putting a bunch of tank items on. It's just the lobby's more powerful. The lobby's more powerful. You need more gold. When you need more gold, you have to take more risks.
All right, Beaster going to take the fall on that one, which he's probably just okay on. We already talked about how far behind our bottom 4. They're going to catch up eventually, but it's about how much the lobby is going to streak, how much shrink, and how much is Ripple going to be able to maintain. We already have a round win there against Kiyun at 21. And remember, if you are around 28 or above, sometimes I think just that top 4 is going to be good enough. Kiyun, I think, is in the top 5 overall, top 10 overall. So an 8th place here might not be as consequential as someone else, but you still don't want to end the day on an 8th. That's not really good building into your final day where everything is potentially on the line, at least especially when it comes to money coming into play tomorrow as well. We do finally get that tier 3 Riven. No QSS though. The last Riven that we saw do really well had a Banshees because of an augment with a support item. This one does not, and I kind of refer to Riven as a training dummy if they get CC too much, and that is definitely a risk that can happen. We do get a little bit more stats from that Mordekaiser, but now we're on that Seraphine 3. It's going to be 2-3 cost carries going up against each other. That Riven trying to get through that front line is going to be just fine doing it. Not a lot of damage going through, and it's already on the Seraphine, and that's going to be all she wrote. Riven will take this dub.
Yeah, this is exactly what Aegon needed to have happen. I said needs the BT, needs to hit Riven 3, and he did hit 3 Rivens in, honestly, a surprisingly low amount of gold. Definitely high rolled that, but again, now we can go to level 8, fit in a 5th edgelord, right? One sitting on the bench with the Yone, and have that be the cap of which you play around. The Viego is already 2-starred. You're hopefully going to get a 3rd item for him on this carousel, or excuse me, on this as neutral round, and so he's going to be just that massive secondary carry, but admirable. NTCN's board here.
Whoa. When you get a Jazz emblem, that is not a joke for a Heartsteel comp. Like, the Jazz is how you cap out your board. You're like, I wonder if I can go to 10 and fit in a 3rd Jazz. Like, that's like a common thing that I see players talk about when they get to the end game in these kinds of scenarios here. The 5 Heartsteel cash out in the end of stage 4 has provided that instead. Like, this is a massive difference. If you're looking at somebody who, if they're not just getting knocked out in the next 2 rounds, they have a real chance to outright win the lobby at this point.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that the front line from NTCN is really, really poor. It's 1-star everything between Yone, Alawi, and Set. Tentacles, sure, are a little bit of extra beef, but it's not gonna be enough time to buy for this Ezreal for a lot of the fights. Maybe in this one, but it's, yeah, looking really, really suspicious right now.
Tentacles, plural S.
True. Okay. It'll take another 25 seconds for them to go down.
Sometimes there's 3.
God. Oh, there's another one. Alawi's resummoned one. That's 3 tentacles.
Yeah, this board is way stronger.
Can we count to 4?
Than it looks like right now. I'm not even kidding. Like, the Jazz emblem is so much extra value here. Like, it's again, it's hard to see. It's like the 10 KDA. You can't really see what it's doing necessarily. It's just once it kind of gets there, it's like, oh my gosh, it's so many numbers. The what it does is really in all the planning and the strategy that goes around it. You just get a lot of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. And I think actually the really big thing to call out there is that NTCN is not panicking and rolling down, saying, oh, I need more frontline. It's to say, oh, I hopefully hit good matchups so I can save gold, go to level 9, and actually maybe win the lobby, because again, NTCN needs a 1st place to have any sort of chance. So it looks kind of awkward, but there is enough frontline to work with right now, and he needs to take that risk.
Yeah, Ripple Overdrive, we haven't really seen too much of this, but just a pretty solid day overall at 23 points. For Ripple Overdrive, this feels like a dope bottom 4 kind of game, and then you're kind of chilling for that one. This is just a player that's had a pretty solid season overall, I'd say, in comparison to like Set 9, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned before, I think is on his highest ranking in a lot of those rankings, especially the Don't Talk If You Don't Know one.
Yeah.
So a lot of people seem to have an eye on Ripple right now, and I think that's a really good thing. Has won local lands before and has shown that he's one of those players that really steps up when it matters. The nervousness, that anxiety doesn't seem to really affect Ripple like it might affect some other people. You got to give credit for people like Ripple to be able to always play their game under their own circumstances. So Ripple trying to do just that, but like we mentioned before, folks, the lobby is now closing up. While the bottom two are a little bit separated, everything has really tightened up here, and now every decision becomes consequential.
Ooh.
Where you're going to put your tentacles, where you're going to put your back line, how you're going to position your training dummy if you have one, right? And where you're going to make sure that they get that stun in that front line, Crowan. There's so many little things that are going to potentially knock you out of this tournament or get you into tomorrow.
NTCN has tried to set themselves up for success here. Just enough gold to go level 9. Put in the Bard for Jazz, but Ezreal and Lucian have a lot of heavy lifting to do going up against the Disco board. That's a Gragas 3 front lines. The TF in the back. Ezreal can shoot his way there and does take out the Twisted Fate. So it's just the Gragas to get through. NTCN will maybe live for another round. This Gragas is tanky, but Nami's still there with the bubble. Hold up. Wait a minute.
That's Nami performance all day, folks.
What?
Oh no, in 8th place at that. I mean, if you're not first, you're essentially last for NTCN, so it doesn't really matter in that regard, but dang,
it's
that
just
was
the way
a
to go
lot
out there.
Ah, man. You hate to see it if you're an NTCN fan, which I was, and I still am, actually. But it feels bad.
Aggressive past tense, Crowan. Aggressive past tense. No, but I think the feelings that we're feeling are exactly, imagine what they're feeling right now, right? It is probably absolutely awful for NTCN, but I just want to say for you, if you didn't get 8th or first, you probably did it wrong, right? So, honestly, I think a lot of decisions made sense. Unfortunately, that Nami, for some reason, just was absolutely crucial on getting that Ezreal, and that Ezreal wasn't able to look over at that Nami. It was a little bit too much of a rainy day. 2 people got eliminated there, Kiyun and NTCN, and loses the tiebreak as well in 8th place. Kiyun following in 7. Now it's going to be Roby and Beaster on Elimination Station. Everyone potentially on this next round. It's going to be Super Flames on the other side. We have some rapid fire now. Just the Caitlyn one, but look at how takey that Zac is in the front line with those 2 Crown Guards. It's going to be that unit that's going to potentially make or break this for Super Flames. Is that too much HP for this Riven? It looks like it could be, but the Riven is still alive, so you can't count him out just yet, but everyone's already focusing on that Riven. Are they going to be able to take down another unit? Is this going to be 3? Yes, it will, as that Riven does fall. A lot of good tank itemization for that Zac Admirable, but even with just a Caitlyn 1, he was able to pull that off.
Kind of an unusual little fight there too. It just looked like that. Oh, as we tried to jump to Roby's side, it's kind of an unusual little fight there where it's like the Riven just got CC'd to death and then tried to I don't even know where it was walking.
Kiana
to. At the end of the day, it started just walking way over to the left. And I was like, kind of unusual there. Yeah, basically, just exactly what Crowan said on that one. But the big position there was just putting the crowd divers opposite side of where the Riven is. That's so that way you can just absolutely obliterate a carry that's on the side that Riven is on. That's the whole goal of that one right there. So good positioning in that one. Just a pretty tough fight overall.
All right, we get to see this Riven in action this time, but, doesn't have his friend along with them. I believe that is the Ghost. Maybe someone's just scouting. We'll see here in just a second, but now it's going to be that Ezreal now has that Morellos, and you were talking about how that could go really well on an AD unit. I think Ezreal is one that makes a lot of sense because of that ultimate, but just not enough throughput on that damage. Can't go front to back, can't go back to front, not enough access, as it's going to be that Riven 3 coming back, even without that QSS Admirable.
Wow, Abby's is at the top of the lobby right now with too big to fail and Gragas 3, full tank. Is that what's going on in this one?
Yeah, it was Abby's was the disco board, right? I don't think we've seen it besides for just fights that he's been going up against. But I don't know how he pulled a Gragas 3 out of thin air, but that was doing some real heavy lifting, especially in the fight versus NTCN, and I guess continuing to do so as well.
Yeah, Beaster here, it's just not really been the day for Beaster. Sitting at 13 points coming into this game. Just, continue to play your best. It is what it is. For Beaster, it's just, sometimes the tournaments are going to go this way. Better luck to you next time.
No, it's, it really is that.
Yeah, it's just a feel bad, and hopefully that doesn't make it so they're uncomfortable coming back. The fact that you're here at all means that you belong here, and everyone, in my opinion, is welcome back. But Beaster on Elimination Station, so is Super Flames, right? Aegon, I think, at 6-1, if it's really, really bad, it could be a little scary. Appies and Ripple at 34 and 57, closing things out. Beaster, though, is on Elimination Station, was probably not going to make it anyway, even with the first, but playing spoiler is really fun for a lot of people. We finally get to see this Appies board on the right side, and it's going to be that TF with that attack speed because of that red buff, and then a lot of damage because of that Rabadon's. But it looks like the Caitlyn's doing just fine breaking through that early front line, and someone's going to be pretty good at going front to back. It's going to be these rapid fire comps with that Caitlyn, especially with this Riven. So that particular comp was really weak against that Caitlyn, as we do have our top 4 as Beaster is finishing in 5th place. Super Flames, Tiny Titans comes through once again for top 4, but Super Flames does still need to win, Crowin.
Yeah, Super Flames still does need to win out, maybe to advance into the final day. But taking a look at that last, analyzing the last fight from Appies, melee comps do pretty typically are favored against TF. Once you're able to, dash their front line, make it to the TF in the back line, just take out all of those units. So that's what we saw there. But Super Flames needs to win this round.
All right.
Bizarre composition from Appies.
Needs to win it. I'm looking at Super Flames because that's a pretty consequential round for Super Flames. So far, so good. But it's the Riven versus the Zac right now, and the last time it wasn't this close, so it seems like the positioning diff is going to hit this time. It's not going to be a 4th for Super Flames. It looks like it will be. We have at least a top 3 with Aegon, who's doing exactly what Aegon needs to do. Remember, Aegon needed a 1st, maybe a 2nd to get him into the next day. A 2nd will probably mean that we go to tiebreakers, but good on you. Ripple and Appies, pretty solid throughout this entire lobby so far. But as of right now, the idea is Aegon needs to finish in 1st. This is so important for him to have, any kind of confidence potentially into having hope into coming into tomorrow and qualifying, Crowan.
Appies needed to dodge an 8th, has done that. Ripple needed to top 4, has done that. All eyes on Aegon now. If Aegon can get top 2, that's when we really should be thinking he can make it into day 4.
Here is that first test. Are we going to be able to break through on this Kayle? That Kiana is already starting to try to spread some items, does get one off, and so far it does look pretty good for Aegon. The Kayle in that backline is starting to ramp up, but the carries get there. That really wasn't even that close. Aegon maybe feeling a little bit confident right now as Caitlyn Riven on the other side wins that round. So Aegon checking off another box, right? Needs to do that 2 to 3 more times in order to get that 2nd place, but also now with 19, 18, 14 on those HP totals, Admirable, this is anyone's game. Matchups are going to potentially help us figure out who's going to win this lobby.
Yeah, and Aegon just picked up a pentakill spat as well. So just to bolster anything more that could possibly be there to cap out this board from Aegon, it's like, well, what about turning one of your units into a pentakill as well? It's not like a huge pickup on that one, but honestly, when I look at this, it's probably better than just a regular item's going to be at this point. Like, this is now you're one away from a 2-star Kayn with pentakill on it. Like, this is such a big difference than just like having a Kayn in play just because it's an edgelord at this point. It's now just getting free AD from stuff around the board as well. For Aegon here, it's such a good performance here from this too, to recognize that, like, hey, I wasn't going to have QSS. Let's take Not Today and pick up all the value I can from building items right now. I need to get my 3-star Riven and I need to get my Caitlyn. I'll figure out the rest later. Everything since then has been a breach. You get tons of attack speed. You get a protection barrier on this. And when you have a protection barrier, plus you have Titan stacking up, plus you have the Aegis on this, the QSS doesn't look as important anymore because you just have tons of defense on a Riven with a Bloodthirster. Like, wow, it's really tough to get through that at this point.
That was such a close fight.
Yeah, that was a super close fight. Crone, anything to add?
No, that's, Admiral said it right there. That's 100%. Aegon in a really good spot. Knows that he could beat both other players right now between Ripple and Spicy Appies. Did so because his Ghost board killed Appies and then won the fight against Ripple. So Aegon is feeling pretty safe right now. Miracles have happened before though, so maybe Appies with some better positioning, some good fight RNG, did not high roll into an Alawi or a Ziggs 2, unfortunately though, but Can Aegon do it yet again? It is Riven versus Disco, which is a good matchup, but still needs to win it.
All right, this is going to be Aegon's make or break moment. Is this potentially going to be an elimination for Appies? The HP total so far looking pretty good for Aegon. That Riven already in that backline, and Crowin, you said it yourself. Twisted Fate, particularly bad against those melee units, and we're seeing it in full display. Aegon, who needed a top 2 here, getting just that. But will this top 1 be in our future, Admirable? How are you feeling so far for Aegon's chances? I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, he's pretty much just been winning every single round, and his board's just getting better and better at this point. Where you look over at Ripple Overdrive spot, you know, to get better at this point is go to level 9 and see what you can put together at this point. So this is a huge power check over on Ripple Overdrive side, and you really don't have a ton of time to do it. So how do you do it, and is it going to function? But for Aegon, you're looking like pretty solid gold at this point. I mean, everything has been racking up on your side. The only thing that I'm worried about right now is, are we going to see that big cash out on the 8-bit side?
Yeah.
Oh, we're so close!
No, this is still actually a really important preparation phase for Ripple, because he's leveling to 9 and rolling for upgrades. Finding a Thresh 2 for a CC actually could be the difference, because Riven does not have a Quicksilver. And Aegon still, while he's, you know, happy he's gotten to the second, he still could lose out in tiebreakers, so first place would make him feel a lot better about this matchup. Did find the Kayn 2, has the Lucian 2 as well, so he is also stronger, and Ripple did not find a Thresh 2, is just playing a 1-star unit. But this could be the last round, Boop. Take it away.
All right, this potentially, like you said, can it be the last round? So far, it's been all coming up Aegon. It's been Shark Week, my friends, and that's a lot of damage from the Karthus, but it is not nearly enough. Aegon needed that first, gets it. Now Aegon is going to potentially have the most nervous next 3 to 5 minutes as the standings view come through, because he's not officially through just yet. And I wonder if anyone in similar situations as Aegon in these other lobbies also were able to check off that first place spot and make the final standings a little bit more of a mystery. But that's going to be that last lobby for today in terms of gameplay. So we're going to get some final words from Admirable and Crone before we head out real quick. So Admirable, it's been 6 lobbies. What has been kind of the highlight for you? Is there one thing that you want to make sure that our viewers leave today knowing about Heartsteel Cup?
Play more Riven is it's gonna be the first right now. My gosh, that compositions look ridiculous. But you know, for this one, honestly, the emphasis I want to put on just like how important Heartsteel Cup is in terms of how cups have been. You know, the past sets, cups have not held the same way. There's been so many more of them. There's extra ways to qualify for this. There's a lot of weight put on Heartsteel Cup and how you can get to regionals as a result of it right now. We've seen so many players in the top 64. Just because you haven't heard of somebody, it doesn't mean that they haven't been around in TFT for a while. Go look at their profiles over on Lol Chest, find out who they are, and look at their history on there. Some of these players have been hitting Challenger, you know, for years at this point. And to be at a cup like this and competing against the best players in the world who have all the time in the world to continue to improve because they make their time streaming. That's how they get their dollars on this one. It's really tough to compete against them. And when you can, honestly, that's a pretty big stamp that you have on your resume there. Don't count these guys out.
Yeah, I already know there's some names on the top 32 list that I had some question marks about, like, oh, can they really show up with the big dogs, right? They've been in the scene for a while. They've showed up on the Challenger and a ladder. But yeah, they made their day one look real good. So I'm especially excited to see tomorrow and the players who clutched up at the end of the day to get there, right? We saw it on stream, on broadcast right there. Aegon needing a first place and getting it. And it's those kind of stories that are like, yes, feels good when the stars align and you're playing for your win con and you hit it. It's just so satisfying, especially from a player of Aegon's caliber who is so active in competing in the first few sets of TFT. Took a little bit of a break, but now is back competing, and to see him execute that level of play is like, yes, it's just absolute treat to watch. So great TFT all around.
I completely agree, and that's going to be it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow, but we're going to take a quick break to finally see who made it into the final day of Heartsteel Cup and who will be alive to qualify for regionals. So definitely stick around. Nekra and Jen are going to be back after the break to tell us everything we need to know, along with an interview as well. So stick around. We'll be back soon.
It's the end of the day and end of the road for 32 players, but the adventure doesn't stop here for 32 other winners today. But Rose, what an exciting day we had, and my slipper was a lucky charm for Aegon, who got first with ribbon.
Because we wanted to make sure no one saw the toes for free.
Not for free, but man, Ribbon is strong. Finally, she got her throne back, being in top 4. And it's interesting to look at the stats between 4 8-bit, 6 8-bit, and not hitting that spat can be a little rough. What do you do if you don't hit that spat? How do you stay consistent in the top 4?
Well, I think you just fill it out with everything else like Aegon did. I think when you are able to get that 8-bit spat online, it feels so nice because if you can get 6 8-bit, I think you also just instantly win the game if you get the grand total and just smash that out of the park. But I think the way that Aegon filled this out was really nice, where you do have like the pentakill available to you. You also had a lot of really great frontline strength in terms of just also having the Alawi. And when you look at some of the other carries that these players had, where it was a lot of melee, and also like looking at the Akali specifically from Ripple, you have the opportunity to sort of bypass that based on tentacle placement and whatever else have you. So just excited to see Aegon be able to get this first place here. I think the Edge of Night on the Riven also certainly helps with the not today augment, so always a fun time.
And a comp that we didn't get to see, at least on broadcast, a whole lot was Seraphine reroll. You were talking about how, you know, yes, KDA, Spellweavers, it's always the Ari show, but never the Seraphine show. And Robbie Van Knob got the 3-star Seraphine, but ended in 6, which we thought this generally does well against Riven comps or clumped comps. Maybe not so much against all the Ezreals here. So what was lacking with Robbie Van Knob's board?
Well, sadly, Roby was missing a couple of upgrades that I think would have really helped to amplify the damage. And something that we were talking about even before we got back from break is that there were a couple of itemizations that didn't quite feel like it made the comp as powerful as it could be. So maybe looking in the future to try to make some of those items just a little bit different to really help either amplify the damage even more, like make it a Rabadon's instead, or just go for some extra frontline strength with the Dragon's Claw instead of like the 2 Ionic Sparks. But regardless, I think also you have to look at just how hard everybody else spiked, and it can be difficult sometimes with if Seraphine just sort of falls off.
I mean, the topic of today has been about how to keep up with the tempo and the strength of the lobby. And things like, okay, having double Ionics, double Sterax Nico, it's with that many rods or those type of components, you would think, oh, these would be great backup Ari items, where he only had an Ari 1. So you must have slammed those items for tempo early, not and kind of saved the HP or gotten the strength that he needed early, with maybe Ribbons and Kale's 3s getting hit soon. So Robbie Van Knob unfortunately hemorrhaged and didn't show us the true strength of Seraphine reroll. But then we got to see the true strength of TF, where we're seeing every time we see TF somehow making it into the top 4. So what are the best traits these days to surround TF with? Is it Disco, Dazzler? Like, what's the key to success here?
Well, the stats would tell you that 5 Disco plus 4 Dazzler seems to be a pretty good comfort level for the composition, but I think you could sometimes take that one step further if you get really lucky. Maybe you're able to get something like just a couple more Dazzler in the mix there if you really need it to help sort of tank some damage. But otherwise, I think you're really okay with those traits all coming together. But we can start to look at the standings now, and sadly, this is our first 16 players that are eliminated from the Heartsteel Cup. I hear some reactions from you, Jen.
Socks in 63rd? Like, that looks like a typo to me. Like, there's just no way Socks is this low. And I was asking what the dog was doing, and the dog's in 58th, and people like Spencer, who I thought were on a hot streak coming in, Toronto Tokyo wasn't able to salvage being at the bottom. Like, it's tough to see, especially when like Heartsteel Cup is one of the last chances you have to get to regionals.
Yeah, there's only so many qualifier points that are on the line, so depending on how you did in KDA Cup as well, a couple of our players in Heartsteel Cup that are also finishing outside of the top 32 to make it forward to the final day are going to be out of contention to make it to the regional finals. I'm also looking at a couple of these other names like the Lab. Sadly, DK is not going to be able to make it forward. Some other names that we have recognized from sets past, like Voidson, Degree, Deepay, GD Zielinski. These are also going to be players that are unfortunately not going to make the cut. But Nick is on the right of the outside looking in at 20 points. So I can only imagine what this cutoff did look like as we flip to the next page. It was a clean cut and 28 was the floor, which is just honestly impressive, because usually is about the 27 to 28 point threshold that we look at as the cutoff for making it to that final day. But these are the players that were able to do that. 28 points is what it took.
And it's awesome to see like new names or people that have not been at the peak of competition like get their spot in the limelight. Like I remember the casters mentioning that this is Greya's first tournament. And to be in that top 32 is a huge statement. We love to see new stars come out of this community. Malala qualifying into the final day. Like, yeah, the bonus points are nice, depending on your performance, of course. Just a reminder that you get bonus points for that. But this could still be Malala's tournament to win tomorrow.
It really could. So I'm keeping my eyes out to see if Malala can do the unthinkable in terms of TFT consistency. But you have to also celebrate all of these players in the top 16 that were able to make it. Noster 11 is going to cap out our day with 39 points to be our point leader. Robin's songs, all of that work that he's put in leading up to this event has also paid off. I know Kermex has been streaming a ton. Rainplosion, we saw that beautiful Heartsteel game from her earlier on in the day. And so that's going to be a 33-point finish for her. And even like, I think we saw earlier, Biri actually took the 6 Executioner, right? So just some really incredible creative takes. And I think Appies is also another player that really fits into that storyline of creative players that can find those creative outs.
Yeah, Noster being a #1 on day 3 after an 8th in KDA Cup. So like, what a turnaround for a player like that. And a lot of the consistent players that we've seen at the top. And it's been awesome to see also the variety of comps. Like, yes, like Heartsteel was the #1 opener, but also it did drag a lot of people down to the bot 3. So, and there was all types of different lines from re-rolls to obviously legendary boards. I feel like the patch is in a good place.
It does feel that way. I think we've gotten to see a lot of different lines of play, and I'd be really curious to see what the statistics look like heading into tomorrow for what players actually went for on the day. I want to see, I want to crunch the numbers a little bit, and so I can't wait to dive in after we're done today.
I am gonna trust the admins when it comes to any number crunching. I ain't about doing that smart stuff. But one smart person that we actually have on the line is Noster. Hello there, congratulations being #1 in points. How did the day go for you? Were you stressed?
Yeah, going today I was a little stressed because I think I needed to make it to the next day to go to regional, so I came in a little stressed, yeah, for sure.
But you were able to get the job done, Noster, so congratulations. This is after an 8th place at the KDA Cup as well, so you had a couple of qualifier points to back you up, but how has it been competing in the Remix Rumble set for you? I think the first time I even had the chance to watch you compete was all the way back in Fates, so how's it been for this set?
I'm having a blast. I'm really enjoying it. I'm not sure if I'm in the majority, but I actually really like Chosen's, and I think that it plays to my style of a little more tempo. I've been enjoying it.
It's been fun to watch you cook with all these different types of lines. What were your favorite ones to play?
My favorite lines today was definitely Seraphine. I think I played 3 games of Seraphine, but I think I came to the day just trying to target reroll at 3-2. I think that it is significantly better than Heartsteel in my opinion, so I just tried to angle it as much as I could.
Okay, I love hearing this because I think a lot of us had our eyes on 2-cost reroll, but I think there were a couple of other players that were in the camp of, well, if you get a Heartsteel opener, that should be what gets you the strongest board at the end of the day. So when you're looking at a composition like Seraphine reroll specifically, what do you feel like to you is sort of the recipe for success, I guess with Seraphine or with any other 2-cost reroll?
The reason that I personally like Seraphine more than a lot of the other 2-cost reroll is I think that Ahri specifically as the 4-part or the 4-cost that goes in later in the game is the best of the 4 costs at its ability to deal with Heartsteel boards. I think the scaling on Ahri is really good, and I think that's the main reason that I like Seraphine.
But did you get to hit KDA 10 though? Because I know that's Necro's favorite comp. Did you hit Girly Pop Exodia?
No, but I actually, I think my last game I hit 10 Penta.
Oh, well,
What?
that's probably better or still very awesome. I wish we got to watch that. Anything you want to improve on for tomorrow, or is Seraphine kind of, easy, uncontested? That's the bread and butter.
I think making sure that I slam the right items. I think today I slammed some of the wrong items at some point, so I think if I just make sure that I slam the correct items, I should be fine tomorrow.
Okay. So can you give us a bit of insight there? Because I think that is something that people can get a little dizzy with, is you get all these components, whether you're a Heartsteel cash out player or not, but you have to make sure that you have a strong board if you want to play for that tempo, right? So what do you feel like is something that people could take away from watching your gameplay that might help them in their own to make sure that they're getting the right items?
I think Superfan is a very easy answer because you start the game with 2 components, kind of. But I think that just having a good knowledge of what items are acceptable to be made to begin with, but also like when you should be greeting better items, which is what I think I was struggling with.
Yeah, I love that. Just whatever Superfan tells you to build, or like whatever the Superfan item is, build that one, or just let Superfan build it for you. I love the auto TFT there. Any other players that you think are doing well alongside you? I don't know how much you're paying attention to other people.
Yeah, I have no clue. I wasn't really focused on it.
Just locked in.
You're locked in. Love it.
Well, I love it. I love to see Seraphine reroll too. She gets her time in the spotlight, and you did as well. Any shout outs that you have, a study group, or anyone supporting you?
I don't really have any shout outs, but I will say that I think Dish Soap's Friday bot helped me a little bit. Just helped me dial it even further. That's all I really did.
Well, he'll be joining you tomorrow for the final day. And speaking of that, best of luck. Thank you for the interview, and excited to watch you more.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it tomorrow.
Luck.
Cool. Bye.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
That was Noster #1 in points after day 3 with some Seraphine reroll. We gotta watch his lobbies more because I gotta tell you, this is the secret sauce.
Hey, move over Seraphine reroll. I wanted to see the 10 pentakill game.
Oh, true.
You talk about just like Exodia verticals. I think pentakill is right up there in terms of if you hit, that is such an easy top 4, or at least it should be. And Noster did finish the day with a 1st place. So I think maybe 10 pentakill is actually the secret.
And I like that he was self-aware about like when to slam items and kind of how much of that value you want to sacrifice by not slamming this items, but going for tempo and kind of finding the balance between how fast you want to slam those and how much you really want to greed. So taking notes from him, and not only Dish Soap, which was his main shout out. And I learned a lot from Dish Soap. I even got personally coached by him. And is there anybody you liked that you've been learning from? Because watching streamers is like the key to learning TFT.
One of my favorite streamers has always been Robin Songs, so maybe like I'm biased, but I've like been watching him ever since I started hosting events in set 4. So it feels like it's just been kind of going along with him on this journey of becoming one of the best TFT players. So it's exciting to have watched his prep throughout this past 2 weeks and then to see that convert over to success. And of course, we have a ton of other amazing streamers and personalities in TFT. So it's hard to even just say that I have one specific favorite. I think you get to learn from everybody when you get a chance to tune in. So
everyone has their different takes.
Yeah.
Like actually Robin, top 5 in points. So definitely taking notes from them. And personally for me, Spicy Appy is one of my favorite streamers and mentors out there. So you'll want to tune in tomorrow to watch some of the best TFT players out there. Only half of them from today made it to Championship Sunday for a chance to get top 4 and that ticket to regionals. And if you get top 12, you get a piece of that prize pool. So you'll want to tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern for Championship Sunday, the final day of Heartsteel Cup. And a special shout out to everyone behind the scenes making this happen. Of course, our casters, Crowan, Admirable, Boop, and of course you, Necro. You're on that cast too. And make sure you follow.
And that's all.
You're still me. We're gonna get on the mics tomorrow too, so that's gonna be exciting.
Yes.
And you can catch all the action, the leaderboards, and content at TFT on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube for any guides like that. And that's all we have for you folks. Tune in tomorrow for the end of Heartsteel Cup.